Chapter 1 Accident. Ling Qiao, you are so bold that even I dare to calculate. The man who spoke was wearing a pair of narrow gold wire half-frame glasses. The body is straight, the ape's back is a bee's waist, and the thin lips are moving. The abstinent and cold temperament permeates the whole space, and a casual glance is a sense of nobility and oppression. Ling Qiao's shoulders trembled and he pulled the quilt up. He showed two big watery eyes, like a little milk dog abandoned by his owner. He looked pitifully at the man who fastened his cufflinks slowly, and muttered like a mosquito, it was Gunan's plan, and he was also the victim. The man sneered coldly, how can the victim be so enchanting? Ling Qiao was aggrieved and afraid, and complained softly, then, you are not allowed to express your true emotions. You also called and bit me. Is it my fault to say so? The man asked back. He was sitting on the single sofa with his long legs overlapping. The old man is so handsome. He is so stylish. Ling Qiao's mind was slightly flustered, and he was secretly amazed. His eyes fell in the middle of his straight and slender thighs, and his voice trembled slightly, maybe it's his fault. Ling. As the man's volume increased, Ling Qiao trembled again. He pulled up the quilt again, covered his forehead together, and opened a small slit at the corner of the quilt, looking at the angry man with the afterglow. She was originally guilty. When she was roared like this, tears suddenly flowed out of her eyes and hung on her eyelids. Little uncle, you are so fierce. Jian Yuzhou only had a headache. He just drank a cup of coffee from his nephew's filial piety. Why did he sleep with his nephew's unmarried partner? What's more annoying is that the little girl is not easy to get off at all. Leng Yo-Yo glanced at the mess all over the ground, and his tone was even colder. Don't call me little uncle. Ling Qiao said, obediently. Jian Yuzhou secretly calmed himself. After recovering his mood, he was about to tell her about his plan, but he heard her ask softly and quietly, what's that called? Yuzhou. Or, Brother Jane? Before the voice could land, a cold eye suddenly came, which shocked her to tighten her lips. Jian Yuzhou looked at the small group on the bed indifferently. If it hadn't been for the eldest sister who wanted to marry the daughter-in-law to the door, if the Jian family hadn't owed her mother a life, he would have kicked her down from the 38th floor fiercely. In the face of her fiancé's uncle, Ling Qiao was really afraid. She complained in a low voice, she had been following Gunan to call her little uncle, but suddenly she was not allowed to call her. She had to tell people what to call her, or she would be called baby. Can you say it again? The low voice was so cold that it made people feel cold all over his body. Ling Qiao trembled again and pulled the quilt. Even the hair is covered. Jian Yuzhou was so cowardly that she couldn't laugh or cry. Why did she hide it? Are you afraid? Isn't it arrogant? The muffled sound came out of the quilt, which was obviously lacking in confidence. Who is afraid? I'm not afraid. I'm shy. Jian Yuzhou recalled the miserable back that belonged to him through the bathroom mirror. It was really difficult to associate the word shyness with her. He sneered with a cold face. Do you need to call out the office surveillance to see your shy heroic posture? Although Ling Qiao is afraid of him, he also has self-esteem. I especially don't like his big man's mother-in-law's posture as a generous and righteous victim. She is one of Ling Qiao's thousands of miles, and she is not worthy of him. He was not the only one who was deceived by Gunan's scumbag. She seemed to be more miserable. It was expected that he would not really do anything to her. She boldly showed half of her head and whispered, it seems that she has suffered a lot of losses. Are you the eldest daughter of Huahua? I'm the most delicious. Thanks to that, my fiancé is so young. You are an old man. Who knows if your uncle and nephew colluded? She counted down and carefully observed Jian Yuzhou's reaction. The more you talk, the quieter your voice becomes. Jian Yuzhou's expression was uncertain, and he continued. I don't dare to continue. Ling Qiao's eyes turned, and the tears rolled out like a storm. I'm only 21, and you're over 30. I guarded myself like jade, lost weight every day, applied a mask in the morning, did beauty in the evening, and waited to be a beautiful bride. As a result, I was tricked into the old man's bed by my fiancé for a cup of coffee. I was wronged to death, and you still hate me, woo. The little appearance that can't take off, like water gathering, is miserable and funny. Chapter 2 Prenuptial Agreement. Ling Qiao did not complain to his elders, but went straight to the scumbag Gunan's house and complained to Gunan's mother, Jian, the eldest sister of Jian Yuzhou, who is also a big pig's foot. Jian Yu treated her future daughter-in-law as a daughter-in-law who was more close than her own son. First, she broke a leg of her own son, and then killed her to the Jian family's old house to seek justice. Ling Qiao didn't come home that night and stayed in her best friend Mi Guoguo's arms all night. While mourning my lost girl's youth. While planning how to deal with Gunan, the scumbag. She didn't know that her life had entered a new chapter while she was still saddened by the past yesterday. The old man of the Jian family personally led his grandson, Jian Yuzhou, to the door of the Li family, asking her father to change his son-in-law, and her father nodded and agreed, and even happily put 2 strings of balloon firecrackers at the door of the house. No one informed her during the whole process. But she wants to say, well done. This is the reason why she complained to Jian Yu at the first time with evidence all over her body. Jie's family was indeed upright and did not let her suffer alone. Thinking that the scumbag Guo Nan would call her aunt in a low voice in the future, why was she so comfortable that the prenuptial agreement in her hand became cute? Yuzhou, Yuzhou. Jian Yuzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, giving people a sense of pressure. Ling Qiao instinctively shrank into the chair. Is that still called little uncle? Jian Yuzhou leaned on the back of the chair and called uncle. Ling Qiang, who thought he heard it wrong in his ear, let his fiancé call his uncle, and he was a patient who ran out of a perverted hospital. But she didn't dare to show dissatisfaction, so she changed her name. Uncle Jane, it is agreed in the agreement that after Grandpa Jane's death, if one party wants to divorce, the other party can't be entangled, which is very good. I have no problem with other conditions, but there is a problem. Across the desk, Jian Yuzhou looked at his little fiancé unscrupulously, with a faint expression. What's the problem? I didn't say how the child was divided. Jian Yuzhou was a little surprised. Obviously, children were never within his scope of consideration and would not have children. Ling Qiao was clear and secretly happy in his heart. Then he wanted to add one and sleep in separate rooms. Jian Yuzhou suddenly changed his joking expression and said in a playful tone, "It's always useful to spend so much money to marry you." Ling Qiao guessed what he was thinking from his expression. Secretly scolded the old pervert, and then scolded the old scumbag, and rudely said, "Wearing a condom is not 100% safe. I won't take medicine for you, or you will go for ligation surgery." As soon as this was said, the expression on Jian Yuzhou's face was inexhaustible, as if it was covered by gloomy clouds. Ling Qiao swallowed his saliva without backbone. I'm getting weaker and weaker. If you force me to take medicine or something else, I will sue Grandpa Jane. He complained to the eldest sister, causing the old man to hold on what he didn't let go of. He didn't settle the score with her, but he dared to file a complaint. Jian Yuzhou said indifferently that the blood of the Jian family must remain in the Jian family. The gaze staring at Ling Qiao was as sharp and cold as an ice cone. Ling Qiao keenly caught his gradually angry emotions, but when it comes to issues of principle, he must not retreat. Whoever files for divorce, the child will belong to the other party, unless the other party voluntarily gives up. Jian Yuzhou snorted coldly. Do you think you and Li Nanfeng are qualified to raise my Jian family's seed? Ling Qiao had the courage to meet his eyes. I'm not qualified to raise the young master of your Jian family, but I'm qualified to raise my own baby. If you don't agree, I will refuse to sign this prenuptial agreement, or let Grandpa Jian judge. Knowing that Grandpa Jane would disgust him if he moved out, he couldn't stand it. Anyway, she was ready for a long-term offensive and defensive battle, and she didn't care whether he was angry once or twice. Needles can be heard in the president's office. Jian Yuzhou thought for several minutes. Finally, he nodded with anger. Don't forget to add a tyrant clause to disgust her. After marriage, you should feed the dogs at home by yourself, and you can't make any mistakes. Chapter 3 Honeymoon Trip. When preparing for the wedding, Ling Qiao had already seen Jian Yuzhou's dog. But I didn't expect that in the big and small part of life on the honeymoon trip, he can make you doubt life. She wanted to go to Saipan with her other half to see the sea, to Hokkaido to see the snow, to the North and South Poles to see the light, to think about thousands of romantic scenes, to think about countless unexpected surprises, but she never thought that she would come to an unknown primitive tribe in Africa to live in a wooden hut. The walls made of dark brown wood are leaking everywhere, and there is no window. The area is less than 5 square meters, and it's crowded for 2 people to stand. For the first time, she felt that the 4 walls of the family and disciples did not seem to be so miserable. At least, they have a creaking shabby bed. And they, a large tile jar with a missing mouth and 2 old wooden bowls, are all the furnishings in the house. Living here, she can touch each other with half a turn, which is the only romance she can think of. It must be Jian Yuzhou who is teasing her. Ling Qiao didn't believe that this would be his carefully selected, romantic holy place. She asked tentatively, the mysterious tribe luxury suite you mentioned should not be here, right? If he dares to say yes, she will turn her head and leave. She accompanied him across the sea for more than 10 days. She stayed on the plane for 7 or 8 days alone. In the end, she was exiled to Africa to live in a small shabby shed. If it was true, she swore that he, Jian Yuzhou, was her lifelong enemy. Jian Yuzhou leaned on the trunk on the left side of the door of the wooden house, and looked at his little wife, who was unwilling to accept reality with a smile. Do you think it's not luxurious enough? Ling Qiao's eyes were wide open and he was angry. Jian Yuzhou, is it interesting to deliberately play tricks on others? Jian Yuzhou said coldly, I don't have that leisure. Ling Qiao pointed to the wooden house and said with determination, I don't believe you will live in such a place. Jian Yuzhou sneered coldly, then you may not be suitable to be the daughter-in-law of the Jian family. After walking for more than 10 hours, her feet hurt so much that she didn't dare to touch the ground. She just wanted to take a shower and have a good sleep. Why is it so difficult? Ling Qian was so angry that Tian Ling was in pain. He suppressed his anger and roared, Jie's daughter-in-law is going to go to such a place where birds don't poop and suffer such a crime. I'm on a honeymoon trip with my husband, and I'm not exiled for 3,000 miles. It's not just 3,000 miles, but also more than 30,000 miles. Jian Yuzhou picked up his gift box and walked to the door of the wooden house. Before stepping into the threshold, he stopped and turned his head to look at Ling Qiao in an extremely indifferent and alienated way, with undisguised disdain and disgust in his eyes. He said slowly, Jie's daughter-in-law doesn't need it, but I, Jian Yuzhou's wife, can't avoid this. After saying that, he bent down and got into the door. Ling Qiao's heart was gagged, and the words of criticism and complaints were stuck in her throat and could not be said. At that moment just now, she read something called solemn and serious from Jian Yuzhou's eyes. Isn't it just suffering? He can eat, and so can she. Jian Yuzhou took out the sheets from the suitcase and shook them off. He lay on the ground and was quickly snatched away by Ling Qiao, who had just come in. She gave him a blank look in disgust. As for you, the prince who is not touched by the spring water of the sun, is willing to learn from others to experience life. Jian Yuzhou raised his eyebrows. Can you? Ling Qiao didn't bother to pay attention to him, stuffed the sheets back into the suitcase, and then dragged his suitcase into the house. She was so tired that she sat on the lid of the gift box. I'll take a rest first and let you open your eyes later. After a long trek, the soles of the feet were indeed rubbed with blisters. After a slight touch, the whole foot felt a dense needle-piercing sensation. She hasn't walked so many ways since she was a child. From 5 a.m. to 4 p.m. Ling Qiao grinned in pain and looked up at Jian Yuzhou, who looked at her condescendingly. Is there a band-aid? Jian Yuzhou accurately turned out the medicine bag from the suitcase. What are you doing? Ling Qiao was suddenly grabbed by his ankle. He was a little at a loss and pulled back hard. Jian Yuzhou whispered, don't move. The hand holding the ankle is big, as hard as iron tongs. Ling Qiao honestly let him take his ankles and look at his face and hands as he buried his head to treat blisters. Her husband is a top handsome man. Function is handsome. Wearing clothes makes you look thin, and taking off clothes makes you look fleshy. The kind of male charm is full of strength, beauty and a sense of security. Just as he was looking up, there was a heart-rending tingling in his feet, and then he heard him mocking with jokes. Isn't it good? Applying iodoform on the broken blisters is also too painful. Ling Qiao is in pain. I had to gasp, and my mouth was crooked, but I didn't forget to play with my mouth. It's good looking, but it's a pity that I can't look good for a few years, after all, age is there. After saying that, she regretted it. Because it hurts more when rubbing iodoform. Chapter 4 Good Temper. After dealing with the blisters, Jian Yuzhou walked to the corner and sat down against the wall. Stretch one leg leisurely, bend the other leg casually, and close your eyes to relax. Ling Qiao was indignant. Look, he seemed to be asleep, gritted his teeth at him, and slapped his face through the air. The helicopter didn't arrive until 2 months later. The landing site was still more than 10 hours away from here. There was no signal and no electricity. Only half a pack of beef jerky, 9 packs of pickled vegetables and 6 packs of shredded kelp were left for dry food, and the remaining drinking water could be finished in 3 mouthfuls. The situation is so serious, how can he still sleep? Sure enough, he is a prince who doesn't eat fireworks in the world. She held her cheek and looked desperately at the tree he had just leaned against through the doorway. I'm crazily searching for documentary clips about survival in the wild in my mind. It's sad. Digging out the memory can only think of the exciting picture of survival experts eating grass-rooted wild vegetables, chewing raw scorpion and earthworms, and drinking their own urine without changing their faces. The beautiful plot, full of hope and sunshine, has not been scraped out at all. She was so scared that she was shocked. Quickly take out the tourist brochure issued by the tour guide before entering the forest from the bag. Take out 12 points of seriousness and read devoutly. Fortunately, the indigenous tribes that receive them will share food once every morning so as not to starve to death. But it's only one meal. The rest of the content is to warn tourists not to have too much contact with the indigenous people, so as not to cause irreparable major losses. A few words of major loss are blackened and bolded and marked with red font. The reverse case lists 8 pages of paper. Everyone's end is extremely tragic. Take for example an enthusiastic and unrestrained Western young lady, the living indigenous little brother, threw a charming look and was forcibly stuffed back to the tribe by a string of beast teeth bracelets, and never came out again. For example, a big brother sneaked into the indigenous tribe in the dead of night, and then his body hung at the gate of the tribe for more than half a year. And so on, there are countless. Ling Qiao was so scared that his face turned pale. Once again, he waved his fists a few times across the air, and then kicked the soles of his feet fiercely. Jian Yuzhou opened his eyes lazily. Is the plan ready? Ling Qiao looked melly and looked unlovable. He dratted water first. Jian Yuzhou did not raise any objections. He threw the wooden bowl into the tile jar, picked it up and stuffed it into her arms. Ling Qiao followed him out of the room with a tile jar in his arms. When he saw him strode away, he shouted, "We're both gone." What about saluting? There is no lock or plug on the door. Jian Yuzhou didn't stop, and no one would want it. 200 meters away is the gate of the indigenous tribe. After waiting for a while at the gate built by wood and beast bones, Mivafina, the girl who led them through the dense forest, rushed out. Before entering the forest, the tour guide said that you can find Mivafina if you encounter any difficulties. Although Miwafina doesn't know Chinese, English or French, she can fully understand the needs of tourists. The most important thing is that Mivafina is the daughter of the chief. Great momentum. Miwafina, who is 12 or 3 years old, has dark and healthy skin and a brown animal skin miniskirt on her lower body. Seeing Ling Qiao with a big smile, she is particularly sincere. Ling Qiao patted the tile jar and did another action of drinking water. Miwafina nodded, turned around and ran back to the tribe, and ran out quickly. When he came out, he had an oversized water tile on his head. Arrived at the mountain rai for water, Jian Yu's boat took the tile jar from Ling Qiao's arms. Without Miwafina's demonstration, he brushed the bowl, brushed the tile jar, and gathered water. He was so skillful that he didn't look like a novice at all. He circled the jar full of water in his arms with one hand and stuffed the wooden bowl to Ling Qiao. Ling Qiao took the bowl and happily scooped half a bowl of water from the stream. As soon as I drank it, my eyes lit up. Then he scooped up half of the bowl with another bowl, stood up and brought it to him, which was cold and sweet. Jian Yuzhou drank a lot of water, and his cheeks and neck were covered with a thin layer of sweat. Ling Qiao stared at his rolling throat and swallowed. In line with the principle of not running in vain, both bowls were filled with water by Ling Qiao, and held one in one hand. But she underestimated the ruggedness of the dense forest mountain road. When we arrived at the wooden house, the 2 bowls of water poured together were less than 1/3 of the bowl. On the other hand, the tile jar held by Jian Yuzhou was full of water to the edge of the jar. At first glance, it would spill out when it was shaken, but not a drop shook out. Ling Qiao admired it very much and praised it bitterly. "Uncle Jane, you are quite awesome." Jian Yuzhou didn't care about her. He put down the tile jar and turned out of the wooden house. Ling Qiao shrugged his mouth and didn't care about where he went. His left and right documents were in the suitcase, and he was not afraid of being left by him. Jian Yuzhou went to solve the physiological problem. When he came back, he leaned on the door frame and stared at her. She first rummaged through her suitcase, and then pulled his suitcase. She took out his towel from the toiletry bag several times, and finally put it back and picked up one of his blue cotton shirts. Looking at the shirt handed to him, Jian Yuzhou was puzzled. Ling Qiao said naturally, "I want to wipe the floor. How can I wipe it without a rag?" Jian Yuzhou took the shirt and tore it into 5 or 6 pieces 3 or 2 times. Ling Qiao suddenly remembered what he looked like when he tore her clothes in the office that day. "I don't know why, it looked very scary at that time, but now I feel a little nostalgic in retrospect." The ground under the eaves is a wooden platform. Ling Qiao asked Jian Yuzhou to move the tile jar out. The suitcase was also moved out. Then she used a wooden bowl to scoop water from the tile jar and wet the rag to wipe the floor. The ground is clean. The tile jar is also empty. The water-draining mountain line was only 500 or 600 meters away from the wooden house. Jian Yuzhou came back to get water and saw her sitting cross-legged under the eaves, lying on the trunk lid and sleeping soundly. He took out his slippers and put them on, leaning on the door frame, and fell asleep. When I woke up, the sky was full of stars. The moonlight falls on the forest and the eaves, and the sky and the earth are bright. The noisy sound of tropical insects comes and goes with the wind, ups and downs, endlessly in the ear. In such a place, there is a kind of emptiness and strangeness that makes people feel cold, and there is also a kind of tranquility and peace that is isolated from the world. The scrubbed floor has dried, exuding the fragrance of original wood. Jian Yuzhou's eyes fell crookedly next to the suitcase, his lips slightly open, and his sleeping little wife's face was sweet. He unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. She is not without advantages, at least she has a good temper. It's also delicious. Chapter 5. Take 2 packs of pickled vegetables. The scorching sunlight passed through the holes in the wooden wall and unbiasedly fell on Ling Qiao's slightly baby-fat face, disturbing a good dream. She grumbled and stretched out her palm to cover it, and woke up completely after a few minutes. The first reaction when I woke up was that the bed was so hard. When he turned his head, he was sleeping on the hard floor, with only a thin layer of sheets under him, and he didn't even have a pillow. She pressed her sore neck and asked casually, "What time is it?" Jian Yuzhou stretched out his legs and sat near the door, leaning against the wall with his back and reading a book. Hearing Ling Qiao ask him, he raised his eyelids and looked over. The little wife, who had just woken up, was not energetic enough, and the laziness of a kitten was all over her body. She stood up and sat with one hand, and gently hit her shoulder and head with the other hand. She looked at him with foggy eyes, with dazed and at a loss. The full lips are illuminated by the sun, emitting a moist and tender luster, which makes people especially want to pounce on it and take 2 bites. Jian Yuzhou's eyes unconsciously deepened a little. 9:10. Ling Qiao said, "Oh," remembering that she seemed to be taking a nap on the suitcase. "Did you bring me in yesterday?" Jian Yuzhou's eyes have fallen on the page again. She didn't answer her question. Ling Qiao realized that he was not interested and looked at the narrow space again. Coming in through the door, the slightly spacious left side is covered with sheets. The remaining aisle of less than 1 meter opposite the doorway is filled with 2 suitcases and some debris. The tile jars and wooden bowls of water, as well as the shoes worn, are left under the eaves outside the door. After beating the chaotic head a few times, Ling Qiao began to pay attention to her growling stomach and remembered that she didn't have dinner yesterday. She climbed to the side of the suitcase, took out the toiletry bag and slippers, and put the slippers outside the threshold. Put on shoes and brush your teeth. After washing up, after finishing the basic skincare, he put a wooden bowl on it. He deliberately didn't call Jiang Yuzhou and went to the door of the indigenous tribe to get breakfast alone. More than 10 minutes later, he came back with a wooden bowl in his arms. Jiang Yuzhou is sitting on the wooden platform under the eaves, eating leisurely. Beef jerky with mountain spring water. Ling Qiao walked over 3 steps and 2 steps quickly, stood in front of him, and asked angrily, "Do you know that there is a time limit for breakfast?" Jiang Yuzhou slowly swallowed the food in his mouth. "I don't know. I don't know why you don't come with me and eat dried meat here. I'm hungry." Jiang Yuzhou paused and glanced at her meaningfully. "I thought you would take it for me." Ling Qiao looked at the water bowl on his left with a guilty heart, and the volume turned down. "You, a big man, pointed to serve others without blushing. You are my wife. You are still my husband." Ling Qiao fights back mercilessly and hates his behavior of not waiting for his wife to come home and eating first. Seeing that he twisted another piece of beef, she quickly stepped onto the wooden platform, took a bag of pickled vegetables from the room, scooped up half a bowl of water, sat next to him, snatched the beef jerky bag and opened it. There are only more than a dozen pieces of beef jerky left, which is not enough for 2 people to have a meal. Ling Qiao's eyebrows suddenly turned up, and his eyes were a little sour. "Uncle Jane, let's change the place. It is not expected to return to the city, and at least wait until the helicopter will pick it up in 2 months." Jiang Yuzhou looked down at her pitiful gaze. "Where do you want to go?" Ling Qiao thought for a while and said, "A place where you can have a full meal." Jiang Yuzhou thought that she would shout home, but she didn't expect that she was just afraid of hunger, and her heart couldn't help softening. Ling Qiao tore open the packaging bag of squeezed vegetables, ate a grain of beef jerky, and took a piece of squeezed vegetables, full of worries about the next days. Neither of them spoke. Drink water, eat dried meat and nibble on vegetables in silence. After a while, Jiang Yuzhou broke the deadlock and gave me 2 bags of your pickled vegetables. As soon as he said this, Ling Qiao immediately transformed into a small wildcat to protect food, holding tightly the pickled vegetables that he was eating but couldn't bear to eat. Staring at him vigilantly, "You don't eat. Why do you want my pickled vegetables?" There were only 9 bags of 30 packs of pickled vegetables, and only 6 bags of 20 packs of shredded ked. She also pointed to these 9 packs of pickled vegetables and 6 bags of shredded ked for the remaining 2 months. Each pack was very precious. She will fight desperately with whoever wants to rob her pickled vegetables and her kelp shreds. 2 bags of junk food seemed to kill her. Jiang Yuzhou glanced at her in disgust and took them obediently if he didn't want to be hungry. Ling Qiao blinked, and the light flashed. "Do you want to exchange something with pickled cabbage and miwa fina?" On the road yesterday at noon, the little girl stared at the juice in her hand and swallowed wildly. She let her taste a bite and shook her head. Jiang Yuzhou didn't say yes or no. Ling Qiao changed his mind. "Don't squeeze all the vegetables, and take a bag of shredded kelp." Chapter 6, Seeing a Little Hope. When walking from the tribe to the wooden house, Ling Qiao smiled and squinted. "If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known that a 2-yo pack of pickled cabbage and shredded kelp was so valuable. A pack of juiced vegetables and a pack of shredded kelp, in exchange for an oversized water tile jar, a stone knife and 2 furry wolf skins. Although there is only the right to use it, it will still be returned at that time, and it will still make a huge profit." Originally, she wanted Mivafina to take them to find food, catch a rabbit, pick some wild vegetables and so on, but unfortunately, she danced and compared for a long time and Miwafina didn't understand. Back to the wooden house. Jiang Yuzhou cut the wooden stick with a stone knife. Ling Qiao couldn't help asking, "Why don't you buy a knife in the city?" After a day and a half of rest in the urban area, there is enough time to prepare supplies. Even if it is a wilderness survival, it would not have to be so shabby. But he only bought the necessary medicines and didn't consider other aspects at all. Jiang Yuzhou didn't even think about it. He didn't need it. Ling Qiao twitched the corners of his mouth and felt that he could not communicate with him. He sat aside depressed and watched him work. He saw that he shaved one end of the wooden stick a few times, touched it with his thumb, shaved it a few more times, and touched it again, and the sharp cone he cut out became sharper and sharper. The second wooden stick was almost cut. Jiang Yuzhou ordered, "Go get the water tank." As soon as he heard that he was going out, Ling Qiao was full of energy and quickly ran down the eaves to hold the new big tile jar. "It took me 4 attempts to stand up firmly." Closing the tail of the wooden stick, Jiang Yuzhou looked up and saw her like a crab, walking outside, trembling. It seems that he is not holding a tile jar, but a 200-pound fat man. The short distance of 7 or 8 meters is comparable to the long march of thousands of miles. Ling Qiao felt that he could not walk and looked at Jiang Yuzhou for help without any burden in his heart. With a bitter face and a long ending, Uncle Jane. Her appearance is extremely confusing. At the age of 21, she looks similar to a high school student in the 16th and 17th year. When her big watery eyes stare at people, she looks particularly innocent and simple, which is easy to arouse people's desire for protection. Jiang Yuzhou looked at her carefully for a few seconds. Walking over and grabbing the mouth of the tile jar, it was as easy as not mentioning. The tourist handbook mentions that in the lower reaches of the mountain stream, the terrain is flat 4 or 5 kilometers away from the place where the water is drained, and there are fish in the wide shallow water bay formed. They found the right place smoothly, and each of them took a wooden stick and put the square fish. There are a lot of fish in the water, passing by in groups, and occasionally 1 or 2 stupid ones will bump into the feet. Jiang Yuzhou was quick and accurate. When Ling Qiao was still choosing which one to tie, he had already dropped 6 or 7 pieces into the tile jar. In less than half an hour, I caught a full jar of tiles. He took the fish to the shore, squatted down and killed the fish with a stone knife. Ling Qiao is both envious and jealous. Holding her breath in her heart, she secretly vowed to catch one, no matter what. In addition, she really didn't dare to go there to watch the process of the fish being gutted, so she was still soaked in the water until Jiang Yuzhou finished the tile fish. Jiang Yuzhou didn't call her and asked her to toss there. Ling Qiao was anxious and angry. After soaking for more than an hour, the skin was almost rotten, so I waited for him to shout and let her follow a step, but he didn't shout, really a dog. After a while, green smoke floated on the shore. Finally, a step took her out of the sea of suffering. Ling Qiao rushed ashore excitedly with a wooden stick in her arms and pounced on the wood that was slowly smoking. I always thought it would take hours to drill wood to make fire, but I didn't expect smoke to come out so soon. She looked at the man with a dedicated face with admiration, and her heart was full of pride and appreciation. Sincerely praised, Uncle Jane, you are so awesome. To make a fire, Jiang Yuzhou sat in the shade of the tree next to him to rest, and directed Ling Qiao to roast fish. In the bright sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Qiao was full of energy. According to his instructions, he skewered the fish with a wooden stick and roasted it on a simple stove stacked with cobblestones. He was happy to add firewood to the stove, looking forward to turning the fish over. The air is full of the sound of burning branches and the smell of food from the fish. She baked 3 at a time. Jiang Yuzhou has 2, and she has 1. Each piece is baked until the skin is crispy and fragrant. It looks delicious. She handed the biggest one to Jiang Yuzhou, sat on his left side with her knees crossed, and couldn't wait to tear off one piece and put it in her mouth to chew it carefully. The grilled fish without any seasoning tastes so-so, but it feels delicious in the mouth. It's not enough to eat with your hands, and finally, you just chew it in your mouth. After a full meal, go back to the residence with the trot. On the way, looking at Jiang Yuzhou, who easily carried the whole tank of fish, Ling Qiao raised a bright smile on his face and said from the bottom of his heart, Uncle Jane, you have made me see a little hope again. Jiang Yuzhou is in a good mood, isn't he? Ling Qiao nodded. With you, I'm not afraid of being hungry. As she walked, she generously added that if you want to change anything, you can take the pickled vegetables and shredded kelp by yourself. Now, she fully trusts her husband. Chapter 7, Many Imaginations. Ling Qiao fully trusts her husband. However, her husband deeply hurt her trust. In order to receive breakfast on time, she got up early in the morning and got up before 8 o'clock, but someone got up earlier than her, so she sadly found that there was only 1 pack of pickled vegetables left and a pack of shredded kelp left. Without thinking about it, I knew that I was taken by someone to barter. Looking at the bottles and cans piled up on the eaves jars and baskets, she couldn't lift the ecstatic excitement. She only saw the overwhelmingness of the bond of trust and the desolate cruelty of wilderness life. Ling Qiao took the only remaining squeezed vegetables and shredded kelp, stared at the culprit angrily, and said sternly, Jiang Yuzhou, if you don't explain it to me clearly, we won't be finished. Jiang Yuzhou is leading the rattan from one tree to another, and the 2 ends are tied to the trunk as a clothesline. He tied a knot and pulled the rattan. Feeling strong enough, he turned to look at the little wife whose little face was burned red by anger. You said let me take it myself. Ling Qiao was so angry that I let you take it, not let you take it all. How can you let me live? Jiang Yuzhou raised his eyebrows, didn't he leave you 2 bags? Ling Qiao is desperate. Staring at him for a few seconds, she turned her head into the room angrily, hid the last 2 packs of life-saving straw under the sheets in the corner of the wall, and then pressed her pajamas on it. When she finished brushing her teeth, washing her face, packed herself up, and took out half a pack of squeezed vegetables that she didn't finish yesterday. Jiang Yuzhou had pulled out all the clotheslines and sat on the wooden platform to cut a spoon with a stone knife. There are their rice bowls beside them. The hot air and a faint smell of meat came out of the wooden bowl. Ling Qiao's anger subsided a little, and he was still a little moved. She thought she got up early enough, but she still missed breakfast. He didn't remember her yesterday's revenge and helped her cook. It's this meal. Pick up the bowl that belongs to her. I smelled it and almost spit it out. It's a black ball. It's ugly, and it also has an indescribable fishy smell, a bit like stinky eel with water and rotten raw meat. Ling Qiao frowned. What is it? Meat sauce boiled in wild vegetable juice. Jian Yuzhou put aside the carved wooden spoon and then carved a handful. Ling Qiao put the bowl back in place in disgust. Is there anything else? Jian Yuzhou raised his chin towards the small tile jar 2 meters away. Ling Qiao ran over and looked into the tile jar. Suddenly, the eggplant, which was like frost, shrugged his head and withered. Inside is half a can of bright red and bloody raw meat. She looked at the tile jar, the clothesline, and the 2 bowls of paste in despair, as if the whole forest, only the man who is focused on carving wooden spoons at this moment is the only dawn that can be touched. Everything around was dark, and only his back gave off a faint light. Ling Qiao squatted down near the dawn and turned his head. The big eyes narrowed into a curved shape and looked at him flatteringly. Uncle Jane, let's roast fish on fire. This wild vegetable sauce is so scary that it may make your stomach upset if you eat it. Jian Yuzhou refused with an expressionless face and did not roast. Ling Qiao glanced at the bowl and his eyebrows jumped. Let's roast it. Let's eat grilled fish. Don't eat meat sauce. This thing smells bad. It's not cost-effective to eat bad stomachs. There is no hospital. Or you can teach me how to make a fire, and I'll roast it for you to eat, okay, Uncle Jane? She was surrounded like a small tit and chirped reluctantly. Jian Yuzhou was so annoyed that he looked up and wanted to eat grilled fish. Ling Qiao nodded crazily like a chicken pecking rice and thought. Jian Yuzhou took the opportunity to put forward conditions and washed the dirty clothes. Huh! Ling Qiao was stunned for a few seconds before he realized. He quickly promised that I would wash after dinner and make sure to wash clean. And socks. Wash white. After a day yesterday, Ling Qiao automatically put a beautification filter on her eyes. She looked at her husband as if he was looking at mouth-watering food. She was particularly tolerant of him, and even kindly asked more questions. Do you want to wash your underwear? It seemed that she didn't expect her to be so invisible. Jian Yuzhou paused slightly, and immediately lowered his head to continue to carve the wooden spoon. His tone was slightly stiff and said, no. Soon, the firewood piled in a triangular pile started to burn. But I didn't eat the grilled fish, but the meat I brought back from the tribe in the morning. The barbecue is very delicious. It may be wild beef, wild donkey, or some other meat. In short, the meat is firm and juicy, and the taste is very good. It was sprinkled with coarse salt and ground wild pepper, and squeezed sour wild juice. Wild juice is a bit like bitter lemon juice. The slight bitter taste adds a sense of layering to the barbecue. Instead of lowering the taste of the food, it becomes the finishing touch. The coarse salt and pepper were exchanged for the fish caught yesterday. Wild fruits are picked from the trees behind the wooden house. No bragging, this is the most delicious barbecue Ling Qiao has ever eaten. Uncle Jane, let's catch fish after washing clothes and change more salt and pepper. Jian Yuzhou looked at his little wife with bulging cheeks and thought of her foolishness that had been soaking in the water for more than 2 hours. Suddenly, he wanted to see what her expression would be when she successfully caught the fish. It must be more stupid and naive. Clean up the house first. Ling Qiao looked at more than a dozen tile jars under the eaves and a pile of big and small baskets, and expressed his great agreement. Then clean up the house and go to set up a toilet, take a shower, and put tools, dry firewood and so on. Don't be afraid of running out of firewood in the rain, and you can also cook in it. By the way, Uncle Jane, can you make bacon? It's not a matter of eating barbecue every day. Turn around, dig some wild vegetables, pick some delicious fruits, but I don't know wild vegetables or wild fruits. If only I could catch a pheasant. You can boil chicken soup, and you have to add wild mushrooms to the chicken soup. The forest is so big, there should be mushrooms, right? Do you recognize mushrooms? I heard that 9 out of 10 brightly colored ones are a little poisonous. Jian Yuzhou listened to her nagging while thinking about the feasibility of her many imaginations, and unconsciously finished a meal. Chapter 8 Uncle Jane, I have a stomachache. After breakfast, Jian Yuzhou asked Ling Qiao to take off her shoes and socks to check the blisters on her feet. Well, recovery, no symptoms of inflammation. So I gave her the great responsibility of washing and brushing with peace of mind. For most of the day, Ling Qiao was washing. After washing his own clothes, he washed Jian Yuzhou's. After washing clothes, brush the tile jar, brush the wooden basin, brush the rattan basket. 7 or 8 pieces of animal skins such as fox skin, wolf skin and bear skin were washed. I have to say that the indigenous friends are really generous and simple. If it weren't for her own experience, she wouldn't believe these valuable furs. They were only exchanged for a few packs of pickled vegetables and shredded kelp. Come down one day. My hands are covered with wrinkles soaked in cold water, which is far from the word delicate, but when I think that I can have dry and soft fur to make a bed and a cushion in 2 days, I feel that it is worth it for my fingers. What's more, she is not the only one who is working hard. Compared with her, Jian Yuzhou seemed to be more tired. He made more than a dozen tile jars and cut down a pile of trees. It was also his job to make a fire and cook rice. Well, I also squeezed half a bowl of wild fruit juice for her by hand. Although the production process is a little disgusting, the taste is not bad, refreshing, sweet and sour. It is said that it is not tiring for men and women to work together, and she has experienced it herself. Don't say, it's really interesting. Especially lying on the special floor bed at night, listening to the sound of breathing in her ear that does not belong to her, recalling the details of the day, the sweet feeling can't help pouring from the heart to the forehead. It's a pity that it's not sweet for a while, and it's overjoyed and sad. There were bursts of colic in her lower abdomen. She pushed the arm of the person beside her, Uncle Jane. Jian Yuzhou had just fallen asleep and had not yet fallen into a deep sleep. He woke up as soon as he touched it. He thought that Ling Qiao was too excited to sleep. Like a parent drinking his child, he coldly ordered him to sleep. Uncle Jane, my period seems to be coming, and my stomach hurts. Capturing the trill in her voice, Jian Yuzhou accurately touched the flashlight and glasses, turned over and sat up. Put on your glasses and turn on the flashlight. The little wife's forehead has been sweating coldly. She curled up like a wounded kitten, and her lips trembled slightly, which was extremely uncomfortable. Let me have a look, Jian Yuzhou said and took off her pajamas. Ling Qiao hurriedly held his wrist. I looked at it myself. You helped me take out the sanitary napkin. Jian Yuzhou handed her a flashlight and opened her suitcase with the halo. Ling Qiao took a flashlight, turned around, faced the wall, quickly opened his pants and glanced inside. After watching it, he quickly turned around and came back. She put the flashlight next to her head and looked at Jian Yuzhou with a sanitary napkin with a little embarrassment. She didn't come. After saying that, I couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. Then he hugged his stomach with both hands, bowed his body, and his knees were almost against his chest. Jian Yuzhou frowned tightly. Why did it hurt so much when he didn't come? Describe the specific part of the pain. What kind of pain? Let me touch it. Ling Qiao shrank back and dodged his hand. It's the normal pain of the physiological period, the lower abdomen. It doesn't come now, and it will come tomorrow at the latest. I have experience. Looking at her determined face, Jian Yuzhou chose to believe her for the time being. Did he bring medicine? Ling Qiao shook his head and didn't bring it. It usually doesn't hurt much, but it's a little painful the next day. Maybe I've soaked too much cold water these days. It's okay. I can bear it. Jian Yuzhou hummed, lifted the sheets, and tore out the wolf skin he was sleeping with. Then he put one hand in his arms and took her away from the ground, and lifted the sheets under her body. Ling Qiao sat around his neck and watched him silently put 2 wolf skins on the side of her sleep. Although it is operated with one hand, the movement is not chaotic at all. When I lay down, I brazenly pulled his hand. Uncle Jane, please help me boil a bowl of water. Jian Yuzhou put her away, pulled Xiaoliang over the quilt to wrap her, put on his clothes and went out to boil water. As soon as the door closed, Ling Qiao's shoulders loosened. He grabbed the quilt and moaned in a low voice. While hissing and gasping, he scolded himself as a fool in his heart. Knowing that it has been a few days, I don't know that I will die in the water. Before the boiling water was boiled, she noticed the abnormality of her lower body. Boiling water is a big project. First, drill the wood to make a fire, and then put the tile jar on the stone stove to burn. The heat conduction of the tile jar is slow, and the stone stove is not sealed, which makes the originally simple thing become extremely slow. Add firewood. Jian Yuzhou originally wanted to go into the room to have a look. As soon as I walked out of the eaves, I heard intermittent, depressing and funny movements in the room. I was so blinded. You deserve it. Hiss. Forget it if it hurts to death. Hiss. He couldn't say what he felt like in his heart. In short, he didn't feel very good. He even lost the courage to push the door, and he didn't dare to face the painful expression of the man in the room. After the water boiled, Jian Yuzhou entered the room with a bowl of water and saw the black garbage bags in the corner behind the door. Looking at her embarrassed face, she finally believed that the reason for the stomachache was due to the physiological period. He was secretly relieved. I thought, fortunately, it's not another problem. Ling Qiao leaned his head against the wall and sipped hot water, and his stomach suddenly heated up. She looked at Jian Yuzhou, who was adjusting the orientation of the hot water bag, in surprise. Where did she come from? It was found from the pile of things that were exchanged. It turns out that they also use hot water bags. Cowhide water bag, the mouth of the bag is slightly watery. I wrapped it with a towel. Please be careful not to press it. Drink hot water and put on a hot water bag, and the whole world will be better. Although it still hurts, it won't hurt to the spasm. Ling Qiao didn't forget someone Hua. Hua herself took the opportunity to shout that her waist was sore and her legs hurt, and she pitifully begged Uncle Jane to help her rub her legs. Jian Yuzhou carried the garbage bag out of the door, turned back to the room and sat down. He put her legs on his thighs and began to pinch his legs. Someone is serving. The pain in the stomach is also relieved little by little. It's so comfortable. After a while, Ling Qiao couldn't resist the attack of sleepiness and fell asleep with the quilt in his arms. Chapter 9 Other, I will also accompany you. The dysmenorrhea came threateningly and lasted for nearly 2 days. In the past 2 days, Jiang Yuzhou was busy with massage, boiling water, laundry and cooking, and even pheasant soup was arranged. For the first time in half a month of marriage, Ling Qiao felt the meticulousness and thoughtfulness from her husband for the first time. Her heart was sweet, as if she had fallen into a honey jar and couldn't close her mouth, and even disliked that 2 days were too short. Not only that, the day after the end of the menstrual period, her husband also built the toilet she longed for. Although it is not spacious and clean enough, it is easy to use. What primitive, simple, can't be flushed, and bad smell is not very important in the current environment. It is already very happy to be able to block the wind on all sides and avoid the embarrassment of exposure in the wild. But the closer you get to your husband, the more curious you are about him. For example, why don't you get married at the age of 32? Why are there so many scars on the body, and even a gunai? Why did you choose to come here? Why do you know so many means of survival in the wild? Why did she lie beside him but didn't throw her down? She was embarrassed to ask the last one, so she asked the safest and least offensive one. There are so many beautiful and romantic places in the world. Why did you choose this place? Ling Qiao is like an obedient boy. The student sat on the wooden pier holding a big bowl of hot wild vegetable and bird egg soup, blinking his big eyes full of thirst for knowledge. Do you like to be abused and suffer? The relationship between the two is no longer as rust as it was a few days ago. Jiang Yuzhou did not sting to tell her the questions she could answer. A good friend of mine should be called a good brother more accurately. He told me that if I meet a girl, I must live an isolated life with her in the primeval forest of Africa for 2 months, without disturbance from the outside world, away from the prosperity of the world of flowers, only each other. There was a narrow smile in the air. So you were fooled by the good brother. Uncle Jane, you are so simple. I don't know what came to my mind. Jiang Yuzhou's expression gradually became solemn. I came for him. Ling Qiao. Still hard-mouthed. This is a shabby place, but no one with a serious mental illness will think about it. Since she came here and lived in a 5-square-meter shabby hut, she hasn't regretted it for a day. If I had been tough at the beginning and asked the destination clearly, I wouldn't have been tricked into being a savage. In re-trick, it was bitter tears. If you don't believe him, he won't regret it. She continued to mock. Why doesn't he come by himself? He can't come. Why can't you come? He is dead. When it comes to death, Jiang Yuzhou is extremely calm, and his mood does not fluctuate like talking about the weather, but the air around him suddenly spreads with sadness, which solidifies the laughter between Ling Qiao's eyebrows. The self-reproach on her face is obvious. Uncle Jane, I didn't mean to touch your sadness. Maybe it was because of the atmosphere, or maybe it was because he missed the deceased. Jiang Yuzhou suddenly wanted to say a few more words. He said slowly, when you are the only one around you, and she is the only one around you, when the advantages and disadvantages are infinitely amplified, if you can still bear her, and she can also tolerate you, then she may be the right person. That's what he told me. In a closed environment, time is forced to be extended. Facing the same face and the same person day by day, if each other does not go crazy, but gets closer and closer, it means that it is appropriate and you will not get tired of looking at it for the rest of your life. While talking, Jiang Yuzhou looked straight into Ling Qiao's eyes. The two looked at each other and read deeper expectations and desires through each other's pupils. Until this moment, Ling Qiao finally understood that for Jiang Yuzhou, this was the romance he wanted to verify. For himself and for the deceased brother, verify a romance that abandons the world and leaves only you and me. In this romance, open your heart to accept, embrace, conquer and prove. It turned out that this was the reason why he suddenly changed his attitude and treated her meticulously. He is trying to accept her, embrace her, conquer her, try to fall in love with his wife, and try to make his wife accept him. Who said that they didn't love before marriage? Let's catch fish after dinner. I want to drink fish soup. Ling Qiao said suddenly. Facing her bright smile, Jiang Yuzhou's mood also cleared up, and he hummed softly. When he lowered his head to drink soup, her clear and cheerful voice came to his ear again. Uncle Jane, I will accompany you when you catch fish. Others, I will also accompany you. The last sentence was very low, like an inadvertent murmur, but Jiang Yuzhou heard the seriousness and solemnity in the words, and responded again, Chapter 10 Generation Gap with a 32-year-old man. At the end of the trip, someone in the tribe got married, and Ling Qiao and Jiang Yuzhou were invited to watch the ceremony. The weddings of primitive tribes are simple and simple. The newlyweds bowed to the chief and the beast of faith in the presence of their relatives and friends, danced hand in hand in warm cheers, and the tribal wedding scene in the documentary. Almost, until the bride took off her coat and raised the rattan whip with both hands, like a devout believer kneeling at the groom's feet. This situation and this scene will be intuitively perceived. Ling Qiao looked at the person next to her nervously. Uncle Jane held her hand tightly, and she could feel the comforting power from her husband. It was okay. Ling Qiao hummed. They have entered the formal process. The groom took the 3-finger-thick vine whip from the bride's hand, raised it high above his head, circled around the bride, and ran towards the crowd, shouting excitedly and expectantly like a beast hunting. The bride looked at her newlywed husband with a smile, and the whip fell on her back. Each whip leaves a shocking whip mark. The weight of the power, as if it was not his newly married wife, but the enemy who did not share the sky. Until the clean back flesh and blood are blurred, the bride's eyes there were tears in the inside, and the face gradually twisted. He still looked at the groom gently and admiringly, as if what the other party gave was not scars and pain, but love and promise. Ancient customs need to be respected, but treating women like this makes it difficult for Ling Qiao to agree. In particular, after the bride was scarred, the groom crossed the top of the bride's head, rode on her back, and was carried around by the bride, still waving a vine whip in his hand that caused pain and injustice. And the bride, and all the women in the tribe, did not show dissatisfaction or disgust. From the altar-like round platform, the bride carried the groom back to the new room. The structure and size of the house are the same as Ling Qiao's cabin. The guests did not disperse and stood outside the door shoulder to shoulder, and their faces were full of secret and excitement. Before long, the bride's heart-rending scream came from the room. More than 20 minutes later, the groom came out with a proud look. He nodded to the chief and the clan, muttering words that Ling Qiao couldn't understand. The bride did not come out again, and no one went in to check on her situation. The crowd gathered around the bonfire and began to distribute food and fruit wine. Ling Qiao was holding a wine bowl, and his mind was full of the bride's shocking back and hoarse howling. When he returned to the cabin, his face was still pale and he walked unsteadily. Chen Yuzhou put a bowl of hot water in her hand. She raised her eyelids and looked at him. Uncle Jane, they were so terrible. The eyes of the little wife were full of sadness. Chen Yuzhou touched her head and comforted, don't think too much. They haven't seen the prosperity outside, so they don't feel bitter. But they know the pain. Ling Qiao retorted. He immediately continued with some sadness. Did you hear her cry? She was crying out in pain, but everyone thought she was laughing. She has no human rights and no dignity. Her father doesn't care, her mother is numb, and her husband enjoys it. No one cares whether she is in pain or afraid. It shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't have been treated like this. She's a human being, she's a human being. Uncle Jane, she's a person. She said it to the end, her voice was choked, and the statement turned into a low roar. There are many things in the world, and suffering is more than laughter. Chen Yuzhou sighed secretly, took away the hot water bowl in her hand, and hugged her into his arms. When you grow up, you will understand the smallness of manpower. There are too many people in the world who suffer. They have not made any mistakes, but they have to suffer the most difficult learning, but this is life, the original face of the world. Good people will do wrong things, and bad people may also do good things. Injustice and unevenness are the way of the world. I feel sorry for her, but it is terrible for her to be rejected by her husband and treated as an alien by the clan. She grew up in such an environment and did not feel oppressed. Even if you take her out now and give her the most comfortable and rich life, she will not feel happy, but only panic and at a loss. Don't think too much. That's her life, her life. Others can have mercy, but they have no right to interfere. Ling Qiao said lostly, I know I can't change anything, but when I think that Mivafina will one day. My heart is blocked and heartbroken. After 2 months of getting along, she has long regarded Mivafina as a friend. Although they can't understand each other's language, they all like each other's smiles. We often go out to pick wild fruits and catch rabbits together, climb mountains to watch the stars together, walk dozens of miles together to soak in hot springs, and catch an adult deer together. We have done many beautiful things together that are worth recalling for a lifetime. Mivafina is not only her friend, but also her sister. Thinking that Mivafina would also scream in despair, she felt unspeakably uncomfortable. But as he said, she can't save today's bride, nor can she change Mivafina. In the end, she is just an insignificant tourist, a worthless passerby. Chen Yuzhou held her silently and let her slowly digest her negative emotions. Not so uncomfortable in his heart, Ling Qiao said sullenly, if it really can't be changed, then what are thousands of peace messengers running around for the liberation of women doing? They are doing what they think is right. If you agree with them, you can also join them. Ling Qiao shook his head. He was just a layman who indulged in pleasure and can't do great things. He continued to say in deep voice, donate money, set up a foundation, and sponsor those peace people who speak out for women. I'm willing to pay. Chen Yuzhou, how much money do you have? Hearing what he said, most of Ling Qiao's enthusiasm was extinguished in an instant. What I earned was not enough to invite my friends to dinner, and the money was all my father's. Chen Yuzhou rubbed her head again. Don't you still have me? Don't. Ling Qiao suddenly became stubborn and vowed that he wanted to do something and work hard to complete it by himself, so that he would have a sense of accomplishment. Career? Chen Yuzhou became interested. If he remembers correctly, she was the spoiled lady of the upstart family. Ang. Ling Qian is now full of energy, and a continuous stream of motivation is surging into his forehead. In the past, his work depended on his preferences. Now that he has a goal, I want to operate the foundation. Chen Yuzhou was surprised. Do you still have a job? Feeling that dignity was violated, Ling Qiao broke free from his arms. In your heart, I can only eat, drink, and play. Why can't I have a job? Jen Yuzhou, what kind of work? Thinking of all kinds of expressions when her friends heard her at work, Ling Qiao whispered, write a book. Jen Yuzhou is unforgiving, what kind of book? Ling Qiao, novel, BL. Jen Yuzhou, who was touched by the blind spot of knowledge, BL. Ling Qiao, just like the national idol Li Qingnan and the esports god Wu Yu. Who are Jen Yuzhou, Li Qingnan and Wu Yu? Ling Qiao. Who doesn't know Wu Yu, the esports god? Even if you don't know Wu Yu, you have to know Li, popular fried chicken, stupid handsome man, peerless divine face, Qingnan, right? Is this the generation gap with a 32-year-old man? It took 5 minutes to popularize the past and present life of popularization to him, and the more popularized the generation gap, the deeper it became. Weibo, short videos, moments, the president has heard of it, but he has never played it. It is a living money-making machine. Looking at him curiously, Ling Qiao lay down in the quilt depressedly. Pull the quilt to cover your head. What you can't see is pure. Looking at the small bulging ball in the quilt, Jiang Yuzhou's mind was full of, it's so fun, and the angry look is so cute. Ha 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 ha. A series of cheerful laughter broke out in the room. Chapter 11 Moving. The room is full of men's extremely happy and stretched smiles. When I think about it, it's rare for him to laugh so much. But why does it sound so? I owe you a beating. Don't laugh. She showed her head and stared at him with a warning. Don't laugh. Jiang Yuzhou reluctantly stopped laughing, but the smile in his eyebrows did not diminish. He rubbed her head, and he was still angry. Angry? Why don't you get angry? Why are you angry? Ling Qiao turned his head and hummed at the wall. After 2 seconds, he whispered quietly, unless you squeeze juice for me, sweet and sour. Jen Yuzhou is thinking about how to coax people. I immediately laughed and couldn't help rubbing her hairy head again. Okay? It is still pure handmade freshly squeezed wild juice. A cup of sweetness. A cup of sweet and sour. A cup of sour and slightly bitter is included. Ling Qiao loves to drink. The first time I drank the juice squeezed by hand, I was still a little uncomfortable. After 2 months, I have fully adapted to it, and it feels better than the one squeezed by the machine. She sat happily under the eaves and drank in turn. While drinking juice, I urged my husband to move. I lived here for 2 months, built a toilet, built a large hollow kitchen, and cooked rice, stored firewood and miscellaneous goods while enjoying the scenery. In addition, 2 pavilions were built for meals and entertainment, and most importantly, a room that really belonged to them was built. The room was just completed 2 days ago, so I'm waiting to move in on this good day. There are very few things. Except for the 2 suitcases, the biggest project is to move the bed. After drinking a few sips of 3 bowls of juice, my husband began to carry fur, sheets and other bedding. The new room has become more spacious, but there is still no bed. Directly put a thick 4 or 5 layers of beast fur on the floor, and then spread the sheets, which is safer and fresher than sleeping in bed. My wife likes it. My husband also likes it. Ling Qiao kicked off his slippers and stepped into the new room. He stepped on the soft bed and praised, Uncle Jane, our new home is so beautiful. In the future, you don't have to sit at the door to read a book. You can see the words clearly in any corner you want. The cabin has no windows, so 4 windows were specially opened in the new room. 4 walls, 1 on each side. The man leaned barefoot on one of the windows and looked over with soft eyebrows. Do you like it? Outside the window, the mottled light and shadow leaking from the branches fell on him, like a painting. In front of the painting, Ling Qiao was stunned and said, it looks good. Jiang Yuzhou took her little appearance as in his eyes and deliberately teased her. He asked her if you liked it, and she said it was beautiful. Like it. Ling Qiao turned his face and looked around and pretended to appreciate the room. Unfortunately, he was leaving soon and could only stay for 2 nights. 2 nights is enough. Huh. Ling Qiao didn't turn the corner for a moment. He didn't understand what he meant, and turned his face back. Seeing him striding closer, he walked to the bedside, lowered his head, caged her under her tall body, and was about to leave. Is there anything he want to do before leaving? Ling Qiao touched his chin and thought about it. I want to soak in the hot spring again, but it's far away. Someone in the tribe is getting married, and Mivafina can't come out today. She half drooped her head regretfully and didn't notice the flash of light in the man's eyes. One person can also soak. The past 3 people go to the hot spring together. When she and Miwafina soak, he takes the wind, and then it's her turn to take the wind with Miwafina. Ling Qiao waved his hand alone, and it's better to forget it. Then I bent my knees and sat on the bed. Anyway, I won't leave until the day after tomorrow. Let's go back tomorrow. I hope it won't rain tomorrow. I'm going today, and I also want to soak. Ling Qiao looked up at Jiang Yuzhou for a few seconds. Judging from his expression, he really wants to take a hot spring bath. With a turn of her mind, she blinked her eyes. It's not impossible to soak today, but it's more than 20 kilometers. It's so far away. My feet hurt a little. In order to be realistic, I even rubbed my feet. The little face looked even more embarrassed. Jiang Yuzhou pretended not to see her poor acting skills. He squatted down on one knee and looked straight into her eyes. "I'll carry you." Ling Qiao shouted secretly, "Okay. Obviously, I'm so happy in my heart, but it's still fake." "Shoo," she said with concern, "although I'm not heavy, I've traveled dozens of miles back and forth, and you are over 30. I'm worried about your waist." Jian Yuzhou doesn't want to expose her, but I can't help it. "I carry you less?" Ling Qiao smiled, and so. She didn't feel embarrassed at all when she was exposed. She stood up with a pat on the thigh. "It's been on the road for hours. Let's go." Chapter 12. Uncle Jane, I'm scared. Ling Qiao leaned against the big stone by the hot spring and closed his eyes comfortably. She has also bathed in a lot of hot springs, artificial and natural, but they are not as comfortable as here. The milky white hot spring is hidden in the steep mountains. Soaking in it, the body and mind will unconsciously empty. The sound of wind and birds in the ear, and the tip of the nose is the fragrance of flowers and grass. It is completely integrated with nature and embraces the most luxurious gift of nature. At the entrance, her husband was not afraid of being hit by the wind. There was no worry. She let out a sigh of satisfaction, comfortable, unevitedly. Just after sighing, there was a sudden sound in my ear. Ling Qiao's heart was cold and he suddenly opened his eyes. The water mist lingered in front of me. Before I could tell what was approaching, my waist was wrapped around a powerful arm. The arm went up, and a short exclamation broke out in the air. "Ah!" The exclamation was made by Ling Qiao. At the same time as the deafening scream broke out, the toes also followed off the ground, hanging in the water and unable to find a support. When I saw the face of the person coming clearly, my nervous heart fell slightly. Before I could land on the ground, I suddenly lifted it again, and my breathing was even more rapid than just now. Ling Qiao was even more at a loss. The neck was rubbed by the man's chin, and her voice trembled. "Whoa, Jane, Uncle Jane, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's not close to each other, so you don't have to look down, and you're 100% sure that he only wears a pair of underwear at most. Because she is wife." Jian Yuzhou was next to her, and his hand gently pulled her closer with the help of the buoyancy of the water and attached her to her ear. Her voice was more vague than the hazy water mist, but it was damn good. "I want you, honey." Boom against his hard chest. Ling Qiao's brain was numb in an instant, and he lost the ability to think in an instant. She felt that she was about to be steamed by the hot spring. Her heart was beating wildly. Her whole body was tense and she didn't know what to do. Her ears and face were already burning. He didn't call her Ling Qiao for the first time. Call her wife for the first time. "It's the first time I'm so close when I'm awake." For the first time, I whispered to her in a lingering and ambiguous tone. Ling Qiao stared at Jian Yuzhou in a daze, his voice repeatedly circling in his mind, and he said back and forth, "I'm greedy for you, my wife, I've been greedy for a long time. Honey, I'm greedy for you." Is that what she understands? It should be. Right. Uncle Jane. Except for staring blankly in front of her who couldn't find the focal length and calling him helplessly, she didn't know how to answer and what to do. She has lost the ability to speak and act. Jian Yuzhou hugged her waist with one hand, held her face with the other hand, and gently rubbed the corners of her lips and chin with his fingers. He coaxed, seduced, and called over and over again in her ear, "Wife, wife." After a long time, Ling Qiao found his perception. "Reach out and push him hard. Uncle Jane, don't do this. In case someone comes, they will bump into him." "No one will come." Ling Qiao suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Yes, the indigenous people get married today, and the tribesmen will not come out today." The thin lips almost brushed her ears. Jian Yuzhou whispered and closed his eyes. "Just put the edge of the mouth small and bright." Run's earlobe is pouted, full of flattering. "Wife, I want to kiss you, I want you, close your eyes." After 2 months of living together, Ling Qiao confirmed that she did not reject him and was willing to be closer to him. But I don't know why he just wanted to escape at this moment. He was very afraid that he could not tolerate the power of his beak. The arms around his waist and the lips close to his ears seemed to incarnate into a cage, which made her breathless. But she finally closed her eyes obediently. His hands covered his chest, like a resistance push, and like a weak cling. A quiet, a touching smile swayed from the corners of Jian Yuzhou's lips. The finger abdomen is carefully sketched and depicted from her red and blood-like lips to her cheeks, to the temples, to the forehead, to the eyebrows and the corners of the eyes. His eyes fell on his eyes. Even if she closed his eyes at this moment, he could recall the flexibility and cunning of these eyes, and couldn't help but gently print the temperature that belonged to him. When he kissed him, everything around him seemed to disappear. And the sound of the wind, the sound of water, the sound of insects and birds all disappeared. The person who is kissed can only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. The heartbeat, like a crackling rainstorm hitting the awning, the ground and the leaves, kissing the earth in disorder, making people's minds fall into chaos. It is also like the drum beat in the midst of war, playing in farewell, in the arena, and in the triumph. It is neat and uplifting, so that people can face difficulties and not be afraid of the road ahead. The breath is like the whimpering of the cold wind, the rolling of the river, and every ups and downs are wrapped in a throbbing smell, his smell, the smell of Jiao, the smell of Uncle Jane, the smell of her husband. Cold and fresh. If the snowy peaks covered with clouds and gauze, they are clean and mysterious, with indescribable charm and temptation. Accompany each the ups and downs of the breath, and the touch of the skin, cold, but with flame-like burning, from the corners of the eyes, to the tip of the nose, to the corners of the mouth. Uncle Jane, I'm scared. She suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 13. It's also very expensive. Ling Qiao suddenly opened his eyes. I don't know where to accumulate the power, and push the person on the body away. I'm scared, Uncle Jane. Suddenly losing support, she almost fell down. Jian Yuzhou quickly held her up. He hadn't recovered from the fascinating touch yet. He looked at her red little face fumigated by water vapor, and her eyes were dark. Don't do this, Uncle Jane. It's not good here. It will be seen. There may be snakes. What if the bear comes? It's too dangerous here. I'm afraid. Let's go back. I've had enough. I'm hungry. Let's go back. It's getting dark. Let's go back. She was so incoherent that she didn't know what she was talking about. However, after a kiss, Jian Yuzhou didn't expect her reaction to be so big. I really don't know where she borrowed the courage in the office that time. In the wilderness, I didn't want to do what to her, but now, I think about it. I really want to bully her. But for the first time, he wanted to stay in their new house. If you don't do anything, it's okay to make fun of it. Pull her closer again, like a prank, and her body is close to her. Are you afraid of me? Just because he touched his lips, his throat was dry and sluggish. Ling Qiao swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to look at him. Afraid. Without glasses, he is full of aggression and wildness. He is very thin in his clothes, but he is very strong when he takes off his clothes, as if he can crush her with one hand and swallow her with one mouth. She is really afraid, especially him. Jian Yuzhou held her waist, and his thin lips came to her ear again. I'm not afraid, you will like it. Then, a more deep and dull voice with a kind of seductive sexy voice was sent into Ling Qiao's ears. Aren't you afraid of heaven and earth? After saying that, Jian Yuzhou raised his head and smiled lightly. The smile, like the spring breeze and the autumn water, pushed the ripples in the calm lake, swung in Ling Qiao's heart, and swirled out the stunning brilliance in the girl's eyes. Intoxicated by this smile, you will fall in the blink of an eye. Ling Qiao shook his head. I'm afraid. I said I'm not afraid. It's all coquettish words. It's strong on the outside, but it's useless. You stick to me and feel your temperature. I'm already afraid. I don't dare. Especially in such a place where heaven is the earth is the seat, it is even more scary. Jian Yuzhou quickly pecked her lips. Little liar, you were very bold in the office last time. Ling Qiao cried bitterly in his heart. Last time I was tortured by drugs, I even forgot everything. How can I know how to retreat? Besides, I think about raw rice and cook mature rice, and I can't be afraid. Last time, I was confused by dirty things. I forgot to be afraid. I didn't take medicine today, and here, Uncle Jane, I'm really afraid. You are too big and strong. Jian Yuzhou's heart suddenly softened when his big wet eyes looked over in panic, full of reassure and confusion. The palm stroked her cheek, and then suddenly collapsed her forehead. What are you thinking about? You don't even have a bed and still want to sleep with me. You. Don't you want to? Ling Qiao felt that his brain couldn't turn at all, so why? Shouldn't I ask for some compensation for walking more than 20 kilometers of mountain roads with you on my back? There is no trace of emotion on Jian Yuzhou's face. I just want to kiss you, but you want to sleep with me. The little girl is very sexy. While talking, he rewarded Ling Qiao again. Ling Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. After a hind, he realized that he had been broken twice by him. He hurriedly reached out to cover his forehead and looked at the culprit with a bright smile. Uncle Jane, it hurts so much for you to hit people. The warm hot spring could not stop the temperature of her body, and Jian Yuzhou's eyes deepened again. But this time he hid it very well. He took Ling Qiao's hand away, covered her forehead with his palm, and asked her in the most gentle tone, in return, can I kiss you now? Seeing that she hesitated, he hurriedly added that it was just a kiss and nothing else. His expression was sincere and focused. Ling Qiao fell into such a gaze and pressed his eyelids little by little. He hummed softly in an almost inaudible voice. Just as Jian Yuzhou thought he was in hand and slowly lowered his head was suddenly pushed away by her again. Ling Qiao's eyes flashed with cunning and playfulness. My lips are very expensive. 20 kilometers is only enough to kiss my face. Jian Yuzhou ran out of patience and couldn't help pressing her until he was satisfied. Then he stared at the lips picked by him with a smile. What if he had to kiss? Ling Qiao. What else can I do after kissing? She let herself lean softly in his arms, and her limbs couldn't lift any strength. After thinking about it, she poured out a sentence. It was okay to get on the bus first and then make up the ticket. Jian Yuzhou asked with interest, how to make up for it? Then carry me back. No, you have to carry me back. The obvious little look amused Jiang Yuzhou. He couldn't help holding the back of her head and pressing on himself again. I am also very expensive. Chapter 14, Xiao Xiao, wife. The night is deep, the brand new wooden house is covered, and the moonlight is sent into the window lattice. Lying on the thick fur soft bed, when Ling Qiao cried out for fear again, Jiang Yuzhou did not intend to let it go. After nearly 3 months of marriage, some things should have been done long ago. Ling Qiao knew that he couldn't escape and didn't want to escape. In the moonlight, she looked at Jiang Yuzhou and was encouraged by the whispers like spring breeze and autumn moon. She put her arms around his neck and buried her face in his neck. Then you should call my name and let me hear your voice. Okay. Jiang Yuzhou also hugged her tightly and let her hear her heartbeat, as fast and uncontrollable as she was. Jiang Yuzhou was attached to Ling Qiao's ear, whispering warmly, Qiao Qiao, wife. Due to Ling Qiao's unwellness, the originally planned departure date was postponed for a few days. The day before leaving, Ling Qiao took out his mobile phone to take photos. Turn on the power, and an anonymous unread text message will pop up. The content is brief. The date is sent on the day of entering the forest. There are only 2 words, Qiao Qiao. Who is it? These days, people who take the initiative to send text messages are rare animals. Ling Qiao felt strange, but he didn't take it to heart and turned on the camera and began to take pictures everywhere. Jiang Yuzhou was cooking, and she turned the camera to him. Captured from all angles, more than a dozen photos in a row. So handsome. Ling Qiao was very satisfied. He clicked on the album and ran to let Jiang Yuzhou see it. My husband is so handsome, and the cook is so handsome. After breakfast, I took a picture of him again. I took pictures of all the places I often went to until the mobile phone turned off automatically. When the sun was about to set, the two packed their luggage together. Ling Qiao was a little lost, and it was a pity that she couldn't take photos with Miwafina. Jiang Yuzhou touched her head. Forget it, you can't take photos secretly. Anyway, I will remember her for the rest of my life. Ling Qiao shrugged his shoulders and chose to respect the local customs. Jiang Yuzhou nodded. Well, you have a good memory. Ling Qiao hugged Jiang Yuzhou's arm and complained that if only the helicopter could come in. It was tiring to walk for more than 10 hours. When I came, my legs were lame. Uncle Jiang, how could you be so cruel at that time? Without notifying, he tricked her into the African forest where no beggars came. Jiang Yuzhou, let me tell you, will you come again? Ling Qiao raised his head and smiled at him. He was very playful. No, he wouldn't be beaten to death, and wouldn't divorce. Jiang Yuzhou rubbed her head again. If you are tired of walking tomorrow, I will carry you. Ling Qiao looked at the big 2 suitcases. You can't carry the 2 suitcases on your back. Can't you let Miwafina carry them? When she came, her suitcase was carried by the little girl almost all the way. It was strange and unkind to think about it. Now it's different. You can ask your husband to help her carry it. Jiang Yuzhou, take the ID mobile phone, and don't want anything else. The clothes and shoes she wore, the used sheets and thin quilts were thrown away without feeling distress. Ling Qiao gladly agreed and burned it close to her body. The rest was asked Miwafina if she wanted it. Looking at the only remaining pack of pickled vegetables and a pack of shredded kelp, Ling Qiao couldn't help laughing. She picked up the pickled vegetables and shredded kelp and laughed out loud. I'm so stupid. Every time I drool, I'm afraid that it will be gone after eating. What should I do now? It feels a loss if I don't eat it. I want to leave it to Miwafina. Alas, I'm really stupid. I'm stupid. It takes more than 10 hours to walk on the mountain road. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Ling Qiao and Jiang Yuzhou have finished washing up. Miwafina brought several clansmen to move things. She didn't dislike picking up Ling Qiao's old clothes at all, not to mention how happy she was. And this kind of happiness reaches its peak when there is an extra pack of pickled vegetables and a pack of shredded kelp in your arms. Looking at a suitcase in her left hand and a suitcase in her right hand, Miwafina, who was jumping to the tribe, Ling Qiao had no choice but to carry the plastic bag in the master, and couldn't help sighing, other people's travels are more and more important and more salutes, but I am the only one left with my ID card and passport. Oh, and the mobile phone with a black screen. Uncle Jane, I lost a lot. You have to compensate me. Jiang Yuzhou, how to compensate? Ling Qiao put his arms around his neck and thought for a while. Feed me, help me take a shower, carry me, hug me, don't be cruel to me, don't call me by name, don't bite me, don't hurt me. Jiang Yuzhou smiled in a low voice, so delicate. Oops. Ling Qiao was shocked and forgot to take a picture of the hot spring. That was the place where we kissed for the first time. Jiang Yuzhou kindly reminded that the first kiss was in the office of the president of Lianzhou Science and Technology Park. Ling Qiao retorted, that's different. The office was gnawing, and there was no emotion. I don't even remember what it felt like. Hearing what she said, the hot spring is indeed very memorable, and she should not return to her hometown in the future. Jiang Yuzhou decided on the spot to stay for another day and leave the day after tomorrow. Ling Qiao, but my mobile phone and power bank are out of power. Jiang Yuzhou, use mine. Ling Qiao turned his head and looked at the house that had just been emptied, leaving only 2 pairs of chopsticks. Where to sleep? The food is gone, the clothes are gone, and even the toothbrush is used to brush your soles. If I don't change my underwear or brush my teeth for a day, I will go crazy. Jiang Yuzhou, now go get the things back and rinse your mouth with coarse salt water. As for the close-fitting clothes that were burned, he whispered to Ling Qiao's ear, take off your clothes and wash them and wear them tomorrow. Don't go out at home today. I'll take pictures. After listening, Ling Qiao couldn't help giving a thumbs up. I thought, don't you always think there's something wrong? Chapter 15, Strange Yu Fengchuan. Ling Qiao is really delicate. The skin of the body is more delicate than that of a baby. When you touch it, it will be red. If you touch it a little, you will cry out for pain. If it hurts, it can hurt for several days. Jiang Yuzhou never thought that a person could be so delicate. However, with such a delicate skin and tender flesh, Jiang Yuzhou was satisfied and a little distressed at the same time as accompanying him to climb the mountain and down the river, washing clothes and making the bed for him. I couldn't bear to let her toss and turn again. After taking a helicopter to the local city, I didn't hesitate to take a private plane to pick up people back to China. As soon as the private plane landed, Ling Qiao couldn't wait to turn on his mobile phone. Send to Moments. The glorious return of the missing person to 5 seconds, the universe sister Miguoguo. Thanks to the policeman Shuli for his hard work to rescue the lost young woman, Guo's husband's arms will always be open to you, hug.jpg. A civet's cat, Yunxing civet, not dead. Land to the age of 80, Jing Changyou, where did you die? I thought you had been torn off, so I didn't fish for a woman for 3 days. Yi Arsha, Yu Fengchuan, 10 minutes after answering the phone, the scum girl didn't deserve to be affectionate. Ninja, the sunshine is shining, it's good to be alive. The scumbag man broke his children and grandchildren. Li Yun replied at scum. Girl is not worthy of deep affection. Ninja, scum the male sister refused the invitation. Zhao Jingqiao. Appointment? Tang Wan, welcome home. On the way to Jen's old house, in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Yuzhou was browsing the contract. Ling Qiao lay on his lap, lying down to reply to the message, and let out all kinds of strange laughter from time to time. Caller ID, Yu Fengchuan, the phone was connected, and Ling Qiao spoke lazily. Hello. Yu Fengchuan, I heard that you are married. Ling Qiao was careless. Yu Fengchuan, my brother is crazy. What is brother Hao Duanduan doing? Ling Qiao didn't know why. Yu Fengyi. It's normal to go crazy with the family rules of your Yu family. Yu Fengchuan gritted his teeth. Ling Qiao, are you special? Door blind turned on the sound, and Ling Qiao looked puzzled. Caller ID, second husband Miguoguo. The phone is connected, and Miguoguo's standard subwoofer smoke voice comes, mature and charming, deadly sexy. Wife, I miss you, the days without you are boring. Ling Qiao glanced at the man above his head. He was black and ugly, and didn't want to go out. Miguoguo, I'll come to you and tell me where you live now. Ling Qiao, who has become black and ugly, doesn't want to see anyone. He just wants to hide at home and sneak back, but when he wants to explain to Miguoguo before leaving, he compromises. I'll ask. Uncle Jane, where do we live? Huanwan Huishan Villa. Ling Qiao, do you hear me? Huanwan Huishan Villa, the whole mountain is my home. Don't come today, I'm not at home. Miguoguo eats melons through the air. Do you care if your big husband is called uncle? Ling Qiao is extremely proud. Interest. With that, he called Jiang Yuzhou uncle Jiang numbly and kissed his cheek with a very loud voice. The rice fruit at that end was really disgusted by her. He said disgusted, and attached a disgusting hung up the phone. The WeChat avatar belonging to Yu Fengchuan keeps flashing. Yu Ershao took 7 or 8 photos in a row. The man in the photo sat on the floor untidy, leaning on the sofa decadently to drink alcohol, and the wine bottles rolled all over the corner. Even so, he was still so beautiful that people and gods were angry. Compared with the cold jailing flowers in the past, the dejected nobleman who fell into the red dust was more heartwarming. Yu Fengyi, Yu Dashao. We have known each other for more than 10 years and played together for more than 10 years. His intuition told Ling Qiao that Yu Fengchuan was abnormal. Who is a normal person who would send a photo of his brother who is disappointed and decadent and seeks comfort to a married man? WeChat went back. Ling Qiao, did you send it by mistake? Yu Ershao, you really don't know. Ling Qiao, what do you know? Yu Ershao, my brother liked someone, you know? Ling Qiao, I heard you say that let's all stay away from your brother. Ling Qiao, what's the matter? You were dumped? To tell you that I'm not free, my husband will be jealous. Yu Ershao, I suspect that that person is you. Ling Qiao didn't want to type. Thank you for lifting, you for telling me earlier. I'll be your sister-in-law, little uncle to Yu Ershao, don't believe me. My brother called your name after he was drunk. Ling Qiao, it's really like that. Why did you shout? Tell me. Question mark Yu Ershao, Qiao Yu Ershao, I shouted more than once, and shouted Ling Qiao every day. Are you sure it's Ling Qiao, not Zhao Jingqiao, Fang Xingqiao, Fang Yiqiao? Yu Fengchuan, what's your brain? Can your brother call his brother's friend? Don't say you know me when you go out. Yu Ershao, I don't know. I just think it's you. You are the one I know. The most charming thing is that my brother likes you. Ling Qiao was laughed at by him. Yu Fengyi is 5 or 6 years older than them, and he doesn't like their group of brats at all. Okay, I'm busy. Thank you for the beautiful man picture. Yu Shao, can you come and see my brother? Ling Qiao, can't Ling Qiao, I don't know Ling Qiao, I don't want chapter 16, it's not delicious. The Jian family's old house is a 5-in courtyard. It is simple and elegant, with a long time, and luxury is hidden in the low key. At present, only Jian Yuzhou's grandfather, servants, and a few guards live there. Because he said hello in advance, Mr. Jian didn't let the rest of the Jian family come back. Dinner was only for him and Jian Yuzhou. The 91-year-old Mr. Jian is getting stronger and stronger. His eyes are strong, and the military between his eyebrows is still dignified. When he looks at Jian Yuzhou, his eyes are as serious as a knife, but when he looks at Ling Qiao, he is more amiable than an ordinary old man. The corners of his mouth are smiling, and his eyes are full of love. Qiao Qiao. Try Grandpa's craftsmanship. Okay, Grandpa. Ling Qiao picked up his chopsticks and stared at the red to black braised pork, and then at the blackened fried peanuts. He decisively picked up a chopstick with half a green onion and half tofu with green onion and half tofu. How about it? Facing the old man's eager eyes, Ling Qiao tried to squeeze out a sincere smile. My taste is light, and it's a little salty, but the noodles are just right. As soon as the words fell, a bowl of mixed noodles with mixed sauce was put in front of him. Ling Qiao glanced at Jian Yuzhou, who had picked up the next bowl and began to pick the noodles. He held the bowl in both hands and put the noodles in front of Mr. Jian with a smile. The first bowl is for Grandpa. Good boy. Mr. Jian likes his daughter, but his wife gave birth to 5 sons for him, and there was only one granddaughter, Jiayu. The only granddaughter didn't like to talk to him. Seeing the soft and sticky Ling Qiao, he only felt that Yushe was cute and tough. It's all soft. I can't wait to take my old comrades in arms to sit down and let them see that his granddaughter-in-law of Jiang Qingguo is well-behaved, filial and beautiful. But don't give it to Grandpa next time. The rule of our old Jian family is to love the daughter-in-law first and then filial to the elders. Ling Qiao looked at Jian Yuzhou. Blink, is there such a good thing in the world? Jian Yuzhou hummed and put the second bowl of noodles in front of Ling Qiao. Ling Qiao's heart was in full bloom and he turned to Mr. Jian again. Next time, I will choose a face for my grandfather. The rule of our daughter of the Ling family is to be filial to the elders first, then love yourself, and finally love her husband. Hearing the words, Mr. Jane opened his eyes and smiled. He happily put 3 pieces of braised pork into Ling Qiao's plate with public chopsticks. Try Grandpa's braised pork again. When your grandmother was alive, she liked the braised pork I made the most. In order to learn this, Grandpa and I begged the old monitor of the cooking class for more than half a month to send out 8 German cigarettes, the flavor of the Northwest, the only one in Hong Kong City. Ling Qiao dried the biggest piece with tears. To be honest, it's really amazing. It's so bad that I can't forget it. She said politely and euphemistically, Grandpa, it seems that I still like to eat tofu. I like to eat tofu, wait. Mr. Jane took half a bottle of vinegar from the kitchen with a crutch, and added almost half a small bowl to the green onion mixed with tofu. While mixing with chopsticks, he explained that vinegar would be salty, and adding a little vinegar would not be salty. The bastard didn't tell you that your taste was light. Ling Qiao didn't know how to cook. He took a bite full of expectation. His face immediately changed and he drank the whole glass of water in one breath. Mr. Jane, it doesn't taste good. Ling Qiao didn't want to stab the old man's fragile heart, but if he didn't stab the old man's heart, he would have to stab her stomach, and it was a permanent blow from time to time, so he could only stab the old man. She shook her head sourly. The smile on the old man's face gradually stiffened. Jian Yuzhou just wanted to remind her to restrain herself, so he heard her continue, Grandpa, remember to call me when you cook next time. I'll watch you from the side. Our ancestors and grandchildren will work together to take down all the delicacies of the mountains and seas for him. It tastes so bad that she doesn't believe that the old man has no feeling. Cooking with him should be able to relieve the old man's loss a little. Anyway, he can't cook all day. When he heard that his granddaughter-in-law was willing to accompany him, Mr. Jian was not disappointed. He happily invited Ling Qiao to eat noodles. If the food was not delicious, we would eat noodles. The noodles were made by Mrs. Chen, which was authentic Hong Kong City fried noodles. After eating 2 bowls of noodles, Ling Qiaofeng was extremely satisfied and sighed that it was delicious. Rest in the old house at night. After taking a shower, Jian Yuzhou leaned against the head of the bed to read a book. Ling Qiao hugged his waist and nestled in his arms. Can't Grandpa eat it? Jian Yuzhou was quite surprised by her observation. How could she see it? The peanuts were fried bitterly, but he ate them with relish. He didn't know whether it was salty or sour. The braised pork was so fishy. When I was in my 50s, my brain was injured, and I lost my sense of taste and smell, which can't be cured. Ling Qiao was shocked. How did he get hurt? Jian Yuzhou said calmly, he is a soldier. Ling Qiao stroked the gun eye on Jian Yuzhou's chest. What about you, Uncle Jian? Are these on your body and your eyes the same as Grandpa? Sleep. Jian Yuzhou put down the book, turned off the light, and refused to answer. Chapter 17 I Killed Her. Mi Guoguo arrived at Huawan Hoishan Villa, first picked up a sports car from the garage, pulled Ling Qiao for half an hour on the wind on the top of the mountain, and then visited the manor-style villa for an hour, and then sat down in the small garden under Ling Qiao's impatient drinking order. It is worthy of being the most mysterious Jian family in Hong Kong City. She is very proud and has a great wife. You are not a loss in this marriage. Ling Qiao stirred the coffee slowly and logically, and I also felt that it was not a loss. Mi Guoguo held Ling Qiao's hand to stir the coffee and leaned forward with his upper body. How about it? Ling Qiao is confused. What's up? Mi Guoguo blinked his left eye and smiled evilly. On the day of the wedding, I was blinded by my big diamond eyes. He is so handsome. He has a face and a figure. How is he in bed? Is he strong enough? You said that you like wild. Recalling the days when I couldn't get out of bed and was forced to postpone the date of returning to China, Ling Qiao looked bitter, and I took back my words of liking wildness. Mi Guoguo smelled a trace of unusual smell. Why, too fierce? Do you dare to believe that he can hold me for 20 kilometers without rest? After a pause, Ling Qiao added, the princess hugged, walked fast, walked briskly, carried 200 catches of wild boar without panting, and the savage could not be able to do it. Mi Guoguo's eyes flashed with excitement, so powerful. Ling Qiao raised his voice faintly. Looking around like a thief, he almost lay on the table and said mysteriously, I suspect that he, like his grandfather, retired from the army, but his family didn't want to mention this and didn't tell me. Mi Guoguo proposed to ask you to ask for help. The core forces of the Yu family are also in the army. As long as they have stayed in the army, they can't be found. Ling Qiao scolded gently, if you want to kill me, check your husband. Mi Guoguo is not satisfied. Aren't you suspicious? What's wrong with Cha-Cha? Ling Qiao sat up straight and didn't check. When he got emotional, he would naturally tell me. Besides, Yu didn't have the ability to investigate. He must find his brother. Later, the man surnamed Yu turned around and handed a letter to the one surnamed Jiang. After that, he didn't get it done, causing trouble. Mi Guoguo thought about it. In terms of the relationship, the interests of the Jian and Yu families must be more solid than the little friendship between Ling Qiao and Yu Arshao. Mi Guoguo sighed, are Hong Kong the two best marriage partners in the city? One was accepted by Yu, and the other is probably soon. Xiao's wife, you must have to take care of him, and you don't have to be angry with others for the rest of your life. Ling Qiao thought of several pictures of handsome men sent by Yu Arshao. I don't know if the other one is fast or not. I just know that if someone wants to take him down, now is the best time. Mi Guoguo is puzzled. What do you mean? Ling Qiao turned out the photo and handed it over to have a look. Mi Guoguo, the man in the photo, was lucky enough to meet him once. Once, Yu Arshao was so drunk that he was unconscious. His brother came to pick him up. He looked exactly like the man in the photo, because he was so outstanding that she remembered it at a glance. Holding his mobile phone to look at the photos and chat records, Mi Guoguo shouted handsome in a fancy way. He couldn't help looking at it over and over again. Is he hurt? Ling Qiao nodded. It is said that it is. Mi Guoguo, who do you think he called? Who deserves to be the proud son of heaven, Zhen Dashao, to be degenerate into this bear? Ling Qiao sipped a sip of coffee. No one will be the two Zhous in our circle. Ling Qiao and Zhao Jingqiao are impossible. Mi Guoguo sighed, is that woman blind? Such a high-quality man as Jian Dashao is still dumped. Falling in love, sleeping, and getting married are not the top choices. Ling Qian sneered. How can she give others a chance if she doesn't? Yu Dashao, I have been in contact with him several times. He is a good person. Do you think about it? If you take him, your father won't force you to go out to socialize. If you take him down, you will walk across the Mi family in the future. Mi Guoguo seems to be dashing and unrestrained, but in fact, there are a lot of things in the family. She is also an illegitimate daughter born outside. From the moment she was carried back to the Mi family, she was destined to become a victim of family marriage. Only when she married a rich and powerful husband and got rid of the control of the family could she be free. But who is Yu Dashao? His family has been in the army for generations, and he has made countless military achievements at a young age. There is already a place in the army. If it weren't for Ling Qiao's relationship, Yu Arshao would not even have looked at her, not to mention Yu Dashao, who is the inheritor of the Yu family. Mi Guoguo thinks he is a little self-aware. Yu doesn't even like me. How dare I think of his brother? It's inappropriate. Ling Qiao felt sorry for his best friend and put his hand on the back of her hand. There is nothing inappropriate. Jian Yuzhou and I are not suitable. We get along well. Guoguo, you are more miserable than me. Since you are determined to go to a high place, don't look forward and look back. Find someone who can make you look up and straighten your chest. I sincerely hope that someone can protect you. Mi Guoguo held Ling Qiao's hand back, and his heart was touched. I understand that you are good to me, but Yu Dasha. I asked you about the details last night. Now is his most vulnerable time for him. It is difficult to miss such an opportunity again. Whether it succeeds or not, it is always right to work hard. Mi Guoguo was moved, but he was not confident. Let me think about it. Then think about it quickly, and I'll help you. Knowing that you can't force others, Ling Qiao changed the topic. By the way, how did Guo Nan investigate? With Guo Nan's brain, she absolutely can't think of a bad idea to drug her. Someone must have instigated her behind her back. When it comes to this, Mi Guoguo, as Holmes in the circle, is quite frustrated. After looking for 4 or 5 private detectives, I didn't find out which woman he was close to. He stayed at home every day to raise his legs. Even Yu and Jing Chongyou didn't move. He didn't have a chance to talk to him if he didn't come out to play. I thought about hacking his mobile phone directly. But there is something strange. You said that he had done something like drugging you, and he even went to your house for dinner. Don't you feel guilty? Ling Qiao cheered up. The Ling family. Mi Guoguo shrugged his shoulders. Otherwise, you were away during this period. I went 5 or 6 times, and your father was not at home several times. Guo Nan is not a person with a strong sense of responsibility. He can even be said to be cowardly and timid. He is afraid of suffering and fatigue. When such a thing happens, he should avoid the Ling family to avoid the truth being exposed and beaten. Although she promised Jiang Yu not to tell her about this matter, what if? Ling Qiao fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she flashed her light and thought of some possibility. You think, could it be? Who? Mi Guoguo said and suddenly lowered the volume. You mean, Tang Wan? In the age of 20, she can seduce her roommate's father. In order to be a rich wife, she didn't go to college. It's not impossible to see her stepdaughter's fiancé. After seducing other people, seducing future husbands, and daring to inciting other people's fiancés to drug others, they are cheap and can't be cleaned up. Mi Guoguo was angry from the bottom of her heart. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. If it was really her, I would kill her. Chapter 18. There is a picture and there is a truth. Ling Qiao thought of the scene of meeting Tang Wan for the first time. Unlike other rich second generations in the circle, she and her father Li Anfeng have depended on each other since she was a child. She was reluctant to leave home, so she went to the university in the city. Tang Wan, who comes from a small county, pays more attention to demeanor than most celebrities. She speaks in a low voice. She is not only beautiful, but also attentive and enthusiastic, like a pure and elegant night flower. She is the kind of quiet girl who will give people a good impression at first sight. But such a little white rabbit, who blushed after hearing a joke, climbed into her father's bed silently. Her father has no ambition and pays attention to pleasure. There is no shortage of middle-aged greasy men. Ling's family is in his hands. Year by year is not as good as every year, and the only advantage is to love his daughter. From the beginning to the end, she didn't believe that Tang Wan could like her father, which was nothing more than the money of the Ling family. No matter what outsiders think of her father, in her eyes, her father is the most important relative. If Tang Wan really dares to hook up with Guo Nan behind their father and daughter's backs and tease their father and daughter, she will let her know what regret is. What are you thinking about? One hand swayed in front of him, and Ling Qiao saw nothing. You don't think it's really Tang Wan, do you? Mi Guoguo didn't like Tang Wan very much. She felt that that woman was hypocritical, pretentious and bottomless. Ling Qiao sneered. Isn't it? Try it and you'll know. What kind of family is the Guo family? I don't know where Tang Wan's confidence came from. Mi Guoguo sneered coldly. It's really a small place that I've never seen the world. The Guo family is so easy to enter. It is worth thinking about it precisely because the Guo family is not easy to enter. It's a matter of man. My father is such an out-of-tune person, and he is not convinced by her. When it comes to Tang Wan, Ling Qiao only feels angry. Guo Nan's stupid melon is easier to handle. She thought for a moment and asked your people to withdraw, and I'll take care of the rest. She will go back to Li's house for dinner in 2 days. She will try Tang Wan well. Seeing that Ling Qiao didn't want to continue, Mi Guoguo changed the topic. Everyone planned to hold a banquet for you in Qianmanxiao Pavilion. Will you come? I mainly want to see your husband. When we got married, we didn't have enough coffee seats and didn't have a chance to get close to him. I was curious. Ling Qiao glanced at her. Looking at me like this, do you think I will go? 2 degrees of blackened skin, obviously rough hands. Mi Guoguo shrank his mouth and shook his head. No. Ling Qiao took a sip of coffee, got up and pulled Mi Guoguo's arm. He left and accompanied me to see the dog. Mi Guoguo looked confused. What kind of dog are you looking at? There are at least 30 or 40 dogs in the yard. There are many breeds, and most of them are local dogs. Standing outside the iron fence, looking at the big dogs and puppies running wildly, Ling Qiao's brain buzzed. The agreement requires her to feed by herself, but she didn't say dozens of them. Sure enough, Jian Yuzhou is a real dog. Mi Guoguo sincerely sympathizes with his best friend. I advise you to tear up the agreement decisively while he misses you now. I'm so tired of raising one. As for keeping pets, 1 or 2 is just to make up for life, and more of them are purely guilty. Listening to Mi Guoguo's words, Ling Qiao was at war in her heart. Swing back and forth between breach of contract and fulfillment of contract. With the current relationship between her and Jiang Yuzhou, if she doesn't raise her, he won't force her. But the marriage of a rich family is the most ruthless. Maybe one day the two people will tear their faces apart if they disagree. It is clearly written in the agreement that if she does not feed this group of things in person, 20% of the property will be deducted at the time of divorce. In comparison, the property is a little better. In case you are bitten by a dog, you can also report a work-related injury. It's another considerable income. Thinking like this, my heart doesn't seem to be so unbalanced, and even a little expectant. The head of the servant raising a dog was called over. I was shocked to hear that the hostess was going to feed dozens of dogs in person. Madam, these dogs are all stray dogs picked up by your husband. They are not picky about food, eat everything, are docile, and only a few are difficult to manage. In the following time, the breeder patiently explained the daily work of raising dogs to Ling Qiao. What time do you feed and what time do you feed water? How often should I have a physical examination and how often should I take a shower? Which ones are aggressive, which ones are the most docile, which ones are drooping and old, which ones are sick, which ones are pregnant, and which are only precious breeds? Under what circumstances do you need to isolate and feed alone? Under what circumstances will it be impossible to fight? I talked all afternoon. Ling Qiao was stunned when he heard it. The breeder is a sharp-sighted person. As soon as she guessed, she knew that her husband was messing with her mistress. She was smart and knew that the woman had the final say in the family's affairs. Therefore, I am particularly respectful to Ling Qiao. Don't worry, my wife. In addition to me, there are usually more than a dozen people taking care of these dogs. If you want to feed them yourself, you only need to be responsible for feeding, preparing food, daily care and cleaning, and taking the dog to see a doctor, which do not belong to the category of feeding. Ling Qiao was immediately initiated. Isn't it enough to feed, and raise? The agreement did not say that the dog must be bathed for medical care. Ling Qiao looked at the breeder with appreciation. What's your name? My wife just calls me sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Fang to Ling Qiao waved her big hand to the housekeeper and said what I said, and rewarded him with a month's salary. When Ling Qiao was seriously inspecting the dog-raising base, Mi Guoguo secretly posted 2 moments. Ling Qiao's honeymoon trip to take precious photos in the early days after marriage and affectionately embraced the African forest. Attached are 3 pictures, the river of catching fish. JPG, the sleeping room. JPG, the back of my husband. IPG, Ling Qiao's precious photo of a stray dog breeder in the early days after marriage, with 9 pictures, visit the dog shed series. JPG, wait for more wonderful content in the future too, there are pictures and the truth. Block Ling Qiao. Chapter 19, Do You Miss Me? As soon as Jiang Yuzhou stepped out of the car door, a shrewd and skillful housekeeper greeted him. The wife sent 100,000 yen in cash to each of everyone today, saying that to celebrate the welcome of the hostess in Hoishan Villa, sister-in-law Fang, who is responsible for preparing food for the dog, will be rewarded with an additional month's salary and borrowed a car for her friends to drive home. Jiang Yuzhou hummed faintly and raised his legs to the elevator entrance. As he walked, he said, "What is your wife doing at home? You don't have to report to me." Knowing that he was clever and arrogant, the housekeeper was frightened, and a cold sweat oozed from his back in an instant. He was really afraid. Ling Qiao sat on the sofa to study the procedures and qualifications of the registered foundation. Seeing Jiang Yuzhou coming down from the elevator, he was stunned. The man in the suit is so handsome. If you don't wear a tie and unbutton your shirt, a man in a casual suit is more handsome. Wild, lustful and restrained. The impact of hitting the forehead came to the face. The cold face is as smooth as a ghost, tall and straight with its own cold and fierce aura. With a pair of narrow half-framed gold glasses, it makes him look more elusive. The unique sexy charm of mature men cannot be ignored. Desire and restraint coexist. The perfect combination of wildness and reason. Mature women love him wildly and untamed, and simple women love him calmly. A woman can't stand it. Uncle Jane. Ling Qiao rushed over, crashed into Jiang Yuzhou's arms, jumped up and pecked his chin. "You are so handsome." Jiang Yuzhou touched his little wife's soft head. "I'm going to change my clothes first. I'll help you." Matching home clothes, undressing, unbuttoning, untying the belt. Ling Qiao is extremely skilled in a set of processes, which is not much better than a professional stylist. Jiang Yuzhou couldn't help but be respectful. "Have you learned it? Aren't you? Now I want to call her the eldest sister." The eldest sister takes care of her brother-in-law like this every day. She wears clothes at work and changes clothes after work. Let my father know. She has to let me learn and take care of Gornan in the future. Ling Qiao stopped the action of tying his belt and smiled at him playfully. "I was so good that Uncle Jian picked it up." Gornan was really unblessed. The little princess of the Jiang family, who was loved by thousands of people, married the Gu family and served the man every day. She also served her every day. To let Grandpa know that she had to smash the gate of the Gu family, Jiang Yuzhou was a little surprised. The eldest sister served Gu Chenfeng to wear clothes every day. Ling Qiao added that the eldest sister said it her own mouth. Jiang Yuzhou held her hand. Don't do these things in the future. I'll do it myself. It's okay. I like it. In Ling Qiao's opinion, it's nothing to wear clothes for her man, which is conducive to enhancing the relationship between husband and wife. It's not every day. If I'm lazy, I won't do it. I dress up my husband handsomely and have a face. She insisted, and Jiang Yuzhou did not insist. Let go of her hand and let her continue. Slowly fastening his belt, Ling Qiao took the opportunity to encircle Jiang Yuzhou's thin and strong waist and looked at him with a smile. I haven't seen you for a day. Do you miss me? As soon as the words fell, he was picked up by a pair of powerful hands and put them on the glass watch cabinet. The misty eyes looked at people. Soft, delicate, charming. The legs intentionally or unintentionally wrapped around the man's narrow waist. Specially hook people. The familiar male breath is approaching, with a desire to seduce people's hearts. Strong and domineering. The housekeeper respectfully waited at the stairway on the first floor. The male host of his family did not hesitate to let the new hostess hug her waist and go downstairs with her. Both of them had extremely full lips, and at first glance, it seemed that they had just kissed each other. He silently stepped back half a step and buried his head in his neck. I was afraid of being noticed by my male host and remembered his complaint. However, an over-enthusiastic hostess didn't let him live in peace and looked at him strangely. Housekeeper Chen, is your neck uncomfortable? There is nowhere to hide, so I can only look up brazenly. The curious hostess and the indifferent male host. He wanted to disappear in place. I really want to. Chapter 20. The first experience of feeding dogs. It was not dawn. Jiang Yuzhou went out to work. Ling Qiao, who was tossed until midnight, slept until dawn, and missed feeding the dog breakfast. Near noon, Mi Guoguo came to return the car. Ling Qiao was very surprised. How many days will it be driven? When it comes to this Mi Guoguo, I get angry. I almost didn't come back for a day. Thanks to your husband's reputation, he was not robbed. Ling Qiao is clear. It must be another half-brother or brother who liked the car she drove home and wanted to rob it. Although Li's father is nonsense, he never leaves blood outside. Mi's father is different, with more than a dozen illegitimate children. Not only is he bad, but he also values sons over daughters. Treat your daughter as a tool to pursue fame and profit. There is no father's love at all. The son can take away the daughter's things openly. The most disgusting thing is that last year, a younger sister in the family was given by her half-brother and a group of alcoholic friends at home. The little girl was humiliated and called the police and sued. Near the court, the little girl left a confession and committed suicide. Her last words said that she was jealous of her brother and deliberately framed her. When her mother heard that her daughter died for no reason, she came to make trouble. Before justice was heard, she fell from the overpass and died. It was determined that it was an accident. There are many rich families who abandon their children's happiness and seek long-term development, but it is rare to see such a rotten rice family. Born in such a family, Ling Qiao really feels sorry for his best friend. Mi Guoguo hit Ling Qiao's shoulder. Don't make a compassionate expression. One day, I will destroy the Mi family, change my surname, and I will not get involved with Mi for life. Ling Qiao joked that it is unlikely that it is not related to rice. You can cook white rice for 3 nights in one meal. Mi Guoguo was unwilling to show weakness and snorted. From today on, I won't eat rice, noodles, steamed buns, bread and cakes, dumplings and soup. Ling Qiao doesn't believe it at all. Okay, don't eat from noon today. Oh, she imitated Mi Guoguo's appearance, shoulder to shoulder. What did you Da Shao think about what I told you yesterday? A trace of shame burned on Mi Guoguo's face, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Can it be successful? How can I know if it will work? If you don't try, you won't succeed. After a pause, Ling Qiao poked Mi Guoguo's heart. If we are not afraid of injury, we will go up. You may be hurt when you are with any man. Instead of being sad for the cat and the dog, it's better to die for you Da Shao, at least it's enough to nourish your eyes. Mi Guoguo gritted her teeth, and I was afraid of being pinched by the dogs of the Mi family for the rest of my life. With courage, she is worthy of being a Mi heroine. Ling Qiao praised perfunctorily. Let's go down today to express our condolences to our good friends who have not slept well for 7 or 8 days with my brother to treat emotional intelligence. Mi Guoguo glanced at her suspiciously. Isn't he reluctant to go out to meet people? Ling Qiao smiled and said, wear a mask. Besides, if she remembers correctly, the most loss of appearance in her life was witnessed by the Yi brothers together, and she shuddered when she thought of it. Broken cans and falls, immunized. I had lunch and fed the dog. It took 10 minutes to drive to the place where the dog was raised. Sister-in-law Fang and more than a dozen breeders stood at the door to greet her. Today, I was fed the fried chicken breast at noon. My wife poured the meat into the stainless steel basin across the iron railing. The stone bowl was loaded with water, and the water and meat were ready. Knowing that my wife was coming at noon, several wild ones were tied up and taken away. The wife didn't have to be afraid. Ling Qiao nodded and walked towards the iron fence where the dogs gathered. The 3-meter-high iron mesh, each wire is as thick as a little thumb, and the hole is only the size of a baby's fist. The dogs' mouths can only stick out a small piece, and the outstretched mouths can only open a slit slightly. It is unlikely to bite people. Usually, the breeders open the door directly and pour food in. In order to facilitate Ling Qiao's feeding, a feeding hole that can be opened and closed was specially opened at a height of more than 1 meter in the iron mesh. Ling Qiao looked at the dogs through the iron railing. One by one, they opened their mouths, stretched out their tongues, and shook their heads and tails to eat. Mi Guoguo ran 2 meters away. He took out his mobile phone and was into Ling Qiao. He didn't intend to let go of a frame and scene. Ling Qiao took the gloves handed over by sister-in-law Fang. He picked up a piece of chicken breast and raised his hand to the hole. He didn't reach in, but suddenly threw it in. The slightly yellowed chicken breast with a slightly burnt skin drew a parabola and fell on the cement floor on the other side of the iron mesh, more than 1 meter away from the dog basin placed against the iron mesh. The eyes of the dogs followed the meat to the ground, and then turned their heads and continued to stare at Ling Qiao, wagging his tail and sticking out his tongue. A pair of big eyes are shining brightly. So cute, so cute. Ling Qiao looked at sister-in-law Fang in confusion. Sister-in-law Fang smiled. Madam, they don't eat the food that fell on the ground. Ling Qiao was speechless and complained. He was really picky. Isn't it said that what kind of owner raises what kind of dog? Jian Yuzhou eats everything, and how to raise a dog is a matter of dog. She picked up another piece of meat, still held it to the entrance of the hole, left her hand outside the hole, and threw the meat in against the edge. Pop! The piece of meat hit the edge of the basin and fell to the ground. The dogs looked at the pieces of meat, and then looked up at Ling Qiao. A pair of eyes seemed to be saying, "Can you be accurate? The dog is not as stupid as you." According to the same method, 7 or 8 pieces were thrown in a row, and only 2 pieces were thrown into the basin. In order to grab the 2 pieces of meat, the dogs tore and snatched them fiercely. Ling Qiao was shocked to hear the barking of dogs one after another. I always feel that the dogs will start to point the finger at her at any time. In particular, there are several half-man tall strong dogs inside, which look quite bluffing. Sister-in-law Fang really couldn't look at it. She kindly reminded, "Madam, they are very close and won't attack people. Those who can attack people are tied up far away. Look at the fierce appearance of each other. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a posture that is ready to flirt at any time." Ling Qiao will believe it and doubt it, really. The breeders nodded like pounding garlic. Ling Qiao decided to believe them for the time being. There was an extra layer of gloves outside the gloves, picked up a piece of meat, and tentatively put his hand into the hole. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached in, a dark shadow flew out of nowhere and took away the piece of meat in his hand with lightning speed. Ling Qiao was so scared that he screamed. He staggered back and took several steps to stand firmly. Look at that shadow again. Half a man's height, intuition that it can stand up and hold people's heads. The big black dog ran all over the field with a piece of meat in his meat, avoiding the chase of 7 or 8 big dogs of the same height behind him. For a moment, there was another burst of chicken flying and dog jumping. It's not about attacking people. Da He likes his wife and plays with her. The lesson of the car in front was vivid in his mind. Ling Qiao didn't believe the nonsense of the breeders no matter what he said, and insisted on putting it in from outside the cave. After a round of throwing, let the breeders go in and pick up the ones on the ground. Continue to the next round. Until all the pieces of meat are put in. She didn't understand. She didn't eat what fell on the ground, and what she picked up was not very clean. Why didn't she dislike it? What a bunch of trouble dogs. When Ling Qiao was scared by the barking dogs, Mi Guoguo secretly posted a moments. There is also a picture and the truth, blocking Ling Qiao. Ling Qiao's precious photo of a stray dog breeder in the early days after marriage, with 9 pictures, feeding the first experience series.jpg. Wait for the follow-up more wonderful content to wave to the age of 80, Jing Chengyo, stupid and stupid, dogs can ride on the head to pee, can't bite back. How can I have such a stupid female girl? A Li's cat, Yingxing Li, poor baby, her legs are so scared that they can't be found. Can you close the beauty of the scumbag man to cut off his children and grandchildren? Li Yong, a man doesn't have a good thing, and a scumbag woman who doesn't deserve to be affectionate affection. Ninja, reply to at scumbag man cut off children and grandchildren. Ling Ying, if there is something wrong, the sister refuses the invitation. Zhao Jingqiao, I heard that the dog meat hot pot is always powerful. Sister Mi Guoguo, replied to at Li's cat, Yingxing Li, Guo Meiyan, she can kill me. Chapter 21 Delivery of Food. Nowadays, in the whole port city, there are 2 most noble women, one is Ling Qiao and the other is General Yu's wife. Jian Yuzhou is the richest, and General Yu is the most powerful. Of course, Jiang Yuzhou is not short of power, and General Yu is naturally not short of money. Whoever can marry Yu Fengyi, the eldest son of General Yu, is the third most noble woman in Hong Kong. With an order, the styling team dedicated to serving the wife of the Jiang family's actual person in power stood in front of him in less than 10 minutes. None of the clothes he prepared were the only private gouging in the world. After 2 hours of tossing, Mi Guoguo stepped out of the locker room and turned around with his arms open. The Cheongson-style sky blue skirt is matched with small high-heeled princess shoes. A stop there is like an oil painting. Exquisite, mysterious, heavy, and endless charm. Ling Qiao sucked the corners of her mouth and touched it again to make sure that there was no drooling. He got up and took her hand and looked up and down, and his mouth was surprised. Perfect, beautiful, Guoguo, you are so suitable for a small Cheongson. It's not old-fashioned at all. It's pure, lustful, and sexy. I want to marry you home. That's it then. He stood in front of Jian Dashao, and then shouted at him twice with the voice of the subwoofer that hooked the dead. If you don't believe him, he is not confused. Mi Guoguo was praised so much that he couldn't find the north. It was rare to show shyness. I also think it's very good looking, but it's better to be expensive. Ling Qiao gave her a blank look. Nonsense, do you know how much it costs to raise them? Mi Guoguo sincerely asks for advice, how much? Ling Qiao scratched Mi Guoguo's nose in a funny way, and I didn't know. In order to win the favor of the hostess, the housekeeper personally carried the lunch box. Madam, the meal you want is ready, a bowl of stomach-nourishing porridge and 2 plates of light side dishes. Ling Qiao took the lunch box into Semi Guoguo's arms and set off. Mi Guoguo saw that she was still wearing a sports suit to feed the dog at noon, so he pulled her. Don't you change your clothes? The reason why I don't dress up is, of course, that I don't want to take the lead and avoid stealing the limb of the protagonist. Ling Qiao put on a mask to see if I'm cool. Mi Guoguo twitched the corners of his mouth. He was black, which was quite cool. The kidnappers were not as cool as you. I didn't know that you had kidnapped Miss Tianjing. Tie it up now. With that, Ling Qiao put one hand around Mi Guoguo's shoulder, and the hooligan kissed her on the face. She left and treated her as the wife of the master. Madam, you drive slowly. The housekeeper didn't finish his words and took a mouthful of car exhaust. He saw that the wife's cleverness and cuteness in front of the gentleman was pretending. The wife and the young master of the Gall family were worthy of being fiancés for more than 20 years, and they were the same out of tune. Zijing Huafu is built according to the lake, covering the entire natural lake area into the community. With an elegant environment, it is a famous high-end community. Who are you looking for? The doorbell rang, and it was not Yi Ershao who opened the door. It's Yi Dashao and Yu Fengyi. Looking at the haggard but charming man in front of him, Ling Qiao and Mi Guoguo were stunned at the same time. That. Ling Qiao took off his mask and smiled stiffly. Where is Yu We made an appointment with him to deliver food. Yu Fengyi was expressionless and he was not there. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Ling Qiao scolded Yu in his heart that he was unreliable and tried to keep a smile on his face. He was not there, so the spicy crayfish he wanted. Yu Fengyi glanced at the crayfish box she was holding high. Come in and wait. It's too hard to talk to people you don't know, especially when they come with bad purposes, especially when the other party doesn't seem to be in a good mood, and they obviously don't like to see them. Mi Guoguo felt that his smile at this moment must be more ugly than crying. Wouldn't it be bad to go in and wait? Whatever. Yu Fengyi turned around and entered the room without closing the door. Ling Qian moved to the elevator entrance, dialed Yu Ershao's phone, and questioned, We're here. Where are you? Yu Ershao, I'm in the old house. Come back to change clothes for my brother. Ling Qian was in a hurry and said it was 5 o'clock. You told me to go home and get clothes. Yu are you deliberately messing with me? Why didn't you tell me when you got home to get your clothes? Yu Ershao is wronged. What can I do if my brother asks me to come back to get clothes? If you report my name and ask the doorman to let me go, I will pass for an hour at most. Ling Qiao whispered and shouted angrily. He had reported it and came up. Even your brother saw it, and he was speechless. I tell you, you don't want to eat crayfish, you don't deserve it. Yu Ershao. I want to fight for it, but the other end has hung up the phone. Chapter 22. It's so fragrant. Seeing Ling Qiao coming back with a dark face, Mi Guoguo frowned. Where are you and you? Ling Qiao said angrily. The old house of the Yu family. Yu Fengyi came out of the bathroom, and 2 little girls were sneaking into the door and closing the door gently. After taking a look at them, he walked straight to the refrigerator. Ling Qiao quickly glanced around. The living room was clean and tidy. He looked at her in the photo. The dirt is simply a world of difference. Yu Fengyi himself is also refreshed. Although he doesn't look very energetic, he seems to have picked it up with his heart, and there is still a bath fragrance on his body. Ling Qiao put down Mi Guoguo's arm and signaled with his eyes, hurry up and show it. Before Mi Guoguo moved, Yu Fengyi took out 2 cans of yogurt from the refrigerator and looked at them. Isn't he here to deliver food? Right. Ling Qiao strode over with Mi Guoguo. She just arrived at the table and pushed her forward. Hearing you say that you were in a bad mood and didn't eat well, Guoguo specially made millet porridge. Mi Guoguo, who was addicted to looking at handsome men, looked stunned. Ah. Yes, millet porridge. Yu Fengyi was silent and put the yogurt on the table. This was the only thing at home except mineral water. Ling Qiao glanced at it. Unexpectedly, it is her favorite brand of yogurt, which is still strawberry flavor. Married to Jane's family, the drinks are all self-produced by the farm, and the yogurt is also supplied by our own processing factory, which is specially designed for the Jian family. Usually, there is no opportunity to drink yogurt outside. I haven't drunk it for a long time. I really miss it. Ling Qiao picked up the yogurt and took a big mouthful of it generously. This is very good. I have drunk it, and it is very delicious. Yu Fengyi pulled out the dining chair and sat down, looking at the lunch box on the table. Mi Guoguo hurriedly put out the porridge and side dishes. He felt Yu Fengyi's sight close at hand, and only felt that his ears were hot. I don't know Yu Dashao's taste, but it's relatively light. Ling Qiao and Mi Guoguo sat opposite Yu Fengyi. There were 2 large crayfish packaging boxes in front of them, drinking yogurt silently. Yu Fengyi took a mouthful of millet porridge, which was not bad. Yes, is that so? As long as Yu Dashao thinks it's good. Facing the handsome and extraordinary Yu Dashao, Mi Guoguo lowered his head shyly and transformed into an ostrich, completely forgetting his ambition when he came. Ling Qiao hated it. He poked her arm and even kicked her twice, but she was so cowardly that she didn't even have the courage to look directly at Yu Fengyi. Have you eaten yet? Yu Fengyi suddenly opened his mouth. Ling Qiao shook his head. No. Mi Guoguo said. No. Yu Fengyi seemed to say casually, what do you want to eat? I'll call, and Yu is coming soon. Ling Qiao was originally going home to have dinner with Jian Yuzhou. For the sake of his best friend's life, he could only sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. As long as it was not barbecue, he could not eat ginger. Mi Guoguo whispered, I eat everything. In the process of waiting, Ling Qiao took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Jian Yuzhou. Uncle Tian, I will have dinner with my friends in the evening and will be home at 10 o'clock at the latest. I love you so much too. Are you reporting to your husband? Huh. Ling Qiao was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized that Yu Fengyi was asking her. Well, tell him not to go home for dinner. There was no fluctuation on Yu Fengyi's face. I heard Yu say that you were 1 year younger than him and got married so early. Yu why do you tell his brother everything? Ling Qiao raised a polite smile, and the fate was over. After 2 minutes of silence, Ling Qiao was already immersed in his mobile phone, and Yu Fengyi suddenly said again. Is it Grandpa Jian's grandson? Don't get me wrong, it's not what Yu said. Grandpa Jian sent an invitation to my father to gather at Jie's house at the beginning of next month. Your name is on the invitation. In order to avoid suspicion, only the relatives of both sides and the best friends of the newlyweds were invited on the day of the wedding. The business field and military political partners were treated alone afterwards, which Ling Qiao knew. She nodded with the same expression, Yu Fengyi, speaking of which, Grandpa Jane's grandson is a few years older than me. Isn't he uncomfortable with such an age difference? Ling Qiao felt that his problem was too out of the question. Yu's question was not bad. He asked a little shallow and deep, but it was not easy not to answer. She said perfunctorily, it's okay. Hearing her absent-mindedness, the dinner table fell into silence again. During the meal, Yu wanted to follow the crayfish at the right time, and was slapped on the back by Ling Qiao several times. It's okay if you want to eat it. Peel 5 for me and Guoguo, and you eat 1. Yu jumps his feet, and he doesn't have a long hand. Ling Qiao looked at him proudly and raised his eyebrows. If it grows, he is bullying you. If you are not convinced, don't eat it. Yu withdrew his hand, who is rare. Yu is a bold man. No one is afraid of any danger or anything he plays with. Even his own brother can't take him, but he is only afraid of Ling Qiao. He can't beat Ling Qiao since kindergarten. When he meets Ling Qiao, he is like meeting his nemesis, and he can only retract the thorns back. Ling Qiao knows each other's feelings since childhood. Don't be too experienced to pinch him. Surely, after Ling Qiao was angry and inserted 2 crayfish with a knife, Yu Arshao, a heavy lover of crayfish, was in pain and snatched the crayfish in her hand. Yu unswired the shrimp shell as if it was Ling Qiao. With a twist and pull, the snow-white shrimp meat was easily pulled out and thrown into the Ling Qiao plate. Eat you to death. Yu cursed viciously. Ling Qiao picked up the shrimp meat, sucked it with his teeth, turned his face to Yu's dark cloud face, and deliberately shook it. Then he sucked the shrimp meat into his mouth, swallowed it slowly, and then praised word by word with an intoxicated face, really, fragrant. That appearance is very indeed. Yu why do you think I like to see you so much? Yu rolled his eyes at her and threw the peeled second shrimp into her plate with the shrimp shell. Are you sick? Ling Qiao laughed. Mi Guoguo also wants to laugh. Because of Yu Fengyi's presence, he deliberately restrained the impulse to laugh and just covered his mouth and sneered. Turning his head, he found that Yu Dashao, who had been very cold since entering the door, looked relaxed. He was looking at Ling Qiao and Yu Arshao, who were joking. The corners of his mouth seemed to hide a smile and his eyes were spoiled. Chapter 23 Strawberry Milk Fragrance Lipstick. After the noisy meal, Ling Qiao and Mi Guoguo were ready to say goodbye and go home. You send miss me. Yu Dashao assigned Yu Arshao to deliver rice and fruit without saying a word. Yu Arshao looked reluctant. He didn't have to send it, and he didn't drink. He went back by himself. Besides, it was only 9 o'clock. Ling Qiao stared at Yu Da's shy Mi Guoguo when he was young. If he turned his mind, it would be troublesome. Please see me off. I'll tell you something on the way. The friendship made from the fight, Ling Qiao knows Yu and Yu also knows her. As soon as I looked at her frowning, I knew that she was asking him for help. Yu Arshao is reluctant to accept, okay. When he saw Yu Dashao driving out of the underground garage, Ling Qiao's eyes were full of relief. He was talented and beautiful. Yu Arshao glanced at her and said coldly, rice fruit is not my brother's dish. What do you know? Ling Qiao turned to his car 5 meters away, pulled the door and sat in. Unexpectedly, the door of the car was stuck. Yu Arshao warned, don't mess around. My brother won't like Mi Guoguo. You should die as soon as possible. Ling Qiao pushed him away, pulled the car door heavily, stepped on the accelerator and left. In less than 2 minutes, Yu's mobile phone rang, and Ling Qiao's voice came from the receiver. He brought me 2 bottles of yogurt. Hurry up, I'm at the gate of the community. Yu Arshao was so angry. Why? Am I your nanny? Ling Qiao didn't panic. It was because I promised to enlighten Yu Da, and I knew that you had made Ling Yu's belly bigger. 5 minutes later, 2 bottles of yogurt were smashed into Ling Qiao's arms through the car window. Don't talk nonsense everywhere. Ling Qiao picked up the yogurt and shook his wrist. That's not for sure. In case one day Ling Yin wants to beat the scumbag on a whim, I can't watch my cousin fight alone, but if she doesn't pursue it, I won't mention it. After all, I have to help Guoguo chase your brother. I really owe you to the Ling family in my last life. Yu turned his head and walked back, even his back was annoyed. Back home, Jiang Yuzhou was still busy working in the study. Ling Qiao looked through the crack of the door and saw that he had finished the remote meeting and pushed the door in. Looking at the straw that hit his mouth, Jiang Yuzhou asked with his eyes, what is this? Yogurt is very delicious. Jiang Yuzhou stretched out his hand to block him. I don't drink sweets. Try it. It's really delicious and not very sweet. The yogurt bottle was handed forward again and was taken over by Jiang Yuzhou and put on the table. 89 out of 10 additives outside exceeded the standard, so you should touch it less. Ling Qiao looked at the yogurt bottle unwillingly. Did he really not drink it? His refusal can be seen from his expression. She took the yogurt and went out sadly. In less than half a minute, she came in again. After coming in, she pressed directly into Jiang Yuzhou's arms, picked up his face and fighted. I didn't lie to you. Isn't it delicious? Facing her smiling eyes, Jiang Yuzhou raised his hand and wiped the corners of his lips with his thumb to wipe off the yogurt overflowing from the corners of his mouth. The yogurt stained on the finger belly was smeared on Ling Qiao's lips as it was. The application action was like being pressed 8 times slow down button, slowly, suddenly heavy and light, and it took more than half a minute. After wiping the finger, he didn't leave. With her mouth, he slipped in. It's too fast to taste. At the taste of yogurt on her fingertips, looking at the man's gradually dangerous eyes, Ling Qiao's brain was hot and she bit his finger to taste it again. In the end, Jiang Yuzhou didn't remember the taste of yogurt. Only remember the little wife's lips are very sweet after being smeared with yogurt. When she holds them and nibbles, she looks like eating lipstick with strawberry milk. Chapter 24 Robbed by You. The morning sun is getting darker and darker outside the window. Through the thick curtains, the bedroom is as dark as night. Ling Qiao was awakened by the vibration of the phone. With his eyes closed, he groped from the bedside table to the mobile phone, narrowed his eye, swiped the screen with his fingers, and closed it lazily. Half asleep and half awake, waiting for the other party to open his mouth. The vigorous sound of Mi Guoguo's spirit poured out of the receiver. Qiao Qiao's wife, I have good news for you. Yu Dashao seems to be a little interested in me. Ling Qiao, who was tortured by sleepiness, just wanted to continue to dream of Zhou Gong. Lazy O sound. Perfunctory can't extinguish the excitement of a little woman who longs to fall in love, and the other party continues to export. You know, I thought it was no good. When he was at home, he was quite cold. If it weren't for your cheek, I don't think he would have added WeChat. He sent me home and didn't say anything on the way. I didn't expect that he would send me WeChat at almost 12 o'clock in the evening. He also asked me why I could only see 2 or 3 in the circle of friends. I told him that it was set to be visible for 3 days. What do you mean? Did you look through all my moments all night? Qiao Qiao's wife, do you think he is curious about me? Hello, Qiao Qiao's wife. She fell asleep. Jiang Yuzhou hung up the phone, hugged the person in his arms from behind, and slept for a while. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, he shouted to her in his ear. Qiao Qiao, get up. Shout twice and bite the earlobe. Shout twice more, rub your neck and face. Ling Qiao couldn't stand being rubbed by him. He turned over and hugged his waist. As soon as he looked up, he put his lips together. Don't be noisy. Let me sleep again. It doesn't matter if you sleep, but you have to have breakfast. If it's late, you should have lunch directly. In birth in life, Jian Yuzhou was not used to her. He held the back of her head and deepened the kiss until Ling Qiao was out of breath and had to open his eyes. Sitting at the table, she remembered that there was still a can of yogurt left yesterday. Thinking that the servant might not know which can it was, she got up and went to get it herself. Xing Chongcheng opened the refrigerator and took a look. It's gone. The servants all said they didn't see it. Ling Qiao returned to the table and sat down. Uncle Jane, have you drank the yogurt? Jian Yuzhou was just about to nod and respond when the housekeeper came in with a standard professional smile. He happened to hear Ling Qiao's question, and it was time to express himself. Jian Yuzhou took a step ahead and answered attentively. Madam, I know that you like to drink it, so I asked someone to take it to the yogurt processing factory to produce the same flavor. In a few days, my wife can drink the same flavor of yogurt produced by her own family, which is healthier than the one bought outside. Ling Qiao suspected the fox's head, Uncle Jane. I wanted to surprise my little wife when the finished product came out, but it was destroyed by the smart housekeeper. Jian Yuzhou didn't show up, and his heart was very depressed. You don't need to get the bonus this month. The housekeeper who was punished for not being invited. He opened his mouth slightly wide and looked in disbelief. Ling Qiao was amused by her awkward husband and the bitter housekeeper. She laughed a few times and nodded repeatedly. It's time to punish, tell you to talk too much. After breakfast, she remembered that Mi Guoguo seemed to have called her, so she quickly asked someone to go to the room to get her mobile phone. Mi Guoguo sent what was said on the phone to WeChat again. Thinking about knowing Yu Dashao in many ways, so as not to increase unnecessary risks, Ling Qiao rubbed against Jian Yuzhou, who was reading military magazines. Sit on the sofa with his arms around him. I plan to start with myself and detour to the topic of Yu Dashao. Uncle Jane, if it weren't for Grandpa's pressure, wouldn't you marry me anyway? Jian Yuzhou, no Ling Qiao. Can't you be euphemistic? Think about it for at least a few seconds before answering. It's really hurtful. Well, she is not the point. Keep smiling. Why? Let me guess. First, the family background is not equal. Second, you didn't like me at that time. Third, the age gap was too big. She asked herself and looked at Jian Yuzhou expectantly after answering. Am I right? The gaze staring at his face is so strong that Jian Yuzhou can't ignore it, so he can only be patient. Age, whether I like it or not, is never within my consideration. The family has developed into the background of the Jian family, the Yu family, the Fang family and the Shao family. The marriage of the inheritor is the strongest bond of the family. Whether to marry whom and when to marry depends on the situation. He glanced at someone's blank face and continued, the balance and constraints between the families in Hong Kong City, no one can be alone, okay? Compared with now, the Jian family's comprehensive strength is the strongest, which is bound to cause the fear of several other families. Grandpa asked me to marry you, not all because the Jian family owes your mother a life. The Jian family has developed too fast, which makes the other families feel a sense of crisis, which needs to slow down and settle down slowly. The Ling family is rich but has no power. Wealth is not a big rich man who can deter one side. It belongs to the ordinary rich who can be pinched to death with one finger from several major families. The Yu family, the Fang family and the Shao family are all at ease when they married with the Ling family. Ling Qiao understood. I vaguely feel that the matter between Mi Guoguo and Yu Dashao is not easy to do. The Jian family is followed by the Yu family. The Yu family should also be feared by the Fang family and the Shao family, right? His simple little wife. Jian Yuzhou picked up Ling Qiao's chin and pecked her lips. Do you know what kind of man you married? Only when the Yu family, the Fang family and the Shao family are closely tied up can it be possible to shake the Jian family. If either party has selfishness, it will undoubtedly be defeated. That is to say, as the inheritor of the Yu family, Yu Dashao must marry the Fang family or the Shao family's daughter without running away. Ling Qiao said in disappointment. But I still don't give up. The Yu family, the Fang family and the Shao family should unite to resist the Jian family to prevent the annexation. What if the people their inheritors fall in love with are not so prominent? For example, our Ling family is not even as good as the Li family. Jian Yuzhou said objectively, the inheritor who can't control his emotions and feelings is not qualified in itself. What if it's not qualified? Change it. Either become the actual person in power of the family and achieve your own words. Ling Qiao didn't know how a family like the Yu family, which took power as the first priority, operated, but when he thought that there was still a general Yu pressing on Yu Dashao's head, he felt that if Mi Guoguo really had something to do with Yu Dashao, the road ahead must be bumpy. Unless General Yu is open-minded enough to accept a family full of chicken feathers. But it's obviously impossible. The Yu family values fame more than life, and the illegitimate children of the Guami family can't get into the eyes of the Yu family. Unless Yu Dashao's love is paramount and he is willing to fight against the whole family for love, he is the inheritor and the successor of Ding Ding on the board. As Jiang Yuzhou said, as long as he is qualified, he will not ignore the interests of the family for the selfishness of his children. Why don't you also get me Guoguo to Jian's house? Although he is not married to the person in power in the future, no one dares to bully, which is enough to get rid of the group of worms of the Mi family. Once the idea is formed, it can't be put away. Ling Qiao pulled Jiang Yuzhou's sleeve. I remember that you have two cousins who don't seem to be married. Jiang Yuzhou saw through everything and directly blocked the road. All the adults were engaged. It's a fool. It's a lie. You haven't been engaged in your 30s. Jiang Yuzhou looked at her meaningfully, and Ling Qiao's heart was hairy. No. Do you really have a fiancé? Well, it was robbed by you. Chapter 25 depressed Jiang Yuzhou. Ling Qiao was stunned. I was stunned. She, who hates Xiao San deeply, never thought that one day she would become a stumbling block on the way to happiness of others and become a Xiao San who climbed on the bed. Even if she is tricked, it is difficult to accept. He was inexplicably sad, and his eyes were restless. He looked like a kitten who made a mistake and retracted its claws with its teeth and claws. It opened its clear eyes and looked at the man anxiously. Uncle Jane, are you kidding me? Jiang Yuzhou picked up her mibus and deliberately put on a taboo look. What do you think? He simply loves her miserable and pitiful appearance. The little wife's eyes are big and round, and the ends of her eyes are slightly pressed down. She is born delicate and soft, which is especially suitable for crying. When she has tears, she is gentle and lingering. She is charming without knowing it. She is especially charming, especially charming. When she looks at you, she can show human bones. I wanted to taste it when I saw it. I wanted to press her on the sofa and bully her until she cried. Jiang Yuzhou thought so. I did the same. Turn over and knock Ling Qiao down on the sofa. The tall body covered Ling Qiao. She picked up Jiang Yuzhou's face and asked again, Uncle Jian, do you have a fiancé? Jiang Yuzhou held her shiny earlobe and coaxed, good boy, get down to business first. No, I need to know now. Ling Qiao didn't cooperate with anything. He was full of his mind that he had inadvertently become a junior. Jiang Yuzhou was entangled by her, so he had to explain honestly, yes, but they don't like me, and the child is a few years old. Ling Qiao blinked. So you are not the father of the child? No, Jiang Yuzhou's patience was running out. He bit the corners of her lips, not talking, being good, and calling people. Ling Qiao didn't want to call people, but wanted to listen to gossip. My uncle Jane is so handsome, rich and powerful. Why was he dumped? Have you ever thought of chasing back after being dumped? I didn't think about it. Jiang Yuzhou was a little impatient and held her hands together and pressed them to the top of her head. Did you forget to go back to Len's house at noon? I don't have much time. Good boy, call me husband. Looking at his deep eyes brewing a dark fire, Ling Qiao was really afraid that he couldn't go out today. He begged for mercy, Uncle Jane, I'm too tired in the morning. The donkey of the mill still needs to rest. Let me rest. You are a mill at most. Tired donkeys often have it. Have you ever heard of a rotten mill? Jiang Yuzhou rubbed her face indiscriminately. Ling Qiao looked up at the sky. It is worthy of the business tycoon who swept the negotiation table. Awesome, she actually made her transparent and speechless. No, it's not a cow, it's a donkey. He is a donkey. Jiang Yuzhou pinched her chin, raised it high, and called her husband. The tone is tough and dull, with a little force. When he was fierce, Ling Qiao admitted that he was cowardly and whispered, husband. Shout again. The lower lip was gently held, and Ling Qiao's brain was also chaotic. He shouted twice more obediently and vaguely. Husband. Husband. Jiang Yuzhou was satisfied and was about to reward her well, but was interrupted by a sudden call. It's Ling Qiao's mobile phone. Caller ID, Jian's old house. He stretched out his hand and was about to pinch it. Ling Qiao grabbed it and immediately connected it. Grandpa. Oh, from this I can hear the old man's happiness. Mr. Jian, Xiao, the bastard doesn't go to work today and doesn't have a social gathering. Let the stinky send you back to his old house, and Grandpa will cook delicious food for you. How did Grandpa know that Uncle Jane was not busy today? Ling Qiao wondered. Is it okay in the evening? I have to go back to Len's house at noon. Mr. Jane, of course, come back early and promise to cook with Grandpa. Ling Qiao repeatedly promised, okay, Grandpa. Mr. Jane, what do you want to eat? Grandpa asked people to prepare the ingredients, and we will start doing it as soon as you arrive. Ling Qian felt that the old man was too ambitious and persuaded him, Grandpa, although you are experienced and I am gifted, but after all, our grandfather and grandson are now a dark cooking god and a kitchen novice. For the sake of safety, I suggest gradually and start from the simplest dishes. Mr. Jian thought that what Ling Qian said was reasonable and gladly agreed. Yes, he would start from the easiest one. How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Mr. Jane's suggestion. Ling Qiao raised his hands in favor. As it's okay, just scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Hanging up the phone, Ling Qiao curled up her legs on the sofa, sat cross-legged, clicked on the mobile phone browser, and entered in the search box, how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I didn't notice that there was a missing person at all. And the young man is taking a cold shower in the bathroom on the second floor at the moment. Chapter 26, The Past. The first noble son-in-law in Hong Kong City must be greeted by the whole family when he visits the Yu family. Before the car arrived at the door, a row of people stood in front of the Ling family's mansion from afar. Without waiting for the driver to open the door, Ling Qiao pushed the door and got out of the car. In the middle of the crowd, he shouted cheerfully, "Dad," a middle-aged man with a big belly, sparse hair and a little bald head. Then, Ling Anfeng, who always put his daughter first, ignored his daughter's eager call, went straight past her, trotted all the way to the other side of the car door, stood still like a penalty student, and smiled brightly at the man who had just got out of the car. Master Jian is willing to appreciate the light, which is really brilliant. The attentive and flattering appearance coincides seamlessly with a certain identity in the ancient costume court drama. The hypocritical and flattering old eunuch. What made Ling Xiao even more stunned was someone who was called Mr. Jian actually accepted the name happily. He hummed coldly and walked in front of his father-in-law, letting his father-in-law follow him as a follower, not caring about his father-in-law's face at all. In Jiang Yuzhou's opinion, Ling Qiao is his wife, and it is enough for him to respect her. As for Ling Anfeng, it is not qualified to make Jiang Yuzhou lie down. In Ling Qian's opinion, the other party married her, and she married the other party. She should respect each other's elders. In terms of ability and social status, her father is indeed inferior to him, but now at home, the son-in-law should look like a son-in-law. In view of the absence of outsiders, she didn't have a seizure. I plan to communicate with him when I get home. Let's go. Jiang Yuzhou took Ling Xiao's hand and walked into the gate surrounded by a large group of people. It was lunchtime, and the food was already on the table. 4 people, more than a dozen dishes. Ling Qiao was stunned. It was not the craft of the servant at home. Sure enough, listen to your own parents the next moment. Dad introduced proudly, since knowing that you came back today, Wang has been preparing for 3 days ago. She went into the kitchen before dawn this morning. It's not my boast. Wang's Chinese cooking is better than that of a 5-star chef. Tang Wan, who was praised, smiled at Jian Yuzhou and turned around and lowered her head. Ling Qiao looked at the woman who used to be her college roommate and best friend, and now her stepmother, silently. Many past events came to mind. Tang Wan was 3 years older than her and went to college in the same year. She had to live in the dormitory for college military training. She was not used to the school food. Once the nanny didn't deliver meals in time. When the afternoon military training was about to begin, Tang Wan took her to the small restaurant at the gate of the school and cooked an egg fried rice for her. In order to thank the kindness of a meal, she invited Tang Wan home as a guest after the military training. Tang Wan is gentle and quiet, with a generous demeanor, and her speech is elegant. She is not small at all. The cowardice and restraint of the local girl, even Mi Guoguo and Ling Ying joked that she was designated as the rich and noble lady who was exiled. She likes Tang Wan. Her father fell in love with Tang Wan at some point. After that, she didn't like it anymore. Not only don't like it, but also disgust and respond. In my memory, Tang Wan was very diligent and thrifty when she first got married into her family. She loved to cook. She did the big and small things in the family herself, specializing in grabbing the work of the servants and dismissing 2 or 3 extra laborers. Since when did the rich lady who doesn't cook and concentrates on getting dressed and reaching out for food to open her mouth? Perhaps it is found that no matter how much she pleases her, she can't cover her heart, or maybe she has received enough indulgence and favor from her father, and the stepdaughter's opinion and tolerance are no longer important. In a word, she hasn't seen Tang Wan cook for 3 or 4 years. When did you start cooking again? It seems. Not long after Guo Nan returned to China. Like her and her father, Guo Nan also praised Tang Wei's cooking skills. Guo Nan was spoiled by his grandparents when he was a child. The 14 or 15-year-old boy couldn't even brush his teeth. He was cowardly and cried at any time. In order to make him independent, he was sent out of the country by his mother Jiang Yu before the age of 16. After 4 years, I just returned to China last year. I came back to fulfill the engagement. Who would have thought that Guo Nan, who had to blame himself for more than half a month by accidentally killing a little flying insect, would have the courage to drug his fiancé and uncle? That day, Guo Nan found a reason and took her to his uncle's office. When she saw Guo Nan's uncle for the first time, she only felt that this uncle was very young and stylish. His words and deeds were full of the stability and self-restraint of a mature man. She wrote novels, and she had read countless domineering president articles, but at that moment, she could not find an adjective to accurately describe the man in front of her. Jian Yuzhou and Guo Nan are completely different. Even with their eyes closed, they know who to choose as their husband. In fact, she saw Guo Nan drugged. The moment she learned that Jian Yuzhou was unmarried, she drank the cup of coffee without hesitation. Jian Yu owes her mother a life, and the Jian family owes her mother a life. She knew that Jian Yu was the sweetheart of Mr. Jian, and she knew that if it were not for Jian Yu Zhou, if she were another person, Jian Yu would never allow Guonan to dislike her, so Guonan chose her own uncle. She has never understood. It is clear that she and Guonan get along well. Why did they suddenly drug her? Although Guonan has no opinion and is cowardly, he is quite good to her, to be fair. When he was a child, he would marry her every day and be good to her for the rest of his life. 4 years of living abroad did not make him waver. After returning to China, he actively cultivated feelings for her. To be honest, she doesn't like Guonan, but she doesn't like anyone else either. How many pairs of married men and women are married because they like each other? At least, Guonan is not bad to her. She always believes that feelings can be cultivated. I believe that love can be cultivated. I believe that the head of the door is more important than the momentary impulse of a hot brain. But such a fiancé, who made her very confident, gave her a cup of coffee when she tried to spend her whole life with him. The cup of coffee completely broke her memory and apology to Guonan. So she has become Guonan and herself. But who is the woman who changed Guonan and made Guonan hurt his fiancé and uncle who had been protecting him for more than 20 years? After returning to China, Guonan spent almost all of his spare time at Lei's house. Who has this opportunity? It's ridiculous that she even asked me Guoguo to investigate. No need to check at all. Except for Tang Wan, there will be no second person. Yes, when facing Guonan, Tang Wan also showed her gentle and elegant side as much as possible. She obviously married as a woman, but she looks like a little girl who doesn't know the world. It's like at this moment, she was praised by her father and lowered her head shyly just by looking at her husband. A shy look of meeting a lover, a girl Huaicheng. What do you want to do? Since we met, she couldn't wait to put her eyes on her husband. What did she want to do? Seduce her husband. Just like seducing her father and her fiancé. Honey, my father is right. His wife is a good cook. Ling Qiao withdrew his thoughts and put a piece of fish in Jian Yu's boat plate. This fish was very delicious. My father loved it very much, and Guonan also loved it very much. There were also a lot of thorns. You eat it slowly. Undisguised yin and yang. Tang Wan looked up suddenly. The hook-like eyes are full of tears, ready to roll down at any time. Chow Chow, I know you hate me, but today is the first time that Mr. Jen came to my house for dinner after you got married. For the sake of your father, don't make trouble, okay? Chapter 27, Reverse the Appetite. Ling Qiao slowly put down his chopsticks and glanced coldly. Am I making trouble? Guonan, I'm sorry to you. You are angry. We all understand you. Tang Wan paused, but people wanted to look forward. The matter of Guonan's drugging did not spread. Except for the person concerned, only Jian Yu and Mr. Jian Yu, and even Li Anfeng was kept in the dark. There are different opinions on this. Some people say that Jian Yu Zhou likes his nephew's fiancée, and some people say that the Ling family and the Gu family jointly sold Ling Qiao. There are all kinds of speculations, but the powerful circle generally think that Ling Qiao designed and seduced. With Jian Yu Zhou's conditions, what kind of beauty does he want, and he can't pick up his nephew's broken shoes? Oh, Ling Qiao smiled coldly. How do you know that Guonan is sorry for me, not me? After saying that, he turned his head slightly. Huh? There was only 9.5 guesses just now, but now it can be very certain that these two people are dark under the eyes of their father and daughter, but they don't know whether they have slept or not. Tang Wan. I'm careless. When I thought about it, the father and daughter of the Ling family were as stupid as pigs, and they were fooled by her without knowing it. The little bitch said so was just a blind cat meeting a dead rat. Thinking of this, I immediately calmed down again. You love Guonan so much. For him to refuse successive suitors, Guonan must have let you down. Jian Yu Zhou silently pinched the fish meat with the fish bones into Ling Qiao's bowl. Ling Qiao picked up his chopsticks and fiddled with them casually. He stared at Tang Wan, who was like a clown, and sneered, "You know me quite well. Stupid." In front of her own man, she admits that she misses her ex in her heart, and you are destined to be defeated. The father and daughter of the Ling family are indeed stupid. Tang Wan was secretly happy. As long as Jian Yu Zhou is disgusted with the little bitch, she is sure to conquer him within a month. Although I married and fall, in my heart, you are not only my stepdaughter, but also my best friend. As long as you say a word, you can let me do anything. Ling Qiao raised his eyebrows. Right? Tang Wei's face is full of sincerity. As long as you can calm down, you can live a good life with Master Jian in the future. Ling Qiao's eyes were greasy and his smile was greasy. He didn't know the so-called Ling Anfeng, but his words were to Tang Wan. Then you can get out of this table and get out of the Ling family. Qiao Qiao. As if she had been greatly wronged, Tang Wan called Ling Qian in shock and turned her head to look at Ling Anfeng at a loss. Anfeng, I'm not. There were tears in his eyes, but he bit his lips to prevent the tears from falling. I feel sorry for the humiliating, sad and pretending to be tough, which is just right to hold the man's weakness. Ling Anfeng felt soft and distressed for a while. He put his palm on the back of Tang We's hand and looked at Ling Qiao with serious and helpless eyes. Qiao Qiao, what happened in those years was that Dad was wrong. Wang Wan was also 3 years older than you. It's not like your father's love. For the sake of your father's face, say a few words. Tang We's hand on her knees, holding the edge of her skirt, contracted again. The thick palm on the back of her hand made her nauseous, and the words said by the man made her even more resentful. When he fucked her and tossed her to death, he shouted his heart and loved her the most. But in fact, he always stood on the side of the little bitch. The little bitch mocked her unscrupulously, and even slapped her. How did he do it? He scolded her without pain or itching, and never really stood up for her. Make a fuss to your heart's content. The more united the front your father and daughter are now, the more unjust Jian Yuzhou will be for her. It's like Guo Nan was forced into her bed by the evil deeds of your father and daughter at the beginning. Looking at Ling Anfeng taking care of his daughter-in-law wholeheartedly, Ling Qiao remembered the experiences of their father and daughter fighting for Tang Wan. The blind old man deserves to be green above his head. Lose your appetite. As soon as the finger loosened, the chopsticks fell off in response to the sound, one fell to the ground, and the other hung on the edge of the table, and went home. Ignoring Ling Anfeng's retention, he got up and went out. Chapter 28. Not used to it. Ling Qiao leaned against the window of the car, looking at the traffic outside the window without focal length, and swept over all kinds of things with his father Li Anfeng in his mind. Jian Yuzhou didn't know what he was thinking. He leaned on the seat and closed his eyelids slightly, and also didn't say anything. Breaking the silence was the gurgling sound of 2 stomach protests. Ling Qiao turned his head and touched his stomach. Uncle Jane, are you hungry? Jian Yuzhou opened his eyes and reached out to put the broken hair on her temples behind her ear. What did he want to eat? Ling Qiao came over and fell on Jian Yuzhou's lap, rubbing his head. When his posture was comfortable, he said sullenly that he wanted to eat the rice cooked by Uncle Jian himself. After all, he has never entered the kitchen since he left the African forest. I'll do it for you in the evening. No, I have to eat at noon. You cook it for me. Ling Qiao pulled his hand to play and pinched the man's fingers into the palm of his hand one by one. It's too late at noon. Your stomach is screaming. As soon as the words fell, someone's stomach shouted twice. Ling Qiao, who was pulled by his father's poop and urine, is very similar to Ling Anfeng in his bones. For example, he is not very good and has a good temper. For example, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes. For example, he doesn't hit the south wall and doesn't look back. For example, he wants what he wants immediately, and there is no concept of delayed satisfaction at all. She stopped the action of pinching her fingers, raised her head to meet Jian Yuzhou's eyes, and said stubbornly, I want to eat the food cooked by my husband. Knowing that she was in a bad mood, Jian Yuzhou sighed secretly and rubbed her head. Okay. Go to the nearby Jane's restaurant or hotel. Jian Yuzhou instructed the driver. Uncle Jane is so nice. He grabbed the hand above his head and grabbed both of his hands. Ling Qiang grinned, unlike some people, blind. Her smile is very infectious, and her eyes are clean and bright, like bright stars, but it gives people the feeling of the first ray of light blooming when the sun just rises. It is layered, soft, and not aggressive, but it can easily break through the night and fog, making people unconsciously open their arms. Jian Yuzhou likes to see her smile, but at this moment he feels a little dazzling. The words Tang Wan said flashed in my mind from time to time. His little wife once loved another man, and it is very likely that she still loves him. The car was parked in the recently popular internet celebrity Western restaurant, with a total of 2 floors. The second floor has been cleared, and the process from the first floor to the second floor caused a commotion. First, Ling Qiao is so beautiful. Second, Jian Yuzhou is too stylish and has a strong aura. When the manager broke up the word Jane's family, the people who were ready to take out their mobile phones pressed their mobile phones one after another, and no one dared to take the idea of secretly. If they knew that it was the person in power of the Jian family, they would probably not even dare to breathe. Jian Yuzhou went to the back kitchen. Ling Qiao sat by the window and sent a WeChat message to Mi Guoguo. Ling Qiao, it's Tang Wan. Mi Guoguo, the sister of the universe, it's really her. She's so cheap. What are you going to do? Ling Qiao, I'm not sure if I slept or not. Cosmic sister Mi Guoguo, is there a difference between sleeping and not? Ling Qiao, I didn't sleep. Get out of the Ling family. Ling Qiao, if you sleep, your family will be broken and people will die. Ling Qiao, it's a little annoying. My father really likes her, and he doesn't want Guo Nan to be ugly. Mi Guoguo, the sister of the universe, Guo Nan treats you like that. No matter what he does. Ling Qiao, Jian Yu is kind to me, and Qia's family is very kind to me. Mi Guoguo, sister of the universe, what are you afraid of? Even if the Guo family has a bad reputation and the Jin family is here, who dares to embarrass Jiang Yu? Thinking of Guo Nan's hesitation when he took the medicine, Ling Qiao, to be honest, I don't want to cover up Guo Nan's shame, so I should let him humiliate and suffer a big loss from Tang Wan. Mi Guoguo, the sister of the universe, it is still pointing to him that he can reach the sky and the earth. Looking at him like that, the mud can't support the wall. Ling Qiao, it's not as bad as you said. Stupid is stupid enough. In fact, his heart and eyes are not bad. Mi Guoguo, the sister of the universe, so what should I do now? Ling Qiao, Tang Wei's parents are both within the system. Mi Guoguo, the sister of the universe, I'm going to arrange someone to check his bottom line. The little skirt that Tang Wan wore in college is generally not enough in the system. Ling Qiao, no, Tang Wan is not short of money with Guonan now, and the resources in your hand are not safe. Sister Hugo Guoguo, that's what I said. Ling Qiao, I'm looking for you, the one raised by the Yu family. Mi Guoguo, the sister of the universe, why don't you look for your husband? Ling Qiao, I'm not used to it. Chapter 29, Go Home. Because it was made by Jiang Yuzhou, there were not so many ways to arrange foie gras and steaks. The amount was large and the tube was full. He put the cut food in front of Ling Qiao and picked up the fork to feed her. I'll do it myself. Ling Qiao gestured to get the fork, but he avoided it. I'll feed you. You also want to eat, and I can eat by myself. Jiang Yuzhou was deaf and delivered the pieces of meat forward, almost to his lips. Seeing that he insisted, Ling Qiao didn't twist. She opened her mouth to bite the meat, which was not as tender and juicy as the chef's fried. In addition, she was in a bad mood, so she didn't bother to praise her and let him feed it to her mouth piece by piece in silence. After eating the last piece of meat, Jiang Yuzhou asked, "Are you full?" Ling Qiao nodded, I don't know why, she felt that the man's eyes were a little deep, as if he was suppressing something. Just about to ask, the handsome face in front of me suddenly enlarged and my lips were blocked. The kiss was so strong that it made the lips hot and painful. Pushing the man's chest hard, he held his hands together with his backhand and pressed it tightly against his scalp. Jiang Yuzhou left her lips, and the other hand clamped her chin and lifted it up. Who am I? Ling Qiao struggled. Can't break away. You hurt me? There was a dense pain on her lips. It was not that she couldn't stand it, but she was angry in her heart and wanted to cry for pain. She didn't understand why he suddenly went crazy. Jiang Yuzhou ignored her resistance and still suppressed her wrist. Who am I? Sensing the coldness in his tone, Ling Qiao's heart was stunned. There is fear of him buried in her bones. When he is fierce, she is cowardly and responds obediently, Uncle Jane. Jiang Yuzhou was dissatisfied and bowed his head to kiss her. The strength was greater than just now, and the teeth rubbed loudly. Retreat and ask again, who am I? Ling Qiao only felt that his teeth and lips were stiff and numb, and the pain was so panicked. He called him softly, trying to arouse the man's pity, Uncle Jane. No, Jiang Yuzhou kindly reminded her and kissed her. After the kiss, he bit her ear heavily. It didn't break the skin, but it hurt. Ling Qiao hissed and looked at him aggrievedly, and his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Who am I? Ling Qiao, who had suffered enough losses, did not dare to answer easily. His brain, who refused to work, finally turned around. He changed his mouth, husband. Jiang Yuzhou rubbed her chin and neck, remembering whose woman you are. The tone is tough and can't be refuted. The force on the wrist loosened, but before the stiff arm was put down, several messy sounds of the dinner plate falling to the ground sounded. Ling Qiao's whole body suddenly hung in the air and was strangled under his armpits and carried to the dining table. His legs were also crossed over the man's waist. Naked desire is written in the man's eyes. What are you going to do? Ling Qiao swallowed nervously. The man's deliberately deceiving voice pressed into the ear, and the breath penetrated into the ear. Remember, the first time was on the table, desk, and I still remember your appearance. Ling Qiao's brain exploded, like a frightened deer, pressing his chest and pushing it out. No, this is a public place with surveillance. It's all closed, and no one dares to come in. Jiang Yuzhou teased her earlobe lightly, didn't she? Can't push, keep pushing, don't want to. But I think, listening to the same music, sitting downstairs is full of people, they eat steak and drinking red wine, I eat you, it must be unforgettable. With unstingy words in his mouth, Jiang Yuzhou lifted his skirt and stroked his waist with his big palm to stir up trouble. Ling Qiao looked at him blankly. At the thought of the public, I was so ashamed that I almost cried. The trembling in her ears also made her cry. Uncle Jane, don't do this. We are at the window and will be seen. Jiang Yuzhou blew into her ear. The little liar's mouth was hard and his voice was soft, and he asked me to touch it. Don't. Ling Qiao was so scared that he lost his face. He hurriedly held the hand around his waist and went home. Uncle Jane, shall we go home? We can go to the hotel. Chapter 30. I don't know what's wrong at all. Her strength is not enough for a man to crush with one finger. Jiang Yuzhou smiled and said he didn't want to. Ling Qiao was so ashamed that he wanted to dig into the ground. Say, do you want to? Jiang Yuzhou forced to ask, huh? Ling Qiao shouted. He hurriedly clinged to his shoulder, leaned his head in his arms, and nodded as if he was resigning. Jiang Yuzhou's eyes finally darkened completely, she closed her hand, and then raised her chin, kissed her, and bit the corner of her mouth to order, call her husband. Honey, let's go home. It's right here. He turned her over and lay on the table, covering her body, still close to her ear. Don't be afraid, it's one-way glass, and they can't see it. Ling Qiao looked up and glanced. The opposite traffic light intersection downstairs was full of pedestrians waiting to cross the road, and a few even curiously looked at them. What if the quality of the one-way glass is not up to standard and you can see half a star? Oh my god, it's crazy. Ling Qiao shook his head into a rattle. No, Uncle Jane, husband, no here, really no. At all. Jian Yuzhou threw the ground and slapped the board with sound. There is no chance for Ling Qiao to speak and protest again. It was getting dark, and Ling Qiao huddled pitifully in the corner of the dining chair, feeling that he was completely unable to look directly at the tables and chairs in the room. Hurry up and let someone pull it away. What else do you want to wipe? Jian Yuzhou, I hate you so much. Why didn't I find out that you are so a thing before? Jian Yuzhou turned her head. She hurriedly covered her chest with her hands and stared at him vigilantly. Don't change. Jian Yuzhou continued to clean up the desktop. She knew what disgusting things he was thinking about, which was nothing more than wanting to taste it again next time. Ling Qiao said in disgust, pervert. Mr. Jiang prepared a basket of tomatoes and dozens of eggs with expectation to ensure that the grandfather and grandson had enough cost of failure. As a result, he received a call from Jiang Yuzhou saying that he would not go back to his old house at night. Mr. Jiang's face collapsed and asked Qiao Qiao to tell me in person. She is tired. Jiang Yuzhou said a sentence, hung up the phone neatly, and turned his head to meet Ling Qiao's resentful eyes. Won't you find a better reason? What is tired? Grandpa knows that I go back to the Ling family for dinner. How can I be tired? If you say that, Grandpa must think I'm not serious. Jiang Yuzhou looked at her up and down. Are you serious? Ling Qiao looked down at his naked self, and his mind was full of beating this shameless thing to death. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got up, my calf trembled and fell back. She was like an angry pufferfish. Her cheeks were bulging, and her little face was red. Tianling Gai seemed to be angry, and she was indescribably cute. Jian Yuzhou didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help it. Ling Qiao's psychological defense line completely collapsed with his smile. The shame that I tried to ignore became clear again in an instant, and the sky swirled in my head. Just. Very aggrieved. I want to cry. He said he would come, and tears came out of his eyes. Silent crying was the most worrying, and the smile froze on Jian Yuzhou's face. He suddenly panicked and reached out to hug her, but she waved it away. Go away. Ling Qiao wiped her tears. Jian Yuzhou grabbed her hand, hugged her forcefully into his arms, and gently stroked her back to calm her down. I was wrong. Don't cry. Ling Qiao raised his tearful eyes. What's wrong? Jian Yuzhou knew that she cried because of shame and indignation, and she couldn't get through the hurt in her heart, but she deliberately said, I shouldn't laugh at you. My wife looks so beautiful without clothes that I still laugh. I'm an asshole. Ling Qiao beat him. You don't know it's wrong at all. Jian Yuzhou let her fight. When she was tired of fighting, she pretended to ask for advice with a humble heart. I'm slow. Can you tell me what I did wrong? Yuling, Xiao Yijie. Jian Yuzhou's tone is softer, and I changed it. The attitude is quite sincere. Softer and softer, his chin rubbed against her intimately. Ling Qiao was soft and not hard. He was grinded by him, and most of his anger suddenly dissipated. In order to go out with him with peace of mind in the future, he said generously, he said to go home and go to the hotel, but you still mess around. Chapter 31 I like you. She was willing to open her mouth. Jian Yuzhou didn't move. I didn't mess around. Ling Qiao's little face collapsed and he sobbed. Jian Yuzhou held her cheek and wiped her tears for her, and said seriously, maybe you haven't noticed that you will be particularly excited in such a small private space in public. I am your man, and I know every time you throb. Only by fully exploring and knowing yourself can you experience the ultimate happiness. I'm for you, making you more know yourself. Ling Qiao was shocked by his strong words, and his tears suddenly stopped. For me? Jian Yuzhou had something to do, I don't like it. Don't put a hat on my head. It's obviously your own search for excitement. You like it. Jian Yuzhou was concisive and continued, you like it. Think about it carefully. The first time in the office, and this time, and the kiss in the hot spring, your performance is completely different from that at home. Ling Qiao thought about it, and his confidence was obviously insufficient. What's the difference? Jian Yuzhou hooked his lips slightly and attached it to her ear, and his breath was bent. Particularly tight. Well, that's because in public places, it's because people are ashamed, not because they like it. He wouldn't admit this kind of thing if he was beaten to death. It was obviously that he was in heat on any occasion, but pushed her on the head with a rake, dog man. Don't admit it. Admit a ghost. She tried her best to get up from his arms and was pressed back by him. It doesn't matter if she doesn't admit it. Find a chance to try again to see who can't help it first. Who wants to try with you? I'm not ashamed. I dare not try, because you know that I'm not wrong. Jian Yuzhou said, and the dragonfly kissed Ling Qiao's lips. The more adventurous you like it, the more you like it. Why did he make sure that it was her problem? Ling Qiao was indignant and tried it. At that time, you can't bully and say that I'm forcing you, don't cry after feeling good, and don't curse after you're happy. If so, what if you can't help it? What do you think we should do? Ling Qiao said with hatred, I'm all on the street. Are you willing? Be willing. Okay, play on the street. Jian Yuzhou poked out his fingers and abdomen to draw her eyebrows. What if I'm not wrong? It's my turn to be cowardly and shrink my neck. What do you want? Don't think about Guo Nan anymore. Ling Qiao blinked and always felt that there was something wrong with what he said. After touching it for a few seconds, I suddenly realized. No wonder you don't even eat, toss her. Uncle Jane, are you jealous? Jian Yuzhou avoids the heavy and light. You are Mrs. Jane. Really not? Ling Qiao turned his head to look at Jian Yuzhou, and he staggered his eyes. She stretched out her hand to straighten his head. Uncle Jane, your awkward appearance is so cute. Don't wait until later. I'll tell you now. I don't miss Guo Nan, and I don't like Guo Nan. Don't listen to Tang Wei's nonsense. I'm Mrs. Jane, and I only miss Mr. Jane. Then. Jian Yuzhou suddenly felt a little nervous. Of course I like you. My Uncle Jane is good at literature and martial arts. He can go up to the negotiation table and go down to the big kitchen. Of course, he likes my Uncle Jane. Ling Qiao smiled. Are you still jealous now? I'm not jealous. Jian Yuzhou has a hard mouth. Ling Qiao giggled a few times. Well, you are not jealous. I am jealous. I am jealous when I see other women looking at my Uncle Jane with longing eyes. I am jealous and angry that I don't even want to eat. So Uncle Jane, do you like me? I like it, but it suddenly got stuck in my throat. Jian Yuzhou paused and turned away unnaturally. It was not early. I called someone to send clothes. Ling Qiao hummed obediently. I can't hide my disappointment. Chapter 32 The First Bullet of Beauty and the Dog. Didn't you say that you gathered in Tianmanxiang Pavilion? Why did you come here at this point? After lunch, Ling Qiao was about to feed the dogs when he saw the Mi Guoguo led by the housekeeper look surprised. Mi Guoguo sat on the dining chair next to him and came to see you feeding the dog. We'll go together later. You continue to eat. Don't worry about me. I'm full. Ling Qiao raised his chin and looked at the napkin. I was wiping my mouth when you came in. I didn't see it. Mi Guoguo tilted his head and looked at Ling Qiao's mouth. Qiao Qiao's wife, your mouth is so red that I really want to take a bite. Stared at by Mi Guoguo's squinting eyes, Ling Qiao did not panic at all. Instead, he stepped forward to kiss her, which scared Mi Guoguo and bounced up from the seat and retreated. When it comes to hooliganism, you are still the Ling family girl. Mi Guoguo gave a thumbs up admiringly. Ling Yin is the first, Ling Qiao is the second, Ling Yi is the third. A group of female hooligans surnamed Ling. Ling Qiao held his fist and made concessions. The dog's lunch today is fried salmon and boiled steak. If you can be on duty in Jane's house, who doesn't have two brushes? One by one, the thief's eyes like a radar can see things, and the thief will come to trouble. Witnessing Ling Qiao's embarrassment when feeding, sister-in-law Fang and a group of breeders stayed up late to make a simple feeding device by themselves. When feeding and water, they only need to put the food and water into the feeding basin, and then put the feeding basin on the tin conveyor belt. With the slope of the conveyor belt, the feeding basin can easily slide into the other side of the iron mesh and appear in front of the dogs. Ling Qiao is happy and leisurely, so naturally, there is no problem. Originally, Mi Guoguo came here specially to see the noblewoman of the rich family. It didn't look like the noblewoman's panic. It's also good to take a few photos of a noblewoman wearing a slanted suspender skirt and stepping on high heels. Mi Guoguo took the opportunity to fight with Ling Qiao. What are you doing? Ling Qiao put down the stainless steel bowl full of salmon, reached out to grab Mi Guoguo's mobile phone in 3 steps and 2, and gave it to me. Don't. Mi Guoguo dodged sideways. Give it to me. Ling Qiao chased Mi Guoguo. At the thought of his ugly photos left in other people's mobile phones, he suddenly felt that his fate was being pinched. The two circled around a pile of food bowls. You run after me, you stop me and wait. It was expected that Ling Qiao might steal her mobile phone. Mi Guoguo deliberately wore flat shoes, but she obviously underestimated Ling Qiao's physical strength. Although Ling Qiao could not run fast in high heels, she had good endurance. Unfortunately, her mobile phone was seized after dozens of laps. Deleting the photo by mistake, Ling Qiao threw the mobile phone back to Mi Guoguo. Do you think the 2-month caveman on the top of the mountain lived in vain? Just kidding, she can't run 30 kilometers now. Mi Guoguo gasped with his hands on his knees, so tired that he couldn't straighten his waist. Ling Qiao raised his arrogant little eyebrows, no matter how he looked at it. However, it is as famous as the cheeky of the Ling family girl, and the outstanding heart of the Ling family girl. On the way out of Huanwang Huishen Villa to Tianmanxiang Pavilion, looking at the high-definition photos downloaded from the WeChat file assistant, Mi Guoguo smiled at Ling Qiao. What kind of eyes do you have? Ling Qiao inexplicably felt a chill in his back. The other party's smile is so sly, just like the perverted murderer in a horror movie. Did I laugh? I didn't laugh. The two lips rolled inward, and Mi Guoguo tried to wrap his lips to hold back his laughter, pretending to be calm and pointing to the traffic light. The time is up. Focus on driving, and don't be paranoia. Suspicious. Ling Qiao stared at Mi Guoguo full of doubt and turned his head forward. Step on the accelerator. Mi Guoguo picked up the photo and sent it on WeChat. He held his mobile phone high and almost pasted it on his face to prevent Ling Qiao from peeping. Ling Qiao got up early after marriage and took a precious photo of the stray dog breeder, with 9 pictures, the cultivation of Hercules. JPG, wait for the follow-up more wonderful content to Old Rules, block the parties. After sending WeChat, he posted a video of Ling Qiao feeding the dog for the first time to the Jishan short video website. Supporting text, Beauty and the Dog Part 1, Chapter 33. Meet again. Tianmanxianga is the most luxurious platinum 5-star hotel in Hong Kong City, with a total of 33 floors, integrating accommodation, food, entertainment and leisure. Because of its excellent privacy protection means, it is very popular with the rich second generation, the military second generation, stars and others. Because of the existence of Ling Yin and Jing Chongyou, 2 mixed entertainment circles, Ling Qiao and others are gradually getting used to coming to Tianmanxianga for parties. I only made an appointment with Yu Arshao today. For the sake of Tang Wan. I wanted to sing for a while after talking about things, so I booked a KTV box. Pushing the door in, Yu Arshao had opened his voice and howled for 10 minutes. To Ling Qiao's surprise, Yu Fengyi was also there. It's not interesting to sing K songs with people you don't know. Ling Qiao complained a little about Yu bringing Yu Da silently, but he couldn't lose the etiquette and demeanor he should have, so he sat on another sofa with a smile and greeted Yu Fengyi generously. Yu Dasha. Unlike Ling Qiao, Mi Guoguo can say that she is very grateful to Yu for meeting Yu Fengyi by chance. She secretly glanced at Yu Fengyi, and Mi Guoguo's girl's heart bumped into the deer. What a coincidence. The unique subwoofer's sexy smoky voice made her shy and crisp girlish voice. At the end of the song. Seeing that Ling Qiao was about to cry because of his grievance, Jing Chengyo showed great mercy and let go. In the future, he gave me a stronger, so as not to make himself look like he had no mother. The interaction made Yu almost cry with envy. Although Ling Qiao always bullied him, he also wanted to have a soft girl to pinch her face. I've had enough of teasing Ling Qiao, and finally got a new fun. Simply and roughly play poker and drink. If you don't want to drink, you can talk sincerely or take a big risk, or draw a turtle on your forehead. Participation is voluntary. Yu Fengyi refused to participate, and did not let the little beauties get close to him. He sat in the corner and drank wine from beginning to end. But Ling Qiao wanted him to participate. He played a few laps and waited for the atmosphere to come to him. He came to him. It's boring to sit alone. You are not much older than us. Don't be so serious. Okay. It seemed that he didn't expect him to be so cheerful. Ling Qiao was stunned and then smiled, then go over. Due to the large number of people, the 2 people with the smallest numbers in each round were punished. Yu Fengyi was lucky enough to play 7 or 8 rounds before it was his turn to be punished. I drink. Yu Fengyi simply went to take the wine glass. Hei to Zhao Jingqiao held the mouth of the cup neatly and didn't let him pick it up. From this round, the rules have been changed, and he can only choose adventure or sincere words. That's right, it's all massive. I can't get drunk until tomorrow. It's boring. Jing Chongyou is attached. It's better to have a big adventure and be sincere. Ying Xingli said. Aha. Ling Qiao nodded with a big sneak. 2 athletes and wing dressers also joined in the fun and raised their hands in favor. 4 female stars and 3 internet celebrities, no one can please Yu Fengyi, have felt deeply humiliated and have been eclipsed by several rich people, and they have protected themselves one after another. Mi Guoguo spoke out for love. It is reasonable to change from the next round. Shut up. Zhao Jingqiao, Jing Chengyo, Yan Xingli and Ling Qiao all spoke in unison. Yu Fengyi looked at Yi Arshao and asked with his eyes, what do you think? The palms and backs of the hands are full of flesh, and they can't afford to hurt. Yu Arshao said tremblingly, vote, the minority obeys the majority. Yu Fengyi glanced at Ling Qiao, who was optimistic about the drama, with the afterglow. I chose the big adventure. I'll do it. Ling Qiao couldn't wait to raise her hand and went out to find a man to hug and kiss him for half a minute. Zhao Jingqiao gave Ling Qiao a thumbs up, which was enough. Go quickly. Jing Chongyou coaxed and found a more handsome man, otherwise I guarantee that you will be unable to swallow for 7 days and 7 nights. When you see a man, you want to vomit, and when you see a woman, you also want to vomit. Yingxing Civet is yin and yang, and Jingda Star is very experienced to I am peerless, and I can't stop my charm. What's wrong with the man? Jing Chongyou threw off his bangs handsomely and chirped on Liu Lu's face, which made Liu Lu blush with shame. Everyone is eager to take out their mobile phones. Only Yu Fengyi's face was slightly gloomy. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ling Qiao took the opportunity to say, since it is your first time to play, I will give you a novice benefit. If you can't do it, you can choose the truth. Chapter 35. Do you love Jiang Yuzhou? Yu Fengyi looked at Ling Qiao with a very focused look. His eyes were so hot that Ling Qiao couldn't ignore it. Many people look at the communication partner with focused eyes. In fact, they just show respect for the communication partner and have no special intention. Therefore, she did not think deeply, but tentatively asked, sincere. Seeing that Yu Fengyi did not object, he took the opportunity to say, then can I ask? Yu Fengyi, you can ask. The reason why he was pulled to play the game was that Ling Yao originally had the idea of exploring his mind, and naturally, he would not be polite to him. Future, love, when it is not compatible, how will you Dashao choose? As soon as he said the words, he immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of Jing Changyou and Zhao Jingxiao. What's the problem? It's too clear water. Someone, don't deliberately put water because Yu Dashao looks good. Ling Qiao ignored Zhao Jingxiao's tease and asked again in other words, Jiangshan or beauty, which one does Yu Dashao like? If you can't answer, you need everything. From the moment Ling Qiao asked the question, Mi Guoguo's heart rose to his throat. Knowing that Ling Qiao was asking for her, she looked at Yu Fengyi nervously. Ling Qiao told her that if she was with Yu Dashao, she would inevitably suffer the opposition and pressure of the Yu family, but it was difficult for a perfect man like Yu Dashao not to be moved. How will he answer? She really wants to know. A man like Yu Dashao, who has rich experience and bears the heavy responsibility of the rise and fall of the family, will be the focus wherever he goes. Will he give up his brilliant future for the illusory love? Not only Mi Guoguo, but also all the women present held their breath and were full of curiosity about the answer. Including Ling Qiao. Even Zhao Jingxiao, who protested at the beginning, was absorbed in waiting for the answer. If I love someone and the world does not allow us to be together, I will do everything for her. Yu Fengyi's clear voice sounded, and the dim KTV box seemed to turn into a vast grassland. His voice was a breeze brushing the tip of the grass and raising the dew, which made the listener feel immersive and like a spring breeze. It's not a simple sentence of yes or no, but a serious reply. Look at Ling Qiao and say, if you love someone without being recognized by the world, you are willing to do everything to stay with her. Whether it's honest or ruthless, as long as you can get her. This is his attitude. Mi Guoguo felt that the blood around him was boiling in an instant, and the perception of his heartbeat was unprecedentedly strong. There is an insurmountable identity between her and Yu Fengyi. The background is a gap, but Yu Dashao, who is like a bright moon in the sky, said that he loves beauty but not Jiangshan. With Yu Dashao's talent, the Yu family can't give up on him, so Yu Dashao insists on marrying someone, and the Yu family will agree sooner or later. How can this make her not excited? She and Yu Dashao have hope. At the same time, Ling Qiao was also relieved. There is no need for Yu Fengyi to lie. If he says so, it means that it is his true idea. And whether he can do it or not, at least he has this attitude. What's more, he is a really excellent man. He deserves women to take some risks. Once he wins the bet, he will win a lifetime. Mi Guoguo was too bitter. She hoped that Mi Guoguo would have a good destination, and Yu Fengyi was undoubtedly a very good choice. Not to mention the appearance conditions, his personal resume alone was eye-catching enough, and Yu Arshao praised his brother to the sky. He was promoted to a lieutenant colonel at the age of 26, and his career was unlimited. If there is no accident, the future will be better. Not promiscuous, the appearance is the best, the family background is good, the background is strong, and the future is bright. Mi Guoguo and him, she rest assured. Have you forgotten that there are still people who will also be punished? I don't know who mentioned it, but everyone turned their eyes to another person with small points. Ling Qiao. Ling Qiao withdrew his gaze from Yu Fengyi's face and accepted the punishment generously. I chose the truth. Anyway, she doesn't have any secrets she can't tell. Who in the circle doesn't know that Ling Qiao's life is similar to that of a blank sheet of paper? It's not a little explosive and cool. Hearing her choose her sincere words, they shouted one after another, boring. They all grew up wearing a pair of trousers and were too lazy to waste brain cells asking questions. It doesn't hurt or itch. It's not strong. Even before Ling Qiao continued to speak, Jing Changyou had already impatiently signaled Liu Lu to shuffle the cards, and said, cancel the sincere words from the next round, drink, take a big adventure or draw turtles. Ling Qiao was happy to see the success and said brazenly, it's you who don't ask, don't say that I can't afford to play. But at this time, an awkward question suddenly sounded in the crowd, do you love Jiang Yuzhou? Chapter 36, Sleeping in the Hotel. Do you love Jiang Yuzhou? The words were asked by Yu Fengyi, which was extremely straightforward. In their circle, it seems that the first class is windy and rainy, but there is one thing that is extremely luxurious. You can say you like it, but don't talk about love. Once you fall in love, 8 out of 10 will make yourself fall into an irreparable embarrassing situation. More temptation, less love. However, since someone asked, it was natural to answer. Ling Qiao thought carefully for a few seconds and answered objectively and truthfully, I like it, but there is still a little distance from love. A group of people have not been so together for more than half a year. Except for Gonan and Ling Yin, as well as Chuyi, who is far away abroad, they all came. A group of people stayed in KTV until 9 p.m. before dispersing. During this period, 2 athletes and wingers found a reason to sneak away. Female stars and internet celebrities want to stay, but Jin Chunyo said that the next is private time. You go back and send them away first. The sadness of the tall man. When they came out of Chenmanxiang Pavilion, several women were so drunk that their steps were floating. It's not safe to drive on behalf of others. Jing Chunyo, Zhao Jingqiao and Yin Xingli live in the same district. Of course, Jing Chunyo escorted Zhao Jingqiao and Yin Xingli home. Only Ling Qiao, Mi Guoguo and the brothers of the Yu family are left. Ling Qiao pushed Mi Guoguo to Yu Fengyi's side with his last bit of consciousness, saying that he didn't want to say anything. Our Guoguo is up to you. Hi, you Da Shao, you have to send her home a lot. You hi, let's go. After getting on the bus, she fell asleep. I woke up and found myself sleeping in a hotel. Yu Fengyi sat on the sofa not far away and fell asleep. The last memory is to stand on the KTV coffee table with Mi Guoguo and drink a glass of wine. As for how he came to the hotel and how he stayed in the same room with Yu Fengyi, I have no impression at all. Fortunately, he was dressed neatly and had no strange perception on his body. Not caring about the exploding head, she carefully lifted the quilt and got out of bed, intending to slip away while Yu Fengyi didn't wake up. Unexpectedly, one foot had just touched the ground, and the thing she didn't want to face at this moment still happened. Yu Fengyi woke up. He looked at each other and was embarrassed. In this situation, as a man, Yu Fengyi felt that he should say something. He moved his throat, and his voice was hoarse with a hangover. Xiao, today's incident was an accident. I hope you Da Shao can keep it secret. I don't want to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Before Yu Fengyi opened his mouth again, Ling Qiao preemptively defined the matter as an accident. Then he looked at his handbag on the bedside table, opened it at the fastest speed, and took out his mobile phone. Turn on the power. The time shows 2:45 a.m. Hundreds of missed calls, and the WeChat interface was marked in red. Most of them are Jiang Yuzhou's, followed by relatives and friends. Even Guo Nan made 2 phone calls. DDD. Looking at Uncle Jane's 3 big words on the screen, her hands trembled with fear. Yu Fengyi, Yufenggang Starry Sky Hotel. She couldn't dodge. Ling Qiao took a deep breath and pressed the connection button. Before she could open her mouth, Jiang Yuzhou's voice came first. Qiao Qiao. The voice on the other end of the phone was calm, which sounded no different from usual, but Ling Qiao still caught the other party's uneasiness and anxiety from the questioning tone. He felt more and more guilty, and he spoke with a tremor. Jane, Uncle Jane, I'm drunk, you come and pick me up. Jiang Yuzhou, where are you? Ling Qiao, Yufenggang Starry Sky Hotel. After hanging up the phone, she calmed down from her panic. Some words are difficult to say, but they must be said. She looked at Yu Fengyi and said apologetically, my husband is coming to pick me up. Yu Fengyi knew what she was worried about and took the initiative to explain, don't be afraid, nothing happened. You stay here and I'll open a new room. Yufenggang is the property of the Yu family. They won't talk nonsense. Thank you very much. Although there are countless questions in his mind, now is not the time to investigate the truth. Ling Qiao chose to let go of the question of how they came to the hotel and concentrate on thinking about how to explain to Jiang Yuzhou. Obviously, she can't do it alone. So she looked at Yu Fengyi again and said with some embarrassment, if others ask. After getting on the car, you go crazy and have to get out of the car, and you don't tell me your home address. There is no choice but to take you to the nearby Yufenggang, which is the room that the front desk sent you into. What do you mean she has to get out of the car when she is drunk? Ling Qiao twitched the corners of his mouth. When I think about it, her wine is really not good, and this reason is barely reasonable, so I agree. That's it. Chapter 37, Admit Your Mistake. Waiting for Jiang Yuzhou's time, Ling Qiao called the front desk. I asked the waiter to change the sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases and clean up the room. The smell of men's perfume on her body was particularly awkward. It should have been stained when Yu Fengyi helped her. She looked around and looked at the wine cabinet. She took out a bottle of red wine and drank half of it. The other half was spilled everywhere, and her clothes and skin were stained a lot. Until the smell of another man was completely covered up, she lay back on the bed, deliberately messed up the bed, and fell asleep again. When she woke up again, the sun was shining outside the window, and she was lying on the big bed at home. She is refreshed all over, and someone has changed her hair. Pushing open the door of the study, I saw my husband sitting behind the desk through the crack of the door. I'm focused on the computer. Hearing the movement, Jiang Yuzhou glanced at the door, and then continued to stare at the computer screen, unable to hear the emotional call, come here. Ling Qiao stood up straight and pushed the door open, bowing his head. Holding his nightgown in his hands, he took a small step over. When she stood at the desk, her feet were together, and her toes were bent tightly on the ground to relieve her uneasiness. She didn't dare to open her mouth. She couldn't be sure of Jiang Yuzhou's attitude, for fear that the more she said, the more wrong she would be. So he put the pestle aside, like a primary school student who made a big mistake, pursed his lips and lowered his head. After being dried for a while, the light grey man took off his shoes and turned to her and appeared in the field of vision. Jiang Yu turned the seat to her and said calmly in a childish tone, "Speak clearly." At the thought of sleeping with another man other than her husband for several hours in such an intimate position, Ling Qiao was so nervous that her scalp was numb. In addition, Jiang Yuzhou was too calm that she couldn't figure it out at all, which further aggravated her uneasiness and anxiety. She was not sure whether Jiang Yuzhou knew the hotel that Yu Fengyi sent her to. "I'm not sure if he heard anything from Yu Fengyi. I don't know if Yu Fengyi will leak his mouth." She made up her mind to correct her attitude of admitting her mistakes. As for how much Jiang Yuzhou knew, she went step by step to see, so she carefully answered, "The wine she drank in Tiaomanshell Pavilion KTV, Guoguo and Ye were all friends who played together. Everyone hadn't seen each other for a long time, and when they were happy. I didn't know how to get to the hotel, and I don't know the mobile phone. When did Dao turn off the computer?" "Jiang Yuzhou, so you don't know who took you to the hotel?" Ling Qiao suddenly raised her throat with a heart. She held her pounding heart, shook her head first, and then said, "You are, Jingyi." "No, it was Jing Chengyo who wanted to send Jin Qiao and Xingli. Yu Da and Guoguo were in contact, so they should send Guoguo." She felt very guilty when she lied to Jiang Yuzhou for the first time. Very anxious. "But I don't have the courage to tell the truth. More than half of the rich couple are playing separately, but she doesn't want to be like that with Jiang Yuzhou. Because I care, I dare not. It was Yu Fengyi who sent you there." Hearing the words, Ling Qiao suddenly looked up, with a look of shock and disbelief. How could it be? 2 hours ago, Yu Fengyi called home. Ling Qiao asked knowingly, "Then why did I go to the hotel? I didn't see Yu Da Shao when I woke up." Jiang Yuzhou's tone became colder and colder. "Do you still want to see him?" Being looked at by Jiang Yuzhou's fierce gaze, Ling Qiao was cowardly for a second and didn't want to. Jiang Yuzhou continued, "Yu Da Shao complained to me, saying that my wife was drunk and crazy. She had to get out of the car to the hotel to eat cake, grab the steering wheel, grab the driver's face, and bite people when she catches them. He can't resist it and can only take you to Yu Fenggang passing by. I asked you to call your family, but you not only didn't call, but you turned off your mobile phone in front of him, smashed people with your handbag, and asked me to pay 100,000 yuan for medical expenses and mental damage." Hearing this, Ling Qiao was basically sure that the man in front of him was not angry, but at most a little angry. She was silently relieved in her heart and muttered in a low voice, "This young master Yu, looking at Siwa's politeness, how could she still sue?" 22-year-old Jiang Yuzhou devoted herself to the family business. For the first time, he realized that not only the age difference between himself and Ling Qiao was too big, but also there was a great difference in lifestyle. She was only 21 years old, which was a waste of youth. At Cha's age, he wouldn't have messed around with her 10 years ago, and it's even more impossible now. But he has some characteristics of traditional men in his bones. His wife was drunk outside and woke up in the hotel in the middle of the night. Even if nothing happened, it was a provocation of his man's dignity. Thinking about it, he looked for her for most of the night and almost turned the whole port city over. And she never thought of informing him before drinking. Thinking like this, he felt extremely uncomfortable, and his attitude was colder, and his tone became more and more cold. "I didn't know that my wife was still a drunkard." As for the change in Jiang Yuzhou's attitude, Ling Qiao caught it at the first time, and she immediately promised that she would never dare again. "Don't dare to do anything? Don't dare to get drunk outside." With that, Ling Qiao lowered his head again, his toes were at a loss, and he continued to admit his mistake very sincerely. "I know I was wrong, Uncle Jane." In front of Jiang Yuzhou, she has always been a delicate and obedient image that needs care. Every time Jiang Yuzhou changes her face, she will look at him with tears in her eyes. The aggrieved and stubborn appearance is particularly painful. So even if she lowered her head at this moment, Jiang Yuzhou could imagine that her big eyes must be full of tears. Thinking of the eyes made by his little wife, his heart softened and he turned to care. While pulling her into his arms, he asked with concern, "Why don't you wear shoes? This level is over." Ling Qiao is relieved and explains honestly, "I'm afraid that you will scold me and make you sad if you don't wear shoes." Jiang Yuzhou couldn't laugh or cry. You can also think carefully even if you admit your mistake. It seems that self-awareness is not in place, and it can't be punished without punishment. He looked at Ling Qiao's drooping neck. His slender neck was so white that it glowed, with the light red left by a hangover, as if it were an invitation. His eyes darkened, and he asked, "Are you hungry?" Ling Qiao was secretly trying to escape a disaster and was asked by him inadvertently. He looked up at his superior jawline and blinked in a daze. In the confusion of the eyes, there is a little after the awareness of recognition. Last night, she was full of wine and fruit. She was hungry when she just got up. She nodded, "I'm hungry." In the past, when she shouted hungry, Jiang Yuzhou must have taken her to dinner at the first time. However, this time she was wrong. Instead of taking her to dinner, Jiang Yuzhou held her lips in one bite and rubbed them with some force. "Endure." Jiang Yuzhou said something badly, holding back, picked up Ling Qiao and walked to the room, kissing as he walked. It was not only in the evening that the two of them went downstairs for the first meal. After this disaster, Ling Qiao will never dare to stay home at night again. Chapter 38. You should have belonged to me. What is this? Looking at the brown file bag in front of her, Ling Qiao's first reaction was the one given to her by Ye, which was not very similar in thickness. It's much thicker than investigating Tang Wei's parents. Market research and qualifications for the establishment of the foundation. Qualifications to establish a foundation. She has studied this matter for many days. Registering a foundation requires not only sufficient startup capital, but the most important thing is the qualification application. The Ling family did not with this kind of relationship. She was worried about who to ask for help. Unexpectedly, her husband was so considerate that he silently sent the qualifications to her. She couldn't wait to open it and look through it. She excitedly approached the corner of Jian Yuzhou's mouth and said, "Uncle Jian, you are so kind. I love you so much." Seeing her happy, Jian Yuzhou's mood rose unconsciously. But what should be told is that the public welfare industry seems transparent, but in fact the depth is unpredictable, especially for large-scale foundations for global aid. Remember, tell me as soon as possible when you encounter difficulties, and don't be stubborn. Ling Qiao was full of thinking that he was finally going to start the second career in his life. He didn't listen carefully at all and nodded perfunctorily, "I know." When she went upstairs with the document bag, she remembered that she had never seen the document bag given by Yue since she got up. "I didn't find it at home. I asked Jian Yuzhou and said he didn't see it. I called Chen Manxiao Pavilion to inquire, but the other party's feedback was not picked up. Then it can only be taken home by the party." After asking around, it was in Yu Fengyi's hands. Yu Fengyi arranged to meet in a high-end tea house under Yu's. The weather in September was hot, and his body was covered with traces of Jian Yuzhou's gnawing. Ling Qiao did not wear a skirt abnormally, but wore a long-sleeved casual shirt. The eye-catching bright orange silk scarf covered the suction marks on her neck to the greatest extent, and her lower body was also tightly wrapped and trousers. The two sat face-to-face on the futon. Across the short-legged tea table, Yu Fengyi looked at Ling Qiao silently and caught a glimpse of half of the red mark on the edge of the scarf, and his eyes darkened. He pushed the document bag to Ling Qiao at the other end of the tea table, and there was no abnormality in the sound. "My car I drove when I went to the hotel fell into the back seat of the car, and I didn't find it until you asked." Such an accident happened. Facing Yu Fengyi, Ling Qiao only felt uncomfortable. But what happened that day was always a thorn, and she couldn't sleep if she didn't figure it out, so she adjusted her mood, looked straight at Yu Fengyi and asked, "I was drunk that day and didn't remember anything. Didn't bother you Da Xiao, did she?" The other party told Uncle Jane that she was crazy about drinking and had to go to the hotel to eat cake. Even if she said she was going to jump off the car, she would believe it. However, it is impossible to turn off the mobile phone without calling home. On the contrary, every time she was so drunk that she couldn't find the north, her biggest hobby before she fainted was to take out her mobile phone to find someone all over the world, and she would never stop harassing the people in the address book. Only Yu Fengyi can turn off her mobile phone. But Yu Fengyi turned off her mobile phone for no reason, and even took her to the hotel. Yu boasted more than once that Yu's family couldn't pour 1,000 cups, especially his brother, who once poured half of them alone without getting drunk. She also remembered that Yu Fengyi didn't seem to be drunk that day. Later, she recalled carefully that she should still have left a trace of clarity when she came out of Chen Manxiao Pavilion. She vaguely remembered that she asked Yi Dasha to send Mi Guoguo and Yue to send her. Why did she get into Yu Fengyi's car in the end? Mi Guoguo was drunk and couldn't ask for a reason. Yu gave her a careless look, saying that she was pulling Yu Fengyi. Yu Fengyi's tone was determined. "You want to ask why you slept with me?" From the beginning to the end, he did not intend to hide it from Ling Qiao. He fixed his eyes on her, did not let go of the slight change on her face, and slowly revealed the truth, "I want you," and finally held back. After a pause, he continued, "Qiao Qiao, you should have belonged to me." Ling Qiao's heart was full of countless exclamation marks and question marks. "My brother liked someone, you know? My brother called your name when he was drunk, shouting, chirking, shouting every day. You are the most charming Joe I know, and my brother likes yours." What Yu had said came threateningly into her mind, stirring up her mind. She didn't know how to react for a moment. She looked at Yu Fengyi in shock for a few seconds and got up with her bag and document bag. The action of wearing shoes hid panic, and her intuition told her that she could not stay here any longer. Something will happen. But the more panic, the more mistakes will be made. The high-heeled shoes that can usually be worn as soon as you step on fall down when you touch them, and you can't wear them well. Chapter 39. Really good at acting. It was hard to put it on. As soon as I took a step, I didn't even touch the door frame of the compartment. My body suddenly staggered back and lost weight, and half of it fell heavily behind me. But instead of falling to the ground, he fell steadily into the man's arms. The reason why my feet are unstable is that I was dragged by Yu Fengyi. The men's perfume on Yu Fengyi's body is light and long-lasting, with a little sweetness of poplar. The gentle and sweet smell is extremely rare in men's perfumes, with a kind of secret and youthful shyness of early summer love. But his performance was completely opposite. He was arrogant, strong, and his iron plier-like arms suppressed Ling Qiao. His eyes were dark, staring at her with a little gloom. Do you want to leave? Facing Yu Fengyi's eyes, Ling Qiao instantly thought of the paranoid and sickness in the domineering president's article. But his figure and strength are not sick. He is worthy of being a cruel man who can play with a real gun at the age of 3. One arm pressed against her as firmly as being locked in an iron chain. No matter how hard she tried, he did not move. Because of the force, her little face turned red. Staring at Yu Fengyi angrily, she suppressed her anger and roared, "Yu Fengyi, are you crazy? Let go of me." Facing Li Qiao's resisting eyes, Yu Fengyi's heart was in a faint pain. I just went on a mission and didn't pay attention to her for 2 months. I never thought that she married someone else. How could she marry someone so easily? Then what is he? Staring at the person in his arms for a moment, he has too many unthinkable, too much unwillingness, too much remorse and jealousy. Seeing that he was unmoved, Ling Qiao aggravated his tone and scolded angrily, "What on earth are you going to do? What is he going to do?" Hearing this question, Yu Fengyi pulled out an extremely bitter smile, as if he was asking himself. He muttered softly, "What do I want to do?" After saying that, he suddenly strangled Ling Qiao's jaw and lifted it hard. The deep eyes are dark and unclear, overflowing with coldness and calmness, which makes people feel a chill all over the body. It's breathless, as if it was being held by a beast. His finger sank into Ling Qiao's cheek and pinched out 2 shallow pits. He restrained, but he seemed to be unable to restrain it, like a beast staring at Ling Qiao out of the cage, asking heavily word by word, "What do you want to do? Ling Qiao, do you really not know?" There was a stinging, like a bone in the lower jaw of both cheeks, and Ling Qiao endured it. The man in front of her is not her Uncle Jane. She is not allowed to show her timidity, let alone shed tears. She stared at Yu Fengyi with resentment, and her eyebrows were indifferent. "I don't care what you want to do. Now let me go and don't let the Yu family bury your stupidity." "Do you mean Jian Yuzhou?" I don't know what came to his mind. Yu Fengyi showed a sarcastic smile. He let go of Ling Qiao's chin and rubbed it with his fingers. He treated it as carefully as a priceless treasure. He continued, "Do you think I will be afraid of him? The result of the Jian family's move to the Yu family will only be both defeats. Qiao, you don't know Jian Yuzhou at all. I can give up everything for you, and he? Do you believe it? If necessary, Jian Yuzhou will not hesitate to abandon you. You are not suitable at all. What kind of person is he? How many women have slept with him? You don't know anything about his past. You can't imagine how heartless he is. Human life is worthless in his eyes, not to mention the love between men and women. Jian's family is a big dying tank and Shura field. You can sit in that seat. Do you know how many lives he has in his hands? How many bloods of loved ones have been stained? Jian Yuzhou is not only 10 years older than you, but you are basically people from 2 worlds. Qiao, leave him and come to me." The last sentence was almost muttered against Ling Qiao's lips. At the same time as the voice landed, his fingers contracted. At the moment when Ling Qiao opened his mouth in pain, he pressed it up, but suddenly retreated in the next moment. Ling Qiao didn't know where he raised his energy. Anyway, as soon as Yu Fengyi's lips touched her, she bit his lips fiercely and directly broke through a big hole. Yu Fengyi's mouth overflowed with blood, and his eyes were dark and bloodthirsty, and he was still a little excited and expectant. Facing Ling Qiao's cruel and hateful stare, he pressed against her lips again and didn't dare to pry her teeth. The woman looked soft and weak, biting people back and forth to death, so he wanted to touch her lips, and then he was bitten again, which was heavier than just now. While Ling Qiao bit Yu Fengyi also saluted her back, which made Ling Qiao almost burst into tears. Yu Fengyi felt that his first kiss was too hasty to explain. It was not even a kiss, but it was disfigured after touching 2 lips, and the total time between lips was less than 2 seconds. He was a little aggrieved. He rubbed the corners of Ling Qiao's mouth and looked at the wounds and blood that was bitten by him to feel better. He touched you, and you did the same to him. When he touched the kiss mark on Ling Qiao's neck, his eyes were unprecedentedly shadowy and cold. He roared angrily, "You will only be cruel to me, and you let him leave this on you." Yu Fengyi tore open Ling Qiao's silk scarf, and her whole neck was exposed to the air. The dense traces made Yu Fengyi almost crazy, and more unwilling and stinging. If it hadn't been for that mission, these annoying traces would not have existed, or he would have left them on her. "If I arrived first, would you let me treat you like this?" Yu Fengyi rubbed Ling Qiao's neck and suddenly asked her sadly. He looked straight at Ling Qiao and asked for an answer silently. Ling Qiao did not answer and struggled hard. He imprisoned her body and kept her from moving, so he was deadlocked for more than 10 minutes. "Smile at me and I'll let you go." Yu Fengyi felt that this was the biggest concession he had made. However, Ling Qiao still disappointed him and didn't even want to give him a fake smile. Ling Qiao's idea is, if you have the ability, you can do it now. Look at me. Whether I kick you or not, let's see if I have the courage to sue you for losing your reputation. Ling Qiao is not wronged by this. Even if she divorces and becomes a laughingstock, she will not be wronged by his mother. Let her laugh at an annoying person, and let her soften the beast who is hurting her. I'm sorry, she was born with the skill of welcoming and seeking completeness. She is a buffalo who breaks through the south wall and doesn't look back. If the fish dies and the net is broken, don't look back. After more than 20 minutes of stalemate, Yu Fengyi's temper was directly worn out. He only knew that she was soft and warm, but he didn't want to have such a tendon in his bones, but he couldn't let go of her like this. He couldn't help imagining whether she was also such a tendon when she fell in love with someone. Fortunately, she doesn't love Jian Yuzhou. Thinking of what Ling Qiao said in KTV, the shadow and sadness were replaced by relief and happiness. Only if she doesn't love Jian Yuzhou for a day, he can snatch her back. Even if she loves Jian Yuzhou, he will take her away. He let go of Ling Qiao and said gently before he let go, "If I had known this, I would have wanted you on the day you became an adult. I won't move you today. I will go back and get ready to divorce Jian Yuzhou and wait to enter the door of my family." Calm, gloomy, irritable, furious, cruel, hurt, aggrieved, gentle. How can a person be so sicky? Crazy man. In addition to these two words, Ling Qiao really didn't know what else to give him. When she left the tea house, she glanced everywhere. As expected, the whole tea house was left with only the two of them. In other words, if Yu Fengyi really wants to do something for her here, she really has no do. She is really blind. She actually thinks that Yu Fengyi is a gentleman. Damn, you're really good at acting. Chapter 40. Don't get inch by inch. Out of the tea house, Ling Qiao drove to Yu Ershao's nearest apartment. Dial the phone. Yu give you 10 minutes to appear in front of me. The anger in the words scared Yu who had just opened his eyes and was watching a short video, through the receiver. It would have been 7 or 8 minutes, but it only took him 4.5 minutes to stand in front of Ling Qiao in flip-flops and panting. "What are you doing, in the morning?" "My breakfast, bang." With a crisp slap in the face, the complaint stopped abruptly. The left face was hot and stinging, and the handsome face with getting up was tilted to the other side. Yu slowly turned his head and stared at Ling Qiao, who shook his wrist after beating people, with a psychopath, and roared, "Why are you sick?" Compared with being forcibly kissed by Yu Fengyi, Ling Qiao was more angry with Yu. A trusted person stabs a knife from behind, and it makes you angry when you think about it. After lifting the right hand with lingering pain after hitting the person, she pointed at Yu angrily, her fingers trembled slightly, and she also roared, "More than 10 years of love. Yu except Guoguo, what I trust most is you. I really didn't expect it from now on. Ling Qiao and Yu Fengchuan don't know each other." After saying that, he turned around and left. The arm was grabbed by Yu. "What do you mean?" "I'm special." Ling Qiao turned her head and looked at Yu indifferently, feeling unspeakably sad. "It hurts more than when I was betrayed by Tang Wan." After a pause, Yu continued to roar, "Where did I offend you?" In fact, since he received Ling Qiao's call, he began to panic, otherwise he would not have appeared so soon. At this moment, he was slapped. In addition to the meaning of Ling Qiao's words, what else did he not understand? It must have done something to his resentful brother. Especially when he noticed the corners of Ling Qiao's worn-out mouth, he was like a deflated ball. He said helplessly, "It's not what you think." The past was vivid in his mind. Ling Qiao sneered and asked, "It's not what I thought." "What is that?" He, Yu was beaten by her in the kindergarten. The first girl he fell in love with early was a love letter written by her. Except for never kissing and sleeping, they had never done anything between them. The relationship for more than 10 years really fed the dog. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the more unkind my tone is. "What's your brother's thoughts? How dare you say you don't know? I don't know if I will take him to KTV. I don't know if he will put me in his car. I don't know if it will cover it up for him. I guess the day of the dinner was also played by your brothers, but you didn't expect Guoguo to follow him." The more she said, the more angry she became. She waved Yu's hand. "Yu Fengchuan, I really misjudged you." In addition to anger, Ling Qiao's eyes were more disappointed and painful. In the face of her questioning, Yu was guilty and panicked. Like Ling Qiao, he also cherishes his friendship with her. He didn't want to give up his friendship for more than 10 years easily, and no longer pretended to be calm just now. He urgently explained, "It's not like that. On the day of the delivery of the meal, my brother took me away, and he also took the initiative to distract myself in KTV. I was going to send you, but you had to pull him and tell him about what happened when Guoguo was a child. If you don't believe it, you can check the surveillance." "That's right, I suspect that my brother is interested in you, but didn't I tell you?" "You don't believe it. I also found me with your husband. I realized that it was my brother who hid you, and then I confirmed that the person he thought of was really you. In the past 2 days, I have persuaded him to give up countless times, and I plan to persuade him to tell you the truth if he doesn't listen. Ling Qiao, Yu have never lied to you. I'm sorry. I didn't expect my brother to hurt you. I thought he just liked you." Ling Qiao sneered coldly, "Do you think I will still believe you?" Yu said urgently, "You know that Yu never disdains to lie." "This is true. Even if Ling Qiao was angry, she did not forget that Yu had always been open and helpless. She had always been too lazy to make up lies, but she still sneered coldly, "If I really knew you, I would not be teased by your brothers as monkeys." "Yu, I said I didn't play with you." Ling Qiao scolded, "But you hid it for Yu Fengyi. Because of your protection, I, Ling Qiao, was almost raped by your surnamed Yu today. Do you still have the face to say that you didn't play with me?" Being raped by. The word being raped was like a thunderbolt on the ground, which made Yu's brain buzz. Fortunately, it was almost. While scolding Yu Fengyi for being a beast in his heart, he blamed himself for not thinking well. He said sorry with an apology. Knowing that she couldn't rub the sand in her eyes, he crossed his heart. "Say, you should hate me. I, Yu, promise that I will never allow my brother to bully you again in the future. Ling Qiao, you don't have many true friends, and so do I, Yu. If you don't do this, you hit me to aid your anger. If I want to cry out that it hurts, I'm not a man." Ling Qiao was stunned. How did she forget this? If you really cut off your friendship with Yu, who will you sue to in a bad mood in the future? If there is less gas cylinder in life, you will make yourself angry. Besides, she still believed in her heart that Yu did not lie, and Yu did not make a big mistake that touched her bottom line. She was almost beaten hard, and by the way, she relieved the anger that aroused from Yu Fengyi. Thinking like this, his face finally softened. Seeing her hesitation, Yu urged, "I've beaten you up to vet out your anger. Ling Qiao, don't go inch by inch. Cry when you lose me." Since he can't wait so, Ling Qiao pressed his knuckles to warm up and turned his eyes to the ginkgo path not far away to go there. Looking at the road to the lake, where only pedestrians can't drive and can hardly see the cramped path of passers-by, Yu shuddered. This is going to die. Compared with Xiaoming, friendship and so on don't seem to be so important. Countless memories of being beaten by her came one after another, and he was ashamed. "I want to repent." However, before he could organize the declaration of severance, he had mechanically followed Ling Qiao to the destination of receiving the heavy rain and pear blossom fist. Come on. Finally, he closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 41. I was wronged by the policeman surely. What's your name? Ling Qiao sat on the small bench of the police station with his legs together, looking up at Surely, a righteous policeman. "You are so good." She defended herself respectfully and sincerely. "Police officer Surely, I knew him and joked. He asked me to fight. I didn't take the initiative. I told you many times on the way. I was wronged. Don't talk nonsense, ask anything and answer anything." The middle-aged Surely interrupted Ling Qiao's grievances with an expressionless face. More than 20 minutes ago, the police station received a call to the police, saying that there was a violent incident nearby. A man and a woman were about to die. Everyone's unified reaction was that domestic violence or a woman who was alone was followed for revenge, but they didn't expect that the script was exactly the opposite. The one with a blue nose and swollen face was about to die was a tall and strong young man, and the beating. Look up, he glanced at the bad girl with a goose egg face, a little baby fat, a tender face, and looked like a minor. He still couldn't believe the scene he saw at that time. How can the soft and sticky little girl be so fierce? She stepped on the man's chest, punched her left hook and punched her right hook, and hit her in the face. Hasn't the Lord ever taught to hit people in the face? Alas, it's really a worldly trend. Teenage girls dare to hit people in the street, or beat big men. The status of a man at home is worrying enough, and he has to be severely beaten by underage girls outside. How can it make people unjust and indignant? He believes that if it hadn't been for her young age, the strong guy would not have let a little girl kick her nose in the face. Ling Qiao said obediently. For the first time in her life, she was sent to the police station. She was in a panic. If her mortals knew, they would definitely laugh at her at the party. Her voice of appalled Surely, who was flying around, back to reality. Name: Ling Qiao. Shuangmuling, a mountain on the left and a Zhou on the right. Surely quickly recorded on the computer, age: 21. Surely looked up at Ling Qiao again and asked again with determination, age: 20 years and a few months plus more than 10 days. ID number: 1100 200 304180. 0. Looking at the bad girl with messy hair, beating people until her mouth was broken and her hands were swollen, and she couldn't even report ID number, she sighed in pain, skimmed her age, and continued to ask, home address, guardian's name, phone number. Huangwan Huishan Villa, Lilor District, Tianyuzhou, 185-888-88888. After reporting the address and phone number, Ling Qiao whispered, I have a driver's license and I'm in the car. Help, she is really not a minor. It's just that I can't remember the ID number. Surely typed unmoved. She continued, my mobile phone is also in the car. Policeman Surely, can you let me call my husband with my mobile phone? I'm afraid he won't answer when you call me. Can a minor have a husband? He not only beats people, but also falls in love early, and the partner is still an adult. Being taken care of? Yu Guang glanced at the bad girl whose buttocks were half lifted, and the kiss marks on her neck that were half hidden and half exposed. Surely shouted seriously, sit down. Ling Qiao obediently sat back on the small bench and continued to accept the interrogation. What is the relationship with the victim? Friend. After a pause, Ling Qiao changed to a more accurate word, and his hair was small. Why do you hit people? When it comes to this, Ling Qiao hates it. She was venting her energy when suddenly 2 policemen pulled her away, put a pair of cold handcuffs on her hand at lightning speed, and took her into the police car without saying a word. Yu lay on the ground and watched the excitement all the way. He not only did not defend her, but also deliberately screamed, and finally closed his eyes and pretended to be dizzy. Sure enough, it's time to cut off friendship. There is really no need to cherish bad friends. Alas, it's too late to repent. She answered resolutely. He made me angry and told me to beat him up to volate. Policeman surely really lay on the ground and let me beat him. Don't look at his swollen face as a pig's head. In fact, nothing happened. He pretended to be dizzy. His head has been exercised since he was a child, but it looks scary. Really? Surely, you should also arrest him. Unexpectedly, he fought since he was a child. Surely, couldn't believe what he heard. Once again, he mourned for his male compatriots and became more serious when he looked at a bad girl. We will go to the hospital to record his confession. Ling Qiao didn't want to say anything. I can't figure out one thing. Isn't it said that when a man beats a woman, it's called violence, and when a woman beats a man, it's called discipline? Why is there no one of the Shorely who looks quite upright and wise? Chapter 42 Gritting Teeth. Before the confession was finished, Ling Qiao was invited to the office by the police, the inner drama spirit, Shorely's top boss, and served him with good tea and water. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a pure black suit, a pure black briefcase in his hand, and the word elite written on his hair appeared in front of him with an extremely stereotyped professional smile. Hello, Mrs. Jane. I'm Liu Hui, the head of the Legal Affairs Department of Lianzhou Technology Group. Your friend Mr. Yu Fengchuan contacted the president's office of Lianzhou Technology half an hour ago. Leave the rest to me. You can leave now. Mr. Jane is waiting for you outside. Yu Fengchuan's humanity has not been completely destroyed. But is the president of really Wangji so idle now? Ling Qiao, who didn't expect that her kissing husband would appear in person, lowered her head and looked at herself a few times. The shaggy face is slightly exaggerated, and the embarrassment is more or less sloppy. Well, the degree of vulnerability and innocence is just right. It's soft and cute. I'm satisfied. Sir, the lady came out. The car door is open, so waiting respectfully, Jian Yuzhou sat in the back seat and read the proposal. When he heard the driver's words, he glanced at the door of the police station and saw a depressed kitten twisting out, holding the corner of his clothes, just like he didn't come home 2 nights ago. Do you know that you are afraid now? He closed the proposal, and Ling Qiao just walked to the door of the car. Soft and sticky called Uncle Jane, squeezed his lips, his round and big eyes were foggy, and his young face had wounds at the corners of his mouth. He did not cry, but he looked at it more miserable than crying, but inexplicably there was a kind of almost pathological and immoral abusive beauty, which made people not only want to pull her into his arms to comfort her, but also want to make her cry more brutally. Natural ability to grab a man's heart without any effort and make a man feel distressed. It makes men can't help but want to destroy and destroy. Jian Yuzhou looked at her. I asked myself that I had met all kinds of beauties. Bright and brilliant, the Jasper of a small family, charming and enchanting, cold and indifferent, wild personality, one and one, pure and innocent, soft and cute. But they are not as charming as the one in front of them. When her eyes look at you, whether she is laughing or crying, they are lingering and soft, but she doesn't know that her innate charm is quite advanced. The lips are small and delicate, but extremely full, with a pink and moist texture, inviting invitations anytime and anywhere. The face is tender, and the skin is as soft and elastic as a baby, with a precious silky feel. If you look closely, you will find that there is a sharp aggression hidden under the delicate appearance. With just a sharp look, you will immediately incarnate into a bright and atmospheric wild beauty. Perhaps it is wrapped in love and warmth that makes her look only soft. Because she is too soft and delicate, it is easy to ignore her height of more than 170 centimeters and her extremely proud bust. Such flesh can only be spoiled with money and love. Although delicate and soft, it is not indulgent. The etiquette and cultivation that the famous boudoir should have are not missing. It can be seen that although the Ling family is not a powerful and rich family, Ling Anfeng is indeed unambiguous about this daughter. Ling Qiao didn't know that the man had so much association because of a broken corner of her mouth. She slowly got into the car and raised her swollen index finger of her right hand into a carrot. She couldn't hold back her tears. She condensed out too, hanging on her eyelids. She was ashamed to say something. Uncle Jane, my hand hurts. While holding her hand, Jian Yuzhou said with a cold face, it's just that my hand hurts. Ling Qiao swallowed his saliva and muttered in a low voice, my mouth hurts too. If it hadn't been for the fact that her mouth was bitten by a vicious dog, she would have jumped into her husband's arms for comfort as soon as she got on the car. But now, she felt guilty and couldn't wait for Jian Yuzhou to ignore her whole face and stop looking at the corners of her mouth. However, Jian Yuzhou was afraid of something. He glanced at his fingers a few times and focused on the suspicious corners of his mouth again. Don't keep staring at me. Hiss. The finger was pressed heavily, and the pain made Ling Qiao grimace. The tears of shy acting finally rolled out of her eyes. She looked at the culprit with resentment. Why are you pinching me? Go to the hospital. After ordering the driver, Jiang Yuzhou grabbed Ling Qiao's wrist and didn't allow her to move around. He still had a calm face. If you don't want to be crippled, be good. Ling Qiao was shocked. Disabled? Disabled? Isn't it just a strong pestle? It doesn't hurt much to stay still without force or bend. Bone crack. Of course, there is only less than 10% of the possibility. Dropping 2 words coldly, Jiang Yuzhou stretched out his other hand to touch the corner of Ling Qiao's mouth. The wound was not very big. The blood was already coagulated, and his hand was beating people. What's going on? Ling Qian had thought about it for a long time. When he beat Yu he gritted his teeth and was careless. It's broken. Hey, it's these 2 teeth. As he said, he grinned and showed 2 rows of white teeth, and his fingers touched 2 of the upper teeth. It really hurt the enemy 1,000 and hurt himself 800. Jiang Yuzhou rubbed his hairy little head in his hand. His face was still calm and cold, but his tone was a little spoiled. He didn't grow up. I don't know why, he, who never believes in fate, has more and more a sense of laughter and powerlessness arranged by fate. He is used to the deception and the loss of father and son in the rich family. He has no confidence in starting a family, and he has never thought about having children with anyone. If she was not the daughter of that person, if it hadn't been for the wind and moon accident, he and she would eat at the same table on New Year's holidays at most. I'm afraid he won't notice such a person until he dies. He and Guo Nan are not close to each other, let alone his nephew-in-law. But in just a few months of getting along, he really felt the fun. She is like a heart poison tailor-made by her archenemy for him. Others don't hook him, but hook him up exclusively. The key is that it just suits his taste. If he hadn't met her, he wouldn't have known that he could have been addicted to this one. I want to eat when I see it, but I can't eat enough. There is no reason. When I heard a gentle and soft Uncle Jane, I wanted to spoil him and get used to it. Spoil her and decompress her. Eating her is more decompressive. Laughing makes me want to cry, crying and laughing again. The fun of going back and forth is endless. Chapter 43. Ginger is still spicy. After solving the on-site problem, Liu Hoi sat in the car and called a certain handle in Gangcheng. He hung up the phone with satisfaction until he was repeatedly assured that something similar would not happen in the future and that Mrs. Jane would be treated as a bodhisattva. There are countless industries under Jane's, and there are more than 20 large multinational groups with more than 1 million employees, but Lianzhou Technology Group is the most special. It was founded by Qian's current person in power and served as the executive president. People say that he is close to the water, but as the legal director of Lianzhou Science and Technology, he has not received much attention from the people in power. He wanted to get closer to the core of the power of the Jane family and take a look at what the inside of the most mysterious family looks like, but he has been suffering from the no way and opportunity. Perhaps, a gap can be opened from the wife of the person in power. What does the little girl in her 20s like? She went to the field trip temporarily, but she didn't expect that there were unexpected gains. Liu Hoi was in a good mood. Ling Qiao on the other side is not so relaxed. Jane's private hospital. The ward is a special luxury suite on the top floor. However, within 3 months, you can't be forced, you can't drink alcohol, and rest before 10 o'clock every day. Irregular life will lead to slow bone growth. Milk tea, coffee, carbonated drinks, charcoal barbecue, too spicy, too oily and too sweet can't be eaten. It's best to eat 3 meals a day at home. One more thing, injured bones will be more fragile. Even if they are healed, fights should be avoided as much as possible. Ji Yongyong, who is more than half 100 years old, is endlessly eloquative, which made Ling Qiao stunned. She watched the film for 5 minutes and couldn't find the so-called bone crack. She had enough reason to suspect that the other party was scaring her, but she couldn't find strong evidence. People are just strange. What parents say, what teachers say, what classmates and friends say, many times know that it is right and for your good, but they just can't listen to it. If it were a policeman or a doctor who said it, they would inexplicably trust and abide by it. However, it's okay not to bump into each other or drink. Milk tea and crayfish are not allowed to touch. What's the fun in life? No, she can't be the only one to suffer. With the mentality of pulling a cushion even if she died, she glanced at the sand. An old man who posted the news on his mobile phone humbly asked Ji Yongyong for advice. Can't emotional ups and downs not be too big, and can't be too excited? A good mood and adequate sleep are timeless medicines. Ji Yongyong replied without thinking, it's better to be calm, less angry and less excited. Unexpectedly, Ling Qiao immediately asked again, can't we share the same room? Well, Ji Yongyong looked embarrassed. He didn't hurt his bones in the first place, and it would be better in a few days after applying ice to relieve swelling and cultivation. He looked at the boss who gave him orders for help, but saw that the boss didn't move like a mountain and didn't even lift his eyelids. Ling Qiao turned his head. Huh? Looking at the suspicious gaze of the boss's wife, he gritted his teeth. The same room will not be affected. As a past person, she still knows some things. She asked unforgivingly, too much adrenaline will make shortness of breath and heartbeat faster, which is not exciting. In order to make a ribbon and a bonus, Ji Yongyong went out of his life. When having sex, in addition to producing adrenaline, more dopamine is secreted. Dopamine is the most important happiness factor in the human body. What I mean by not being excited is not being overly excited. Proper mobilizing emotions is not only harmless, but also helps to promote bone growth. Ling Qiao couldn't take his eyes off him for a few seconds. All right, I can't tell you. Failing to pull to the cushion back, she suddenly drooped her head like a deflated ball, and her eyes fell on the tightly bandaged fingers. Why is there always an illusion of ignoring a crucial detail? I wonder. Ji Yongyong, who pretended to be calm, raised his hand and wiped the sweat that did not exist on his forehead. Yu Guao caught a glimpse of the man on the sofa and hooked the corners of his mouth. It seems to be laughing. Then he looked at the little boss's wife who frowned and studied bandage gauze, and looked reluctant. Sure enough, Jiang is still old and spicy. Chapter 40 for Be Good at Yourself. In the special elevator leading to the underground parking lot, Ling Qiao raised his fingers wrapped in dumplings and wanted to hug him. Hug. He looked miserable and unhappy on his face. In fact, he was purely lazy and didn't want to walk. Jiang Yuzhou was too lazy to expose it. Without waiting for the elevator to arrive, he bent down slightly and picked her up. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around Jiang Yuzhou's neck. Uncle Jane, you are so kind. There was a smile on his face and eyes, and there was no shadow of sadness and grievance. Ding! The elevator door opened, and a slightly panicked male voice came into my ear. Little uncle? It's Gu Nan. The big boy stood at the entrance of the elevator, holding a crutch. The plaster on his legs had not been removed. He was supported by 2 nurses, looking at the man in the elevator and the woman in the man's arms with a complicated expression. There were accidents in his eyes, and there was also shame and embarrassment that he didn't know how to face. Ling Qiao, who was bored and buttoning her husband's shirt, stiffened and was stunned. Speaking of which, the last time we met was the day it happened. That day, she came out of the lounge connected to Jian Yuzhou's office and went to the Guo family with a sore breath. Jian Yu broke her son's leg in front of her. Maybe the Guo family and the Jian family deliberately arranged it, and they haven't seen each other since then. He didn't even show up at her wedding with Jian Yuzhou. When the current and former meet, the magnetic field is not harmonious. In response to Guo Nan's active greeting, Jiang Yuzhou hummed coldly, walking out of the elevator without squinting, and had no desire to stop communicating. But Guo Nan blocked his way by his side. Ling Qiao thought he had a clear conscience and turned his head to admire Guo Nan's expression. Wait to see the embarrassment of his ex-fiancée, and listen to what he will call his ex-fiancée. I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, Guo Nan didn't do what she wanted. She was quite embarrassed, but she didn't call her little aunt, but shouted as before, and her tone was natural as if it had never happened. Before Ling Qiao opened his mouth, someone was dissatisfied first. Jian Yuzhou glanced coldly at Guo Nan, who looked embarrassed. What's his name? This question, which is not heavy or heavy, is full of meaning, warning and oppression. If it were normal, Guo Nan would have been scared to death, but he wanted to talk to Ling Qiao too much. Those words were kept in his heart and tortured him day and night. So Jian Yuzhou looked at each other. Who could kill people? Little uncle, let me call her that again. The arm holding the person tightened slightly without making a sound. In the end, Jian Yuzhou chose silence. Seeing that he did not object, Guo Nan looked at his former fiancé and looked a little uncomfortable. I wanted to say a few words to you alone. Let me down. The words are to Jian Yuzhou. Jian Yuzhou's arm paused slightly and hesitated for a moment before putting him down. Ling Qiao said coldly, say whatever you want here. The undisguised alienation made Guo Nan lose his mind for a moment. He said with a little prayer, Qiao Qiao. Looking at Guo Nan, who was desperate to live alone with Ling Qiao, Jiang Yuzhou's eyes gradually deepened, unconsciously associated with the 20-year-long fiancé relationship between the two. Baby kiss. Childhood sweetheart. Thinking of this, the nephew, who was not close to him, became more and more annoying. He looked at Guo Nan indifferently and said in a low voice, go home. After saying that, he held Ling Qiao's wrist firmly. Make a posture to go. Seeing that he was going home again, Guo Nan gritted his teeth and said, it's okay, just say it here. When the 2 nurses were far away and brooded for a few seconds, he slowly said, Qiao, that matter was me. I can't stand you. There are trees in the mountains looking forward to the sun and the moon, and there are Qiaoxi in the south to accompany the morning and dusk. My mother and your mother's good wishes when you named us were ruined by me. I went far away and left you. I'm sorry, not to mention breaking a leg. Even if I have a more miserable end in the future, I deserve it. I know you don't need it, but I just want to say sorry to you. I'm sorry, Qiao Qiao. This apology is particularly solemn. After a pause, knowing that Ling Qiao would not give feedback, he turned to Jian Yuzhou. Little uncle, I'm also sorry to you. Also full of apologies. Finally, pretending to squeeze out a smile that is more ugly than crying, little uncle, little. I hope you are happy, sincerely. In the end, the little aunt couldn't shout out anyway. Next time. Next time, definitely. He said to himself silently in his heart. One day, he will get used to this little aunt. As if he couldn't support it anymore, after saying the words of blessing, Gunan raised his crutches and legs, without the help of the nurse, as if to prove something, and struggled to the elevator. But my heart is relaxed and free. Looking at Guanan's trying to straighten his back, Ling Qiao had a feeling it's different. Guanan, who only cried for his grandparents and parents, seemed to have grown up a little. It's just a little. Guanan. The elevator door opened, and two nurses came forward to help Guanan into the elevator. Ling Qiao stopped him. You are sorry to me about this matter, but you have countless things worthy of me. I forgive you. I forgive you, Guanan. In the future, we will not owe anyone. You. Paused for 2 seconds before saying, do it yourself. She once wanted to get close to her with all her heart, and she also got close to her boy with all her heart. The person you chose is not worth it. You are so self-righted. And, take good care and goodbye. A few meters away, Guanan's body trembled slightly and stepped into the elevator. After all, he didn't turn around. Chapter 45. It's so scary. In the car, Ling Qiao leaned his head on Jian Yuzhou's shoulder, feeling inexplicably sad. Uncle Jane, am I useless? Jian Yuzhou gently touched her head. No. Shaking his head, Ling Qiao continued, after thinking about it, I saw him slapping him a few times first, and then beating him until he couldn't get out of bed for a year and a half, but when I really saw him, I saw him looking at me with lame legs and guilt. I softened. He said sorry and forgave me, not like me. You must repay me. You hurt me a point. I will return you 10 knives. She is the arrogant Ling Qiao, and Miss Ling, who is not shy of the king. But Guanan, that's the person she worked hard for many years and was ready to spend her life with. What's more, the person who has protected her since she was a child. There is no love between men and women, but also the meaning of brother and sister. I was angry that he drugged her and had a grudge. But he is different from others after all. The timid Guanan, the lack of opinion, and the crybaby Guanan used all their courage to protect his fiancée before meeting Tangwan, just because his mother Jianyu told him, you can hide behind your parents, hide behind your grandparents, you can hide behind anyone, but you must not hide behind Qiao. Qiao is your fiancée and your wife in the future. You have to protect her and guard her for the rest of your life. Even if you are beaten to death, you can't let anyone bully her. If it weren't for Tangwan, maybe she and he would live a peaceful life. If you are lucky, you will inadvertently produce a primitive throbbing one day in the future, a moment of sudden looking back. Maybe we will also like each other, and then join hands to live a delicious life. Along the way, Ling Qiao talked a lot about Guanan's past. Jian Yuzhou listened quietly. Until I heard her say, Uncle Jane, do you know what I am most grateful to Guanan? Ling Qiao asked himself, I am most grateful to him for bringing you to me, and thank him for choosing you for me, not anyone else. Uncle Jane, I'm very happy now. I really want to live like this all my life, but I'm scared, so scared. What are you afraid of? Jian Yuzhou asked. A lot. After a silence, I heard her continue to say slowly, I'm so happy that I'm so lucky that I feel like I'm dreaming. Too many people like me and treat me well. I'm so afraid of losing them, such as father, aunt, cousin, Xiaoyu, Guoguo, Yue, Qili. A lot. And you? I'm most afraid of losing you. Uncle Jane, I'm so afraid of losing you. I'm so afraid. Yu Fengyi, that madman, scared me. I'm afraid that you will misunderstand, I'm afraid that you won't forgive me, I'm afraid that you will become a strange couple who is not bound by anyone, and I'm even more afraid that you don't want me. She is really afraid of Yu Fengyi. Yu Fengyi's eyes, who started to go crazy, were so terrible that he wanted to swallow his life. The possessiveness that escaped from Yu Fengyi's body and her determination to gain inevitably made her shiver, like a cannibal vine, strangling her out of breath, with a kind of horror and cruelty that dragged people to hell. People. Too unfortunate to be afraid of getting, too lucky to be afraid of losing. She is the one who is afraid of losing, while Jian Yuzhou is afraid of getting. The more you get, the more you care about. The more you care about, the easier it is to lose your life and power, and it is easy to give others a handle. For him, there is only one grandfather who can't be lost, and Ling Qiao, at most doesn't want to lose, far from the point where he can't lose. He couldn't sympathize with Ling Qiao's concern. But he is mature enough to understand and tolerate. Wei Wu sighed, as if he had no choice. Jian Yuzhou hugged Ling Qiao, who was depressed, into his arms and comforted him in a gentle voice, I am here. Yu Fengyi sat in the private room of the tea house for a long time. When I came home in a happy mood, I saw that there was a pestle at the door. After Ling Qiao was taken away by the police, Yue, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, did not even change his clothes and shoes. He wore big trousers and flip-flops, and went to Zijinghua mansion with a swollen bag on his face. He opened the door and entered the room without looking for anyone. He simply retreated to the door and stared at the elevator entrance. At the moment when the elevator opened, he walked 3 or 2 steps to Yu Fengyi. Pull the collar with your left hand and sway your fist with your right hand. Yu Fengyi. With a punch, wrapped in anger and tinty of brutality, he aimed at Yu Fengyi's chin near his mouth and swung it away. Yu Fengyi's lips were broken in several places, which shows the fierceness of Ling Qiao's resistance. Yu was furious. Last time, he was so angry that he was forced to bow by Ling Ying's overlord. Among them, Ling Qiao is the most careless, but he is the most open-minded friend. He, Guo Nan, and Jing Chongyou spoiled Ling Qiao as their own sister. They couldn't bear to suffer a little injustice, but today, his most respected brother actually raped his sister. Yu Arji's blood in the 8 veins is extremely manic, burning with anger. I can't wait to expel Yu Fengyi with one punch. However, as a commander of the senior army, Yu Fengyi has killed countless cross-border mercenaries and fugitive criminals. His physical quality and reaction ability are far from comparable to that of Yu. He easily blocked the flying boxing wind and clamped Yu's wrist. It seemed to be light. Yu staggered to the side and retreated several steps, and his back was against the wall so as not to fall. Arrive. You can't beat me. The reason why the other party waved his fist could be guessed without thinking. He didn't even glance at Yu, who was embarrassed, and went straight to the door. Yu Fengyi. What kind of ability do you have to bully a woman? With the determination that the other party would lose his skin even if he couldn't beat him, Yu roared and hit Yu Fengyi's back. Either I'm disabled or you're disabled today. Or you can beat me to death. Dong, the day was full. I was bitten by a vicious dog, went to the police station, ran to the hospital, and said goodbye to my ex. The sun is setting, and the sky is dark. The car drove into the Huishan villa. Ling Qiao only felt tired and didn't even want to get out of the car. He hugged Jian Yuzhou's neck and asked Uncle Jian to hold him. Out of the indoor elevator, she put her finger into Jian Yuzhou's shirt. On the one hand, he carried him upstairs, and on the other hand, he opened the buttons one by one. As soon as the two were picked up, a voice full of energy suddenly sounded. First, he shouted short and impatiently. Then he called out lovingly and gently. The sound was full of eagerness and surprise, and suddenly broke into the ear. Ling Qiao was really shocked and quickly pulled his hand out of Jian Yuzhou's shirt. She poked half of her head out of Jian Yuzhou's arm, and saw Mr. Jane, wearing a black Zhongshan suit, wearing a puppy cartoon apron, and sleeves up to his elbow, turning his head. At first glance, he appeared from the direction of the kitchen with a serious face and a smile on his face. Grandpa, why are you here? Humph. Mr. Jane blew his beard and stared at him and snorted. He paused with a crutch. He accused righteously and sternly, we agreed to cook with the bad old man, but he waited left and right, but he didn't see anyone. Fortunately, he asked me why he came. How many days have you been talking about it? Little girl film. Ling Qiao didn't hear the majesty of this little girl film, but only the childishness. Old and child. It is indeed a little immoral to let the old man in his 90s do, but it can't. Blame her. If you want to blame her, blame them for being surnamed Jane. She apologized without much guilt. Oh, Grandpa, don't be angry. I've been too busy these days. I'll definitely go home in 2 days. No, the room has been cleaned up for me. Old man, I'm going to stay here for 2 days and study cooking well. Ling Qiao didn't hear the following words clearly. Jian Yuzhou had already hugged her around the corner of the 2nd floor. Grandpa. You will wait for a while. After a while, the roar came from the 2nd floor. Mr. Jane also only heard half of it. He turned his head and said to the housekeeper Fang brought from the old house, hurry up and bring the apron I prepared for Qiao. Oh, the housekeeper responded quickly. He used to be an old man's soldier. In less than 20 years old, he injured a leg for the old man with a bayonet, and burned the root of the disease. Since then, he has become the old man's personal housekeeper. He has been working for more than 30 years, and he is very close to the old man, which is equivalent to half a son. Knowing that the old man likes Ling Qiao, I specially suggested that the old man buy a parent-child apron. Housekeeper Chen, who had been shrinking since Mr. Jane entered the room, looked at the car going out through the side door and planned to go to the auxiliary building next to the main building. The old housekeeper Fang, who took an apron in the guest room where Mr. Jane stayed, was both jealous and apprehensive. The sense of crisis that haunted him all afternoon climbed into his heart again. New things are good, but old things can't be lost. Isn't the wisdom left by the old patriarch better than this thing? Young people nowadays. Humph. Recalling the series of emotions that Mr. Jane made when he inspected the top of Huishan Mountain and visited the manor in the afternoon, he panicked. The old leader is not dissatisfied with the manor planning. He is obviously dissatisfied with him as a housekeeper. Looking at the whole port city, I can't find a second place that is better for doing bad things and better paid than Huishan Villa. The male protagonist's hands and eyes are open. He only cares about paying money and covering his subordinates, and doesn't care about trivial things. The hostess didn't ask anything but feeding the dog. As soon as she was in a good mood, she rewarded her, which made him want to resign from sister-in-law Fang to replace her position as a breeder. Both of them are good serving masters. They are fed 3 meals a day and everything is fine. The hostess is a little picky. She doesn't eat ginger, likes to eat fish, and likes to drink milk. The male host gives him a bowl of dog food and can finish it with relish. Where to find such male and female hosts? The master is easy to get acon with. With an annual salary of millions, he won't leave even if he is killed. I'm bound to die in the villa in Huishan. No way. You can't sit and wait for death. The old leader likes his granddaughter-in-law so much. If you want to be stable, you have to win the heart of the hostess. Thinking of the sample sent to the yogurt factory a few days ago, he quickly took out his mobile phone and went around the small garden after Mr. Jane folded into the kitchen. Director Huang, how is the research and development of yogurt recipes going? What does it mean to add more sugar to ensure the taste? I bought the original formula for you. How difficult is it to reduce the sugar content? Overcome any difficulties, otherwise why do so many R&D staff do? What do you want me to do? Let me tell you, the taste, nutrition and health have to be controlled by me. At that time, a bunch of sugars and additives will be detected, and we will both have to finish it. No matter what method you use, 10 days, and another 10 days must be crossed, otherwise you will stop this factory manager. If you don't urge me, can I urge you? Don't say that I didn't remind you. This matter was explained by that person. I have urged you twice today alone. If I hadn't carried it for you, you could have put it here and pushed me 3 times and 4 times now. After changing his clothes and washing up briefly, Jian Yuzhou plunged into the study. Halfway down the stairs, Ling Qiao saw his housekeeper rushing in through the side door, standing at the entrance of the stairs with his hands in front of him. He folded and posed to welcome her downstairs, revealing 10 artificially polished white teeth, and smiling at her brightly. Madam, are you downstairs? The old chief is in the Chinese kitchen. It seems that he has prepared a gift for you. I will take my wife there. Unlike the usual professional fake smile, it is particularly sincere. At the same time, it is sincere and a little strange. Ling Qiao couldn't help but look at him twice more. Housekeeper Chen. What's your order, madam? Keep smiling. I have time to change my teeth. It's too white and too grainy. It's weird. Too white. Too big. The smile couldn't be maintained, slightly stiff, and immediately, good wife. Chapter 47 Newton's consecutive questions. Seeing that Ling Qiao entered the kitchen and Jian Yuzhou did not follow, Mr. Jian's face was black. Where is the bastard? Ling Qiao, study room. Grandpa, what are we going to do? As he said, he looked at the desk. He didn't see any eggs or tomatoes. Don't you make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes are too simple. Let's make shrimps, broccoli and cucumbers. The old man confidently picked up a broccoli, and Ling Qiao's eyebrows jumped, and finally nodded obediently. Oh. The old housekeeper Fang burst into laughter. It was obviously the old chief who was timid when he saw tomatoes and eggs. You don't know that since you told me to go back to your old house to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The old chief has been studying 3 meals in the morning, noon and evening these days. He can't eat it himself, so he has to force us to eat. Young grandma, do you say that the old chief is too much? Aha. Ling Qiao, who was deeply poisoned by charred braised pork and vinegared green onion mixed with tofu, nodded in agreement. He shook his head suddenly again. The position is clear, not too much at all, practice makes true knowledge, failure is the mother of success. Grandpa, I support you, and you should try more. After saying that, he clenched his teeth and raised his firm little fist. Come on today, Grandpa. The small appearance made Mr. Jane smile. Nonsense, go out, don't disturb our grandfather and grandson. The old housekeeper Fang, who complained to the young grandmother, was beaten out of the kitchen by Mr. Jane with broccoli. Put the apron on the desk before leaving. Young grandma, this is the apron that the old chief personally bought for you on the street, a parent-child style. Thank you, Grandpa. Ling Qiao picked it up happily and shook it away. Light pink double shoulder strap style, the big pocket in front opens from the chest to the abdomen, and the outside is printed with 7 little white dogs sitting in rows. It's the same as the brown color on Mr. Jane's body. Very cute and homely. What is more incomprehensible is that the rows of English letters on the heads of the puppies are translated into Chinese, which are the Queen and Mr. Puppy respectively. She looked at the loving old man doubtfully and said to herself, Grandpa, are you sure it's a parent-child style, not a couple's style? Aren't you afraid that your grandson will kick you into the coffin? The next time. The grandfather and grandson were busy in the kitchen for more than 3 hours. 8 plates of broccoli fried shrimps and 5 plates of cold cucumbers jumped out. In addition, a pile of spare ingredients that have not been cut into the pot. While cooking, the 2 chefs ate cakes while tasting the dishes. When the final product was served, they were already full, so that Jian Yuzhou almost finished the 2 plates of finished products alone. As for the taste, facing the bright and expectant eyes of one left and one right, Jane, taster, Joe calmly commented, keep working hard. The granddaughter-in-law is pleasing gooding, good-tempered and sweet-mouthed. If it hadn't been for her grandson to kill people openly and secretly, Mr. Jane would have lived in a coffin. Ling Qiao happily sent her grandfather out and sent her husband on a business trip. Ling Qiao went back to the living room, sat on the sofa, sent all the servants out, and began to enjoy the joy of lying on the salted fish. While watching short videos. While thinking about how to deal with Tang Wan and Yu Fengyi. The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't sit still. I quickly sent a WeChat message to Mi Guoguo. In less than an hour, Mi Guoguo came in a hurry. What's the matter? Ling Qiao, who was lying on the sofa, tilted his head and looked behind Mi Guoguo. Was he followed by a fool? He casually threw the bag in the corner of the sofa and pulled Ling Qiao's outstretched calf twice. When Ling Qiao bent his calf, Mi Guoguo sat down next to her and said, "Don't mention it. Get up early in the morning to see the attack." Looking at her ugly face, Ling Qiao was clear. Mi's family has many children, and there are also many aunts who live in the main house openly and uprightly. Every day is a big deal. He was upset about the family. After asking about Ling Qiao's fingers, Mi Guoguo looked at the 2 rows of exquisite cakes and 2 rows of yogurt on the coffee table. What is this for? Comfort dessert, matcha flavor is yours, strawberry flavor is mine. After saying that, Ling Qiao turned over and sat up, holding the rice fruit. Guo's face turned to himself. Guo, I want to ask you something. You have to answer honestly. It's very important. Don't be shy or vague. It is also a must-have comforting dessert when you are sad, and a solemn face. Mi Guoguo was stunned and inexplicably uneasy. She blinked. You ask. Since being forcibly kissed by Yu Fengyi, Ling Qiao has been restless. On that day, she wanted to tell Mi Guoguo the truth. Because Mr. Jian lived at home for only 2 days, she looked at Mi Guoguo's eyes, rarely seriously, and asked, "Tell me honestly, how much you like Yu Fengyi, is it right or wrong?" Mi Guoguo dodged Ling Qiao's eyes, and his ears were slightly hot, neither, nor. After a pause, he added, "It is difficult for a person like Yu Dashao to be attracted to women, and ordinary beauty can't move him. I'm not so delusional. Work hard. If you work hard, you won't leave any regrets." From Mi Guoguo's reaction, Ling Qiao knew that she should like it very much, and she blamed herself a little at the moment. If it hadn't been for her random Mandarin duck score, Mi Guoguo would not have had feelings for Yu Fengyi, but, despite the cruelty, she had to say, it has never been her style to beat around the bush, and there is no need to be with good friends. She straightened Mi Guoguo's face and looked straight into the other's eyes. She said solemnly, "Guoguo, the person in Yu Fengyi's heart. Maybe it was me. He took me to Yu's hotel while I was drunk and unconscious, and obstructed Jiang Yuzhou from looking for me. The wound at the corner of my mouth was also bit by him. I didn't know until 2 days ago that he had feelings for me." The amount of information was so large that Mi Guoguo opened his eyes wide. I didn't get a clue after half a minute of reaction. She asked, "The day of KTV?" Ling Qiao nodded, Mi Guoguo reacted for another half a minute, and then excitedly held Ling Qiao's shoulder and said eagerly, "What did he do to you? How are you? Does your husband know? Where is you? Didn't you stop him? How can you let him take you away?" Chapter 48. I'm so heartbroken. Mi Guoguo appreciated Yu Fengyi and had a good impression of Yu Fengyi, but at the first time, he did not care about Yu Fengyi, nor did he blame or complain about Ling Qiao, and he was not jealous because the person he liked his best friend. From the beginning to the end, the only thing I care about is whether my good friend has been bullied or not, and I am worried about Ling Qiao's situation in her husband's family. Ling Qiao was ready to meet the anger and questioning of her friend. As a result, Mi Guoguo didn't mention Yu Fengyi at all. She was stunned. "Don't you blame me? What do I blame you for?" Mi Guoguo asked back. Then he asked anxiously, "Tell me quickly, is Yu Fengyi no?" "No," Ling Qiao interrupted in a hurry. "He wanted to kiss me. He was afraid of being bitten by me, so he didn't dare to kiss me. He touched his lower lip and didn't do anything else, but I don't know if he kissed me when I fell asleep. Fortunately, Mi Guoguo is glad. However, I didn't relax and had new worries." "What did your husband say?" Ling Qiao said discouragedly, "I dare not tell him. Who would believe that a drunk man and woman stayed in a room for hours and did nothing? Jiang Yuzhou is such a proud and noble person that she dares not gamble." Obviously, Mi Guoguo also thought of this layer. It is not uncommon for rich couples to play separately, but they attach great importance to reputation, especially the top rich family like the Jin family, which has a military background and not only money but also power. It can be said that reputation is more important than fate. You can play, but you can't let people know. It's an unsclared thing in the rich family. They are all proud rich and noble sons and young ladies. Whoever moves to whom, no one is used to each other. If they don't love to the bone, the other party cheats, and the decisive divorce with few interests involved. From then on, they are like strangers. They will show their faces and play tricks together on New Year's holidays and public occasions. Mi Guoguo knew that Ling Qiao liked Jiang Yuzhou, so he was particularly worried and distressed. She carefully touched the scab wound on the corner of Ling Qiao's mouth. It's more uncomfortable than being bullied and humiliated. Poor Qiao Qiao's wife, you are so soft, how can he do it? Compared with her, compared with Zhao Jingxiao, Ling Ying and Yin Xingli, Ling Qiao's growing environment is the cleanest. Her father is spoiled by heaven, and her future mother-in-law is heartbroken. Her fiancé, Tang Wan, was meticulous to her before her appearance, and there were 2 flower guardian messengers, Yue and Jing Chengyo. Therefore, she is soft, warm and pure, and lives like the sun. The sun shines like the people around you. So she is the most busy. She was there when Jing Chengyo's family died, when Ling Yu was kidnapped by illegitimate food, when Yan Xingli defected from the family, when Zhao Jiqiao fought for family property, Yue almost died, Gunan cried, and Chuyi's business failed. And her Mi Guoguo, without her, I would not have been able to hold on in the family of cannibal and not spitting bones. She is always busy with her friends' troubles, but when she needs it, there is no one by her side. Looking at Ling Qiao, Mi Guoguo was heartbroken. She hugged Ling Qiao tightly. My wife, I'm so sad. How scared you were at that time. We were not here. How scared you were. What is a friend? What is sincerity? Ling Qiao saw it from Mi Guoguo. So warm. It makes people want to cry. The anxiety of the past 2 days, afraid of Jiang Yizhou's fear of knowing the truth, completely broke out in the heartfelt inquiry and pity of his best friend. She put her arms around Mi Guoguo's neck and sobbed. Fruit. Woo. Guoguo, you don't blame me, and you don't blame me for stealing Yu Fengyi's love. Guoguo, you are so good. Woo, do you know how afraid I am of you blaming me? I'm not only afraid that Jiang Yizhou will not forgive, but also afraid that Mi Guoguo will resent. Mi Guoguo hugged her back. What is Yu Fengyi? It's not important to have my wife. The clothes and beasts that take advantage of people's danger are not worth liking. Thinking of Mi Guoguo's shyness when he looked at Yu Fengyi, Ling Qiao blamed himself. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken you to see him. It's all my fault. I'm really stupid. Obviously, Yue has reminded me, but I don't believe it. I think it's impossible. Self-righteous fool, you hit me. I regret it so much. Mi Guoguo shook her head. I don't blame you. It's Yu Fengyi who is too good at hiding. You didn't say a few words to him. Who would have thought that the well-dressed Yi Dashao was an asshole? He didn't even know his brother, Yi. If you really like it, why don't you say it earlier? You have to wait for others to get married to destroy their families. She is also unlucky. The blind date was more active than anyone else. A large group of friends helped her find a partner. As a result, there was either something wrong here or there. It was hard to meet a good one, and she had bad feelings for her good friend. It's okay if you're not married. It's really questionable to take action against a married woman. Well, asshole. Ling Qiao nodded in agreement, big bastard. Guoguo, why are you so miserable? Every time you like it, you will die young. You also memorize too much. You said that you are not bad looking, and your figure is also good. You are good and careful, strong and brave. You are righteous to your friends, you can save money and manage money, and your voice is so sexy. Are good men blind? Mi Guoguo. Sadness also harms people, and harms people is not good. Do you know that half praise and half loss is the most charming? No, I really want to cry. Mi Guoguo picked up a piece of matcha cake and stuffed it into his mouth, took a sip of matcha-flavored yogurt, and swallowed the tears that could not roll out of his eyes. After swallowing, pick up a piece of strawberry flavor and put it into Ling Qiao's mouth. Don't cry and eat the cake. Ling Qiao shook his head and hugged Mi Guoguo again. I still want to cry for a while. However, in less than 5 seconds, he raised his face from Mi Guoguo's shoulder and stuffed the cake into his mouth with tears in his eyes. As a result, I was in a hurry to swallow and choked. Mi Guoguo looked disgusted. I'm mourning the love that died in the cradle. Dislike is disgust, control the strength of his hand, gently hammered her back, and stroked her from top to bottom. Being treated gently, Ling Qiao suddenly missed Jiang Yizhou madly. Thinking of his meticulousness during her physiological period in Africa, she muttered half a mouthful of cake, I miss my husband. He grumbled tears and came out uncontrollably, holding Mi Guoguo and howling, Guoguo, let's drive Yu Fengyi to death. Why did you take me to open a room? I hate him so much, I hate him so much. Chapter 49 Plan. My stomach is full. Negative emotions dissipated. I washed my face, didn't put on makeup, and didn't go back to the living room on the first floor. The two sat down in the small living room near the stairs on the second floor. There is an earthy yellow document bag on the oval white jade coffee table with gold-encrusted edges, which is the one that caused Ling Qiao to be forcibly taken away. It contains Tang Wei's childhood experience and investigation into Tang Wei's parents. Looking at Tang Wei's growth experience, Mi Guoguo was shocked. She shook the information in her hand and sighed, I thought you were a princess, but she was a princess more than you. No, she was trained as a princess. His father is the director of the County Education Bureau, and his mother is the principal of a middle school. He takes the salary of employees and lives the life of an upstart. He pretends to be a blessing in what he thinks is a vast well, and integrates the concept of money first into all aspects of his daughter's education. No wonder she is willing to marry an old man, and no wonder she likes other people's fiancés. feelings have been familiar with each other since childhood. As for Tang Wa's past, Ling Qiao checked it a few years ago, and she didn't think it was surprising that the evidence of Tang Wa's parents' crimes was her focus. This amount is more than enough for a man's death penalty, and a woman hasn't run for 30 or 50 years. It's not impossible to be sentenced to death with a little dredging. Mi Guoguo glanced at the amount. It's only the price of 2 sports cars that cost more than 10 million yuan. There are more than 20 cars of this kind in Mijia garage. Put it in Hoishan Villa, it is not even qualified to enter the garage. Not to mention anything else, the world's only customized Koenigsegg that Ling Qiao is driving now, Xie Yuzhou gave as a wedding gift, and the price is more than 40 million US dollars. Tang Wan was destroyed by the couple. Mi Guoguo came to a decisive conclusion. The princess, who grew up in a small county, flew out of the greenhouse one day and found that she was not a white swan at all. With a huge gap in her heart, coupled with the concept of money first, she would desperately want to climb up. Just like her biological mother. In order to be a man's lover and second wife for money, she wandered on the bed belonging to different men one after another, selling her body, soul and daughter. Seeing that Mi Guoguo remembered the past of being abandoned by her mother, Ling Qiao comforted, "It will be fine. Who cares?" Mi Guoguo shrugged her shoulders indifferently. She threw the materials on the coffee table. "What are you going to do with the evidence? Send these 2 to prison. If Tang Wan really wants to be promising, she won't care whether these 2 are alive or dead." Glancing at Mi Guoguo, Ling Qiao said, "When I get the evidence that Gunan and Tang Wan are together, my father will divorce her and reuse this evidence." Mi Guoguo, "What if they don't sleep and Tang Wan doesn't leave? What if your father doesn't let go?" Ling Qiao hooked her lower lip contemptuously and said slowly, she thought she was playing with people's hearts. She thought that a man could not get out of the gentle country. She thought that she could understand the gold and silver nest after being a rich wife for several years. I just need to expose her improper relationship with Gunan in front of the Guo family. Naturally, someone will deal with her. How much money is the powerless cheating worth? She thought that Gunan would be the only one in the Guo family, but she didn't know that it was because Gunan had no brothers and no brothers that she could not enter the door of the Guo family. At worst, she would erase her. As for my father, I know better than her what kind of person he is. His love is based on loyalty and obedience. Whether she and Gunan have slept or not, as long as they prove that they are ambiguous with each other, it is like to beat out with my father's requirements for women and the importance of my daughter. She Tang Wan, the most outrageous thing about her fault is that she thinks that the upper class is full of sentimental, and you and I don't believe in what we don't believe at the age of 10. It's stupid. Does Gunan love her? Wait and see. She is going to be swept out of the house. Why do you bother to check her parents? Mi Guoguo is puzzled. It can't be to eliminate harm for the people. Ling Qiao, without my father and Gunan, can't she hook up with others? I'm going to make her unable to eat well and sleep badly for the rest of her life. In recent years, Tang Wan has met many rich wives. Mi Guoguo was stunned for a moment and immediately thought of the key. The woman was sent in and the man was left outside. This is a good idea, and it also let her see what is called the means of power and money. According to the information, the principal's mother really loves her daughter. The director's father has a 7-year-old illegitimate son, so she loses her mother who loves her and leaves a father who has lost his job, is penniless, and has a son to support. I have no money and no job, but my daughter enjoys wealth. How can that work? Ling Qiao, but don't be in a hurry. After the incident between her and Gunan and my father's divorce, lest she receive the news and understand that there is no hope of marrying the Guo family and refuse to divorce. At that time, I don't know where to come back with a big belly and say it's her father's. Her father loves the child the most and may let her go. When the child is born for identification, I don't know how many changes will come out in the middle. How can she be stupid enough to think that the Guo family will accept a divorced woman for Gunan's sake? She can't be stupid enough to think that the Guo family will accept a divorced woman whose parents are corrupt and bribed, right? Although it is also possible. But for the safety's Sarah, it's better to fight steadily. Mi Guoguo, Tang Wan is easy to deal with. What should Yu Fengyi do? Not to mention the Yu family, his own power is not small. Not to mention them, even the Mi family and the Ling family behind them can't be shaken, unless the Jian family takes action. Ling Qiao had no choice but to lie flat. She sighed and took a step by step. Can't he break in if I stay at home and don't go out? Mi Guoguo, fortunately, he will have to return to the team in a short time. At that time, one will be in the port city and the other will be in the border, thousands of miles apart, and it will be safe to think about it. Ling Qiao, if only Tang Wan could hook him away. She looked bitter and had unrealistic extravagant expectations. Chapter 50 Throw it out. Since Ling Qiao suspected that Tang Wan and Gunan were secretly looking at Chen Cao, he had been sending people to keep an eye on them. By today, I have been staring at Xiao Banye. I don't know whether they smelled the danger or were cautious in their bones. All the people sent out returned empty-handed. Not to mention that there was no information, but it was neither painful nor itchy. The biggest scale was just Guonan wiping Tang Wei's tears across the coffee table. She needs more direct evidence. Kiss, embrace affectionately or in bed. After a few glances at the latest photos sent by the private detective, Ling Qiao fell into meditation. After a while, he raised the index finger of his right hand bandaged into a zongzi and smiled. Since the snake can't come out, lead the snake out of the hole. Take a picture with your right hand and send it to your moments. Bone crack. Oh, that's it? Hashtag right hand. JPG hashtag, set Tang Wan to be visible alone. Contemptuous and self-deprecating tone, metaphors in the words, accompanied by fantasy pictures. As long as Tang Wan sees the circle of friends, if she doesn't believe it, she won't think much. Isn't it greedy for her husband? Then come on. In the evening of that day, Ling Qiao watched the breeders give birth to a teddy dog at the dog breeding base. I saw half of the call from the housekeeper. Madam, your father and stepmother are here. Follow your wife's instructions and tell them that you will come home on time for dinner tonight. Your stepmother has prepared dinner in the Chinese kitchen. Ling Qiao deliberately returned to the main house at the base until dinner time. Seeing Tang Wan's first sentence, who allowed you to come in arrogantly? Then the second sentence, throw her out for me. Tang Wan was mentally prepared for Ling Qiao's rejection. The bitch and Jiang Yuzhou are at discred. Don't miss the opportunity. She must seize the opportunity firmly. The position of the most noble woman in Hong Kong City, why a bitch who can only eat, drink, and have fun. Only she, Tang Wan, can be worthy of the most talented man in Hong Kong City. Qiao Qiao, your hand is injured. Your father and I are worried. You and Master Jiang, are you all right? Obviously. He was full of hatred in his heart, but his face was full of intimacy. Ling Qiao sneered in his heart. Are you not long-sighted or deaf? Seeing Ling Anfeng coming out of the bathroom, Tang Wan swallowed back the unsut words. Anfeng, me? She looked at Ling Anfeng nervously and embarrassedly. She wanted to say something but stopped. She said. From the beginning to the toe, she wrote the 4 words commit and ask for completeness. It was simply a disaster not to play the white lotus flower in a movie. Qiao Qiao is in a bad mood. Don't think too much. Ling Anfeng, who strode towards Ling Qiao, passed his wife, patted Tang Wan on the shoulder and comforted her. Then he rushed to Ling Qiao and grabbed Ling Qiao's wrist. The expression is anxious and distressed. What's the matter? If Wang Wang hadn't showed me the photo, I wouldn't have known that my precious daughter was abused in her mother-in-law's house. Tell your father, is it Jiang Yuzhou? It doesn't matter whether he is easy to mess with, he can't make his precious daughter angry. After the death of the original match, before meeting Tang Wan, Ling Anfeng spent more than 10 years of absurd days of looking for flowers and asking Liu. Naturally, there was WeChat. However, after marrying Tang Wan cried and condemned his WeChat list of all rude women, forcing him to uninstall WeChat and checking his mobile phone every day. Ling Anfeng, an old man, was pinched by his delicate little daughter-in-law, and he didn't dare to breathe. Except for not letting Tang Wan ask about business matters, he is obedient in other aspects. Ling Qiao knew that Ling Anfeng was also stubborn. If he really wanted him to have a grudge with the Jian family, he probably didn't dare, but his heart was still quite warm. Although she didn't have a mother early, she had endless fatherly love. Even if Ling Anfeng is a straw bag in the eyes of outsiders, an out-of-the-line upstart, and an old luster who hooks up with young girls, but in her eyes, he is the best father and will never allow others to hurt him. Don't tell her any benevolence and morality. With her, family affection is blind. There is no right or wrong, only close and not close. She just wants her father to be happy for the rest of his life. She cannot care about Tang Wei's use and betrayal of her for the sake of her father's happiness. In the same way, she will be a bad person to protect her father. Dad, I'll explain it to you later. Leng Bingbing looked at the housekeeper Cheng, who was waiting respectfully. Who allowed you to let this woman in? Housekeeper Cheng, who had long colluded with his wife, hurriedly admitted his mistake. Madam, I was wrong. I thought she was turning around. I immediately asked her out. After saying that, go to Tang Wan. My wife doesn't welcome you. Please leave immediately. Didn't you hear what I said? Throw it out.